Chapter 1, Book 1, Section 1. All Gaul is divided into 3 parts, one of which the Belgi inhabit, the Aquitani another, those who in their own language are called Celts, in ours, Gauls, the third. All these differ from each other in language, customs, and laws. The river Garonne separates the Gauls from the Aquitani. The Marne and the Seine separate them from the Belgi. Of all these, the Belgi are the bravest, because they are farthest from the civilization and refinement of our province, and merchants least frequently resort to them and import those things which tend to effeminate the mind. And they are the nearest to the German, who dwell beyond the Rhine, with whom they are continually waging war, for which reason the Helvetii also surpass the rest of the Gauls in valor, as they contend with the Germans in almost daily battles, when they either repel them from their own territories or themselves wage war on their frontiers. One part of these, which it has been said that the Gauls occupy, takes its beginning at the river Rhone. It is bounded by the river Garonne, the ocean, and the territories of the Belgi. It borders, too, on the side of the Sequani and the Helvetia, upon the river Rhine, and stretches towards the north. The Belgi rise from the extreme frontier of Gaul, extend to the lower part of the river Rhine, and look towards the north and the rising sun. Aquitania extends from the river Garonne to the Pyrenean Mountains and to that part of the ocean which is near Spain. It looks between the setting of the sun and the North Star. Section 2. Among the Helvetii, Orgetorix was by far the most distinguished and wealthy. He, when Marcus Messala and Marcus Piso were consuls, incited by lust of sovereignty, formed a conspiracy among the nobility, and persuaded the people to go forth from their territories with all their possessions, saying that it would be very easy, since they excelled all in valor, to acquire the supremacy of the whole of Gaul. To this he the more easily persuaded them, because the Helvetii are confined on every side by the nature of their situation. On one side, by the Rhine, a very broad and deep river, which separates the Helvetian territory from the Germans. On a second side, by the Jura, a very high mountain which is situated between the Sequani and the Helvetii. On a third, by the Lake of Geneva, and by the river Rhone, which separates our province from the Helvetii. From these circumstances, it resulted that they could range less widely, and could less easily make war upon their neighbors, for which reason men fond of war as they were affected with great regret. They thought that, considering the extent of their population and their renown for warfare and bravery, they had but narrow limits, although they extended in length 240, and in breadth 180 Roman miles. Section 3. Induced by these considerations, and influenced by the authority of Orgetorix, they determined to provide such things as were necessary for their expedition, to buy up as great a number as possible of beasts of burden and wagons, to make their sowings as large as possible, so that on their march plenty of corn might be in store, and to establish peace and friendship with the neighboring states. They reckoned that a term of 2 years would be sufficient for them to execute their designs. They fixed by decree their departure for the 3rd year. Orgetorix is chosen to complete these arrangements. He took upon himself the office of ambassador to the states. On this journey he persuades Casticus, the son of Catamales, one of the Sequani, whose father had possessed the sovereignty among the people for many years, and had been styled friend by the Senate of the Roman people, to seize upon the sovereignty in his own state, which his father had held before him. And he likewise persuades Dumnorix, an Aeduan, the brother of Diviciacus, who at that time possessed the chief authority in the state, and was exceedingly beloved by the people, to attempt the same, and gives him his daughter in marriage. He proves to them that to accomplish their attempts was a thing very easy to be done, because he himself would obtain the government of his own state, that there was no doubt that the Helvetii were the most powerful of the whole of Gaul. He assures them that he will, with his own forces and his own army, acquire the sovereignty for them. Incited by this speech, they give a pledge and oath to one another, and hope that, when they have seized the sovereignty, they will, by means of the 3 most powerful and valiant nations, be enabled to obtain possession of the whole of Gaul. Section 4. When this scheme was disclosed to the Helvetii by informers, they, according to their custom, compelled Orgetorix to plead his cause in chains, It was the law that the penalty of being burned by fire should await him if condemned. On the day appointed for the pleading of his cause, Vercingetorix drew together from all quarters to the court all his vassals to the number of 10,000 persons, and led together to the same place, and all his dependents and debtor bondsmen, of whom he had a great number. By means of these he rescued himself from the necessity of pleading his cause, while the state, incensed at this act, was endeavoring to assert its right by arms. And the magistrates were mustering a large body of men from the country. Vercingetorix died, and there is not wanting a suspicion as the Helvetii think of his having committed suicide. Section 5. After his death, the Helvetii nevertheless attempt to do that which they had resolved on, namely, to go forth from their territories. When they thought that they were at length prepared for this undertaking, they set fire to all their towns, in number about 12, to their villages about 400, and to the private dwellings that remained. They burn up all the corn, except what they intend to carry with them, that after destroying the hope of a return home, they might be the more ready for undergoing all dangers. They order everyone to carry forth from home for himself provisions for 3 months, ready ground. They persuade the Raurasi and the Tulingi and the Latobrigi to adopt the same plan, and after burning down their towns and villages, to set out with them. And they admit to their party and unite to themselves as confederates the Boii, who had dwelt on the other side of the Rhine, and had crossed over into the Norican territory and assaulted Noria. Section 6. There were in all 2 routes by which they could go forth from their country, one through the Sequani, narrow and difficult, between Mount Jura and the river Rhone, by which scarcely 1 wagon at a time could be led. There was, moreover, a very high mountain overhanging, so that a very few might easily intercept them. The other through our province, much easier and freer from obstacles, because the Rhone flows between the boundaries of the Helvetii and those of the Alabriges, who had lately been subdued, and is in some places crossed by a fort. The furthest town of the Alabriges, and the nearest to the territories of the Helvetii, is Geneva. From this town a bridge extends to the Helvetii. They thought that they should either persuade the Allobroges, because they did not seem as yet well affected towards the Roman people, or compel them by force to allow them to pass through their territories. Having provided everything for the expedition, they appointed a day on which they should all meet on the bank of the Rhone. This day was the 5th before the calends of April, that is the 28th of March, in the consulship of Lucius Piso and Aulus Gabinius B.C. 58. Section 7. When it was reported to Caesar that they were attempting to make their route through our province, he hastens to set out from the city, and by as great marches as he can, proceeds to further Gaul, and arrives at Geneva. He orders the whole province to furnish as great a number of soldiers as possible, as there was in all only 1 legion in further Gaul. He orders the bridge at Geneva to be broken down. When the Helvetii are apprised of his arrival, they send to him, as ambassadors, the most illustrious men of their state, in which embassy Nummius and Viridacius held the chief place, to say that it was their intention to march through the province without doing any harm, because they had, according to their own representations, no other route. That they requested they might be allowed to do so with his consent. Caesar, inasmuch as he kept in remembrance that Lucius Cassius the consul had been slain, and his army routed and made to pass under the yoke by the Helvetii, did not think that their request ought to be granted. Nor was he of opinion that men of hostile disposition, if an opportunity of marching through the province were given them, would abstain from outrage and mischief, yet in order that a period might intervene until the soldiers whom he had ordered to be furnished should assemble, he replied to the ambassadors that he would take time to deliberate. If they wanted anything, they might return on the day before the Ides of April, on April 12th. Section 8. Meanwhile, with the legion which he had with him and the soldiers who had assembled from the province, he carries along for 19 Roman, not quite 18 English miles a wall, to the height of 16 feet, and a trench from the lake of Geneva, which flows into the river Rhone to Mount Jura, which separates the territories of the Sequani from those of the Helvetii. When that work was finished, he distributes garrisons and closely fortifies redoubts, in order that he may the more easily intercept them, if they should attempt to cross over against his will. When the day which he had appointed with the ambassadors came, and they return to him, he says that he cannot consistently, with the custom and precedent of the Roman people, grant anyone a passage through the province. And he gives them to understand that if they should attempt to use violence, he would oppose them. The Helvetii, disappointed in this hope, tried if they could force a passage, some by means of a bridge of boats and numerous rafts constructed for the purpose. Others by the fords of the Rhone, where the depth of the river was least, sometimes by day, but more frequently by night. But being kept at bay by the strength of our works, and by the concourse of the soldiers and by the missiles, they desisted from this attempt. Section 9. There was left one way, namely through the Sequani, by which, on account of its narrowness, they could not pass without the consent of the Sequani. As they could not of themselves prevail on them, they send ambassadors to Dumnorix, the Aeduan, that through his intercession they might obtain their request from the Sequani. Dumnorix, by his popularity and liberality, had great influence among the Sequani and was friendly to the Helvetii, because out of that state he had married the daughter of Orgetorix, and incited by lust of sovereignty was anxious for a revolution, and wished to have as many states as possible attached to him by his kindness towards them. He therefore undertakes the affair, and prevails upon the Sequani to allow the Helvetii to march through their territories, and arranges that they should give hostages to each other, the Sequani not to obstruct the Helvetii in their march, the Helvetii to pass without mischief and outrage. Section 10. It is again told Caesar that the Helvetii intend to march through the country of the Sequani and the Aedui into the territories of the Santones, which are not far distant from those boundaries of the Tolosates which vista Toulouse's estate in the province. If this took place, he saw that it would be attended with great danger to the province to have warlike men, enemies of the Roman people, bordering upon an open and very fertile tract of country. For these reasons he appointed Titus Labienus, his lieutenant, to the command of the fortification which he had made. He himself proceeds to Italy by forced marches, and there levies 2 legions, and leads out from winter quarters 3, which were wintering around Aquileia, and with these 5 legions marches rapidly by the nearest route across the Alps into further Gaul. Here the Centrones and the Graecelli and the Caturiges, having taken possession of the higher parts, attempt to obstruct the army in their march. After having routed these in several battles, he arrives in the territories of the Vocantii in the further province on the 7th day from Ocelum, which is the most remote town of the hither province. Thence he leads his army into the country of the Allobroges, and from the Allobroges to the Segusiani. These people are the first beyond the province on the opposite side of the Rhone. Section 11. The Helvetii had by this time led their forces over through the narrow defile and the territories of the Sequani, and had arrived at the territories of the Aedui, and were ravaging their lands. The Aedui, as they could not defend themselves and their possessions against them, send ambassadors to Caesar to ask assistance, pleading that they had at all times so well deserved of the Roman people, that their fields ought not to have been laid waste, their children carried off into slavery, their towns stormed, almost within sight of our army. At the same time the Emperii, the friends and kinsmen of the Aedui, apprised Caesar that it was not easy for them, now that their fields had been devastated, to ward off the violence of the enemy from their towns. The Allobroges likewise, who had villages and possessions on the other side of the Rhone, betake themselves in flight to Caesar and assure him that they had nothing remaining except the soil of their land. Caesar, induced by these circumstances, decides that he ought not to wait until the Helvetii, after destroying all the property of his allies, should arrive among the Santones. Section 12. There is a river called the Sevone, which flows through the territories of the Aedui and Sequani into the Rhone with such incredible slowness that it cannot be determined by the eye in which direction it flows. This, the Helvetii were crossing by rafts and boats joined together, when Caesar was informed by spies that the Helvetii had already conveyed 3 parts of their forces across that river, but that the 4th part was left behind on this side of the Sevone. He set out from the camp with 3 legions during the 3rd watch, and came up with that division which had not yet crossed the river. Attacking them encumbered with baggage, and not expecting him, he cut to pieces a great part of them. The rest betook themselves to flight, and concealed themselves in the nearest woods. That canton which was cut down was called the Tigorine, for the whole Helvetian state is divided into 4 cantons. This single canton, having left their country within the recollection of our fathers, had slain Lucius Cassius the consul, and had made his army pass under the yoke BC 107. Thus, whether by chance or by the design of the immortal gods, that part of the Helvetian state which had brought a signal calamity upon the Roman people was the first to pay the penalty. In this Caesar avenged not only the public, but also his own personal wrongs, because the Tigorine had slain Lucius Piso, the lieutenant of Cassius, the grandfather of Lucius Calpurnius Piso, his Caesar's father-in-law, in the same battle as Cassius himself. This battle ended that he might be able to come up with the remaining forces of the Helvetii. He procures a bridge to be made across the Saone, and thus leads his army over. The Helvetii, confused by his sudden arrival, when they found that he had effected in one day what they themselves had, with the utmost difficulty, accomplished in 20, namely the crossing of the river, send ambassadors to him, at the head of which embassy was Divico, who had been commander of the Helvetii in the war against Cassius. He thus treats with Caesar, that if the Roman people would make peace with the Helvetii, they would go to that part and there remain, where Caesar might appoint and desire them to be, but if he should persist in persecuting them with war, that he ought to remember both the ancient disgrace of the Roman people and the characteristic valor of the Helvetii. As to his having attacked one canton by surprise, at a time when those who had crossed the river could not bring assistance to their friends, that he ought not on that account to ascribe very much to his own valor, or despise them, that they had so learned from their sires and ancestors as to rely more on valor than on artifice or stratagem. Wherefore let him not bring it to pass that the place where they were standing should acquire a name from the disaster of the Roman people and the destruction of their army, or transmit the remembrance of such an event to posterity. Section 14. To these words Caesar thus replied, that on that very account he felt less hesitation, because he kept in remembrance those circumstances which the Helvetian ambassadors had mentioned, and that he felt the more indignant at them, in proportion as they had happened undeservedly to the Roman people. For if they had been conscious of having done any wrong, it would not have been difficult to be on their guard. But for that very reason had they been deceived, because neither were they aware that any offense had been given by them, on account of which they should be afraid, nor did they think that they ought to be afraid without cause. But even if he were willing to forget their former outrage, could he also lay aside the remembrance of the late wrongs, in that they had against his will attempted a route through the province by force, in that they had molested the Aedui, the Imbari, and the Alabrages, that as to their so insolently boasting of their victory, and as to their being astonished that they had so long committed their outrages with impunity, both these things tended to the same point. For the immortal gods are wont to allow those persons whom they wish to punish for their guilt sometimes a greater prosperity and longer impunity, in order that they may suffer the more severely from a reverse of circumstances. Although these things are so, yet if hostages were to be given him by them, in order that he may be assured they will do what they promise, and provided they will give satisfaction to the Aedui for the outrages which they had committed against them and their allies, and likewise to the Alabrages, Caesar will make peace with them, Divico replied. That the Helvetii had been so trained by their ancestors that they were accustomed to receive, not to give, hostages. Of that fact the Roman people were witness. Having given this reply, he withdrew. Section 15. On the following day they moved their camp from that place. Caesar does the same, and sends forward all his cavalry to the number of 4,000, which he had drawn together from all parts of the province, and from the Aedui and their allies, to observe towards what parts the enemy are directing their march. These, having too eagerly pursued the enemy's rear, come to a battle with the cavalry of the Helvetii in a disadvantageous place, and a few of our men fall. The Helvetii, elated with this battle, because they had with 500 horse repulsed so large a body of horse, began to face us more boldly, sometimes too from their rear, to provoke our men by an attack. Caesar, however, restrained his men from battle, deeming it sufficient for the present to prevent the enemy from rapine, forage, and depredation. They marched for about 15 days in such a manner that there was not more than 5 or 6 miles between the enemy's rear and our van. Section 16. Meanwhile, Caesar kept daily importuning the Aedui for the corn which they had promised in the name of their state. For in consequence of the coldness, Gaul being, as before said, situated towards the north, not only was the corn in the fields not ripe, but there was not in store a sufficiently large quantity even of fodder. Besides, he was unable to use the corn which he had conveyed in ships up the river Sawan, because the Helvetii, from whom he was unwilling to retire, had diverted their march from the Sayone. The Aedui kept deferring from day to day and saying that it was being collected, brought in on the road. When he saw that he was put off too long, and that the day was close at hand on which he ought to serve out the corn to his soldiers, having called together their chiefs, of whom he had a great number in his camp, among them Diviciacus, and Liscus, who was invested with the chief magistracy, whom the Aedui style the Virgobratus, and who is elected annually, and has power of life and death over his countrymen, he severely reprimands them, because he is not assisted by them on so urgent an occasion, when the enemy were so close at hand, and when corn could neither be bought nor taken from the fields, particularly as in a great measure urged by their prayers, he had undertaken the war. Much more bitterly, therefore, does he complain of his being forsaken. Section 17. Then at length Liscus, moved by Caesar's speech, discloses what he had hitherto kept secret, that there are some whose influence with the people is very great, who, though private men, have more power than the magistrates themselves, that these by seditious and violent language are deterring the populace from contributing the corn which they ought to supply, by telling them that if they cannot any longer retain the supremacy of Gaul, it were better to submit to the government of Gauls than of Romans, nor ought they to doubt that, if the Romans should overpower the Helvetii, they would wrest their freedom from the Aedui together with the remainder of Gaul. By these very men, said he, are our plans, and whatever is done in the camp, disclosed to the enemy, that they could not be restrained by him. Nay, more, he was well aware that, though compelled by necessity, he had disclosed the matter to Caesar, at how great a risk he had done it, and for that reason he had been silent as long as he could. Section 18. Caesar perceived that, by this speech of Liscus, Dumnorix, the brother of Diviciacus, was indicated, but, as he was unwilling that these matters should be discussed while so many were present, he speedily dismisses the council, but detains Liscus. He inquires from him when alone about those things which he had said in the meeting. Liscus speaks more unreservedly and boldly. Caesar makes inquiries on the same points privately of others, and discovers that it is all true that Dumnorix is the person, a man of the highest daring, in great favor with the people on account of his liberality, a man eager for a revolution. That for a great many years he has been in the habit of contracting for the customs and all the other taxes of the Aedui at a small cost, because when he bids, no one dares to bid against him. By these means he has both increased his own private property and amassed great means for giving largesses, that he maintains constantly at his own expense, and keeps about his own person a great number of cavalry, and that not only at home, but even among the neighboring states he has great influence, and for the sake of strengthening this influence has given his mother in marriage among the Bituriges to a man the most noble and most influential there, that he has himself taken a wife from among the Helvetii, and has given his sister by the mother's side and his female relations in marriage into other states, that he favors and wishes well to the Helvetii on account of this connection, and that he hates Caesar and the Romans on his own account, because by their arrival his power was weakened, and his brother Diviciacus restored to his former position of influence and dignity, that if anything should happen to the Romans, he entertains the highest hope of gaining the sovereignty by means of the Helvetii, but that under the government of the Roman people he despairs not only of royalty, but even of that influence which he already has. Caesar discovered, too, on inquiring into the unsuccessful cavalry engagement which had taken place a few days before, that the commencement of that flight had been made by Dumnorix and his cavalry, for Dumnorix was in command of the cavalry, which the Aedui had sent for aid to Caesar. That by their flight the rest of the cavalry was dismayed. Section 19. After learning these circumstances, since to these suspicions the most unequivocal facts were added, viz. That he had led the Helvetii through the territories of the Sequani, that he had provided that hostages should be mutually given, that he had done all these things, not only without any orders of his Caesars and of his own states, but even without their Aedui knowing anything of it themselves, that he Dumnorix was reprimanded by the chief magistrate of the Aedui. He Caesar considered that there was sufficient reason why he should either punish him himself or order the state to do so. One thing, however, stood in the way of all this, that he had learned by experience his brother Diviciacus's very high regard for the Roman people, his great affection towards him, his distinguished faithfulness, justice, and moderation, for he was afraid lest by the punishment of this man he should hurt the feelings of Diviciacus. Therefore, before he attempted anything, he orders Diviciacus to be summoned to him, and when the Orton interpreters had been withdrawn, converses with him through Caius Valerius Priscillus, chief of the province of Gaul, an intimate friend of his, in whom he reposed the highest confidence in everything. At the same time, he reminds him of what was said about Dumnorix in the council of the Gauls, when he himself was present, and shows what each had said of him privately in his Caesar's own presence. He begs and exhorts him that, without offense to his feelings, he may either himself pass judgment on him, Dumnorix, after trying the case, or else order the Aeduan state to do so. Diviciacus, embracing Caesar, begins to implore him with many tears that he would not pass any very severe sentence upon his brother, saying that he knows that those charges are true, and that nobody suffered more pain on that account than he himself did. For when he himself could effect a very great deal by his influence at home, and in the rest of Gaul, and he Dumnorix very little on account of his youth, the latter had become powerful through his means, which power and strength he used not only to the lessening of his Diviciacus' popularity, but almost to his ruin, that he, however, was influenced both by fraternal affection and by public opinion. But if anything very severe from Caesar should befall him, Dumnorix, no one would think that it had been done without his consent, since he himself held such a place in Caesar's friendship, from which circumstance it would arise that the affections of the whole of Gaul would be estranged from him. As he was with tears begging these things of Caesar in many words, Caesar takes his right hand, and comforting him, begs him to make an end of entreating, and assures him that his regard for him is so great, that he forgives both the injuries of the Republic and his private wrongs. At his desire and prayers, he summons Dumnorix to him. He brings in his brother. He points out what he censures in him. He lays before him what he of himself perceives, and what the state complains of. He warns him for the future to avoid all grounds of suspicion. He says that he pardons the past for the sake of his brother. Diviciacus. He sets spies over Dumnorix that he may be able to know what he does and with whom he communicates. Section 21. Being on the same day informed by his scouts that the enemy had encamped at the foot of a mountain 8 miles from his own camp, he sent persons to ascertain what the nature of the mountain was, and of what kind the ascent on every side. Word was brought back that it was easy. During the third watch he orders Titus Labienus, his lieutenant with praetorian powers, to ascend to the highest ridge of the mountain with 2 legions, and with those as guides who had examined the road. He explains what his plan is. He himself, during the 4th watch, hastens to them by the same route by which the enemy had gone, and sends on all the cavalry before him. Publius Considius, who was reputed to be very experienced in military affairs, and had been in the army of Lucius Sulla, and afterwards in that of Marcus Crassus, is sent forward with the scouts. Section 22. When the summit of the mountain was in the possession of Titus Labienus, and he himself was not further off than 1.5 miles from the enemy's camp, nor, as he afterwards ascertained from the captives, had either his arrival or that of Labienus been discovered, Considius, with his horse at full gallop, comes up to him, says that the mountain which he Caesar wished should be seized by Labienus is in possession of the enemy, that he has discovered this by the Gallic arms and ensigns, Caesar leads off his forces to the next hill and draws them up in battle over Labienus, as he had been ordered by Caesar not to come to an engagement unless Caesar's own forces were seen near the enemy's camp, that the attack upon the enemy might be made on every side at the same time, was, after having taken possession of the mountain, waiting for our men and refraining from battle. When, at length, the day was far advanced, Caesar learned through spies that the mountain was in possession of his own men, and that the Helvetii had moved their camp, and that Considius, struck with fear, had reported to him as seen that which he had not seen. On that day he follows the enemy at his usual distance and pitches his camp 3 miles from theirs. Section 23. The next day, as there remained in all only 2 days' space to the time when he must serve out the corn to his army, and as he was not more than 18 miles from Bibracte, by far the largest and best stored town of the Aedui, he thought that he ought to provide for a supply of corn, and diverted his march from the Helvetii, and advanced rapidly to Bibracte. This circumstance is reported to the enemy by some deserters from Lucius Aemilius, a captain of the Gallic horse. The Helvetii, either because they thought that the Romans, struck with terror, were retreating from them, the more so, as the day before, though they had seized on the higher grounds, they had not joined battle, or because they flattered themselves that they might be cut off from the provisions, altering their plan and changing their route, began to pursue and to annoy our men in the rear. Section 24. Caesar, when he observes this, draws off his forces to the next hill, and sent the cavalry to sustain the attack of the enemy. He himself, meanwhile, drew up on the middle of the hill a triple line of his 4 veteran legions in such a manner that he placed above him on the very summit the 2 legions which he had lately levied in Hithergaul, and all the auxiliaries. And he ordered that the whole mountain should be covered with men, and that meanwhile the baggage should be brought together into one place, and the position be protected by those who were posted in the upper line. The Helvetii, having followed with all their wagons, collected their baggage into one place. They themselves, after having repulsed our cavalry and formed a phalanx, advanced up to our front line in very close order. Section 25. Caesar, having removed out of sight first his own horse, then those of all, that he might make the danger of all equal, and do away with the hope of flight, after encouraging his men, joined battle. His soldiers, hurling their javelins from the higher ground, easily broke the enemy's phalanx. That being dispersed, they made a charge on them with drawn swords. It was a great hindrance to the Gauls in fighting that, when several of their bucklers had been by one stroke of the Roman, javelins pierced through and pinned fast together, as the point of the iron had been itself, they could neither pluck it out, nor, with their left hand entangled, fight with sufficient ease, so that many, after having long tossed their arm about, chose rather to cast away the buckler from their hand, and to fight with their person unprotected. At length, worn out with wounds, they began to give way, and as there was in the neighborhood a mountain about a mile off, to betake themselves thither, when the mountain had been gained, and our men were advancing up the Bowian to Ligit, who with about 15 men closed the enemy's line of march, and served as a guard to their rear, having assailed our men on the exposed flank as they advanced prepared to surround them. Upon seeing which, the Helvetii, who had betaken themselves to the mountain, began to press on again and renew the battle. The Romans, having faced about, advanced to the attack in 2 divisions, the first and second line to withstand those who had been defeated and driven off the field, the third to receive those who were just arriving. Section 26. Thus was the contest long and vigorously carried on with doubtful success. When they could no longer withstand the attacks of our men, the one division, as they had begun to do, betook themselves to the mountain. The other repaired to their baggage and wagons. For during the whole of this battle, although the fight lasted from the 7th hour, that is 12 noon, 1 p.m. to eventide, no one could see an enemy with his back turned. The fight was carried on also at the baggage till late in the night, for they had set wagons in the way as a rampart, and from the higher ground kept throwing weapons upon our men as they came on, and some from between the wagons and the wheels kept darting their lances and javelins from beneath, and wounding our men. After the fight had lasted some time, our men gained possession of their baggage and camp. There the daughter and one of the sons of Orgetorix were taken. After that battle, about 130 men of the enemy remained alive, who marched incessantly during the whole of that night, and after a march discontinued for no part of the night, arrived in the territories of the Lingones on the 4th day, whilst our men, having stopped for 3 days, both on account of the wounds of the soldiers and the burial of the slain, had not been able to follow them. Caesar sent letters and messengers to the Lingones, with orders that they should not assist them with corn or with anything else, for that if they should assist them, he would regard them in the same light as the Helvetii. After the 3 days' interval, he began to follow them himself with all his forces. Section 27. The Helvetii, compelled by the want of everything, sent ambassadors to him about a surrender. When these had met him in the way and had thrown themselves at his feet, and speaking in suppliant tone, had with tears sued for peace, and when he had ordered them to await his arrival, in the place where they then were, they obeyed his commands. When Caesar arrived at that place, he demanded hostages, their arms, and the slaves who had deserted to them. Whilst those things are being sought for and got together, after a night's interval, about 6,000 men of that canton, which is called the Verbigine, whether terrified by fear lest, after delivering up their arms, they should suffer punishment, or else induced by the hope of safety, because they supposed that, amid so vast a multitude of those who had surrendered themselves, their flight might either be concealed or entirely overlooked, having at nightfall departed out of the camp of the Helvetii, hastened to the Rhine and the territories of the Germans. Section 28. But when Caesar discovered this, he commanded those through whose territories they had gone to seek them out and to bring them back again, if they meant to be acquitted before him, and considered them when brought back. In the light of enemies, he admitted all the rest to a surrender upon their delivering up the hostages, armed, and deserters. He ordered the Helvetii, the Tulingi, and the Latobrigi to return to their territories from which they had come, and as there was at home nothing whereby they might support their hunger, all the productions of the earth having been destroyed, he commanded the Allobriges to let them have a plentiful supply of corn, and ordered them to rebuild the towns and villages which they had burnt. This he did, chiefly on this account, because he was unwilling that the country from which the Helvetii had departed should be untenanted, lest the Germans, who dwell on the other side of the Rhine, should, on account of the excellence of the lands, cross over from their own territories into those of the Helvetia, and become borderers upon the province of Gaul and the Allobriges. He granted the petition of the Aedui that they might settle the Boii in their own, that is, in the Aeduan, territories, as these were known to be of distinguished valor, to whom they gave lands, and whom they afterwards admitted to the same state of rights and freedom as themselves. Section 29. In the camp of the Helvetii, lists were found, drawn up in Greek characters, and were brought to Caesar, in which an estimate had been drawn up, name by name, of the number which had gone forth from their country of those who were able to bear arms, and likewise the boys, the old men, and the women, separately. Of all which items the total was, of the Helvetii lit, of the heads of the Helvetii, 263, or of the Tulingi 36, 0 of the Latobrigi 14, 0, of the Rarasi 23, 0, of the Boii 32, 0. The sum of all amounted to 368, 0 out of these, such as could bear arms, amounted to about 92, 0. When the census of those who returned home was taken, as Caesar had commanded, the number was found to be 110, 0. Section 30. When the war with the Helvetii was concluded, ambassadors from almost all parts of Gaul, the chiefs of states, assembled to congratulate Caesar, saying that they were well aware that although he had taken vengeance on the Helvetian war, for the old wrongs done by them to the Roman people, yet that circumstance had happened no less to the benefit of the land of Gaul than of the Roman people, because the Helvetii, while their affairs were most flourishing, had quitted their country with the design of making war upon the whole of Gaul, and seizing the government of it, and selecting, out of a great abundance, that spot for an abode which they should judge to be the most convenient and most productive of all Gaul, and hold the rest of the states as tributaries. They requested that they might be allowed to proclaim an assembly of the whole of Gaul for a particular day, and to do that with Caesar's permission, stating that they had some things which, with the general consent, they wished to ask of him. This request having been granted, they appointed a day for the assembly, and ordained by an oath with each other that no one should disclose their deliberations, except those to whom this office should be assigned by the General Assembly. Section 31. When that assembly was dismissed, the same chiefs of states, who had before been to Caesar, returned and asked that they might be allowed to treat with him privately, in secret, concerning the safety of themselves and of all. That request having been obtained, they all threw themselves in tears at Caesar's feet, saying that they no less begged and earnestly desired that what they might say should not be disclosed, than that they might obtain those things which they wished for, inasmuch as they saw that, if a disclosure were made, they should be put to the greatest tortures. For these Diviciacus the Aeduan spoke and told him that there were two parties in the whole of Gaul, that the Aedui stood at the head of one of these, the Arverni of the other. After these had been violently struggling with one another for the superiority for many years, it came to pass that the Germans were called in for hire by the Arverni and the Sequani. That about 15 of them, that is of the Germans, had at first crossed the Rhine. But after that, these wild and savage men had become enamored of the lands and the refinement and the abundance of the Gauls. More were brought over, that there were now as many as 120 of them in Gaul. That with these, the Aedui and their dependents had repeatedly struggled in arms, that they had been routed and had sustained a great calamity, had lost all their nobility, all their senate, all their cavalry, and that broken by such engagements and calamities, although they had formerly been very powerful in Gaul, both from their own valor and from the Roman people's hospitality and friendship. They were now compelled to give the chief nobles of their state as hostages to the Sequani, and to bind their state by an oath that they would neither demand hostages in return, nor supplicate aid from the Roman people, nor refuse to be forever under their sway and empire, that he was the only one out of all the state of the Aedui who could not be prevailed upon to take the oath or to give his children as hostages. On that account he had fled from his state and had gone to the Senate at Rome to beseech aid, as he alone was bound neither by oath nor hostages. But a worse thing had befallen the victorious Sequani than the vanquished Aedui. For Ariovistus, the king of the Germans, had settled in their territories and had seized upon a third of their land, which was the best in the whole of Gaul, and was now ordering them to depart from another third part, because a few months previously 24 men of the Harus had come to him, for whom room and settlements must be provided. The consequence would be that in a few years they would all be driven from the territories of Gaul, and all the Germans would cross the Rhine, for neither must the land of Gaul be compared with the land of the Germans, nor must the habit of living of the latter be put on a level with that of the former. Moreover, as for Ariovistus, no sooner did he defeat the forces of the Gauls in a battle which took place at Megitobria, than he began to lord it haughtily and cruelly, to demand as hostages the children of all the principal nobles, and wreak on them every kind of cruelty. If everything was not done at his nod or pleasure, that he was a savage, passionate, and reckless man, and that his commands could no longer be borne. Unless there was some aid in Caesar and the Roman people, the Gauls must all do the same thing that the Helvetii had done, viz., emigrate from their country and seek another dwelling place, other settlements remote from the Germans, and try whatever fortune may fall to their lot. If these things were to be disclosed to Ariovistus, Diviciacus adds that he doubts not that he would inflict the most severe punishment on all the hostages who are in his possession, and says that Caesar could, either by his own influence and by that of his army, or by his late victory, or by name of the Roman people, intimidate him, so as to prevent a greater number of Germans being brought over the Rhine, and could protect all Gaul from the outrages of Ariovistus. Section 32.2. When this speech had been delivered by Diviciacus, all who were present began with loud lamentation to entreat assistance of Caesar. Caesar noticed that the Sequani were the only people of all who did none of those things which the others did, but with their heads bowed down, gazed on the earth in sadness. Wondering what was the reason of this conduct, he inquired of themselves, No reply did the Sequani make, but silently continued in the same sadness. When he had repeatedly inquired of them and could not elicit any answer at all, the same Diviciacus, the adjutant, answered, that the lot of the Sequani was more wretched and grievous than that of the rest on this account, because they alone durst not even in secret complain or supplicate aid, and shuddered at the cruelty of Ariovistus even when absent, just as if he were present, for, to the rest, despite of everything, there was an opportunity of flight given, but all tortures must be endured by the Sequani, who had admitted Ariovistus within their territories, and whose towns were all in his power. Section 33. Caesar, on being informed of these things, cheered the minds of the Gauls with his words, and promised that this affair should be an object of his concern, saying that he had great hopes that Ariovistus, induced both by his kindness and his power, would put an end to his oppression. After delivering this speech, he dismissed the assembly, and besides those statements, many circumstances induced him to think that this affair ought to be considered and taken up by him, especially as he saw that the Aedui, styled as they had been repeatedly by the Senate brethren and kinsmen, were held in the thraldom and dominion of the Germans, and understood that their hostages were with Ariovistus and the Sequani, which in so mighty an empire as that of the Roman people he considered very disgraceful to himself and the Republic, that moreover the Germans should by degrees become accustomed to cross the Rhine, and that a great body of them should come into Gaul he saw would be dangerous to the Roman people, and judged that wild and savage men would not be likely to restrain themselves after they had possessed themselves of all Gaul, from going forth into the province and thence marching into Italy as the Cimbrian Teutones had done before them, particularly as the Rhone was the sole barrier that separated the Sequani from our province, against which events he thought he ought to provide as speedily as possible. Moreover, Ariovistus, for his part, had assumed to himself such pride and arrogance that he was felt to be quite insufferable. Section 34. He therefore determined to send ambassadors to Ariovistus to demand of him to name some intermediate spot for a conference between the two, saying that he wished to treat with him on state business and matters of the highest importance to both of them. To this embassy Ariovistus replied that if he himself had had need of anything from Caesar, he would have gone to him, and that if Caesar wanted anything from him, he ought to come to him. That, besides, neither dare he go without an army into those parts of Gaul which Caesar had possession of, nor could he without great expense and trouble draw his army together to one place. That to him, moreover, it appeared strange what business either Caesar or the Roman people at all had in his own Gaul, which he had conquered in war. Section 35. When these answers were reported to Caesar, he sends ambassadors to him a second time, with this message, since, after having been treated with so much kindness by himself and the Rwad people, as he had in his consulship, B.C. 59, been styled king and friend by the Senate, he makes this recompense to Caesar himself and the Roman people, viz., that when invited to a conference he demurs, and does not think that it concerns him to advise and inform himself about an object of mutual interest. These are the things which he requires of him. First, that he do not any more bring over any body of men across the Rhine into Gaul. In the next place, that he restore the hostages which he has from the Aedui, and grant the Sequani permission to restore to them with his consent those hostages which they have, and that he neither provoke the Aedui by outrage, nor make war upon them or their allies. If he would accordingly do this, Caesar says that he himself and the Roman people will entertain a perpetual feeling of favor and friendship towards him, but that if he, Caesar, does not obtain his desires, that he, forasmuch as in the consulship of Marcus Messala and Marcus Piso B.C. 61, the Senate had decreed that whoever should have the administration of the province of Gaul should, as far as he could do so consistently with the interests of the Republic, protect the Aedui and the other friends of the Roman people, will not overlook the wrongs of the Aedui. Section 36, to this Ariovistus replied, that the right of war was that they who had conquered should govern those whom they had conquered, in what manner they please. That in that way the Roman people were wont to govern the nations which they had conquered, not according to the dictation of any other, but according to their own discretion, if he for his part did not dictate to the Roman people as to the manner in which they were to exercise their right. He ought not to be obstructed by the Roman people in his right. That the Aedui, inasmuch as they had tried the fortune of war and had engaged in arms and been conquered, had become tributaries to him. That Caesar was doing a great injustice, in that by his arrival he was making his revenues less valuable to him, that he should not restore their hostages to the Aedui, but should not make war wrongfully either upon them or their allies, if they abided by that which had been agreed on, and paid their tribute annually. If they did not continue to do that, the Roman people's name of brothers would avail them not. As to Caesar's threatening him that he would not overlook the wrongs of the Aedui, he said that no one had ever entered into a contest with him, Ariovistus, without utter ruin to himself. That Caesar might enter the lists when he chose, he would feel what the invincible Germans, well trained as they were beyond all others to arms, who for 14 years had not been beneath a roof, could achieve by their valor. Section 37. At the same time that this message was delivered to Caesar, ambassadors came from the Aedui and the Trivari. From the Aedui to complain that the Haruts, who had lately been brought over into Gaul, were ravaging their territories, that they had not been able to purchase peace from Ariovistus even by giving hostages, and from the Trivari to state that 100 cantons of the Suevi had encamped on the banks of the Rhine and were attempting to cross it. That the brothers, Nasuas and Symbirius, headed them. Being greatly alarmed at these things, Caesar thought that he ought to use all despatch, lest if this new band of Suevi should unite with the old troops of Ariovistus, Ariovistus might be less easily withstood. Having therefore, as quickly as he could, provided a supply of corn, he hastened to Ariovistus by forced marches. Section 38. When he had proceeded 3 days' journey, word was brought to him that Ariovistus was hastening with all his forces to seize on Byzantium, which is the largest town of the Sequani, and had advanced 3 days' journey from his territories. Caesar thought that he ought to take the greatest precautions lest this should happen, for there was in that town a most ample supply of everything which was serviceable for war, and so fortified was it by the nature of the ground as to afford a great facility for protracting the war, inasmuch as the river Dobbs almost surrounds the whole town, as though it were traced round it with a pair of compasses. A mountain of great height shuts in the remaining space, which is not more than 600 feet, where the river leaves a gap in such a manner that the roots of that mountain extend to the river's bank on either side. A wall thrown around it makes a citadel of this mountain and connects it with the town. Hither Caesar hastens by forced marches by night and day, and, after having seized the town, stations a garrison there. Section 39. Whilst he is tarrying a few days at Byzantium on account of corn and provisions, from the inquiries of our men and the reports of the Gauls and traders, who asserted that the Germans were men of huge stature, of incredible valor and practice in arms that ofttimes they, on encountering them, could not bear even their countenance, and the fierceness of their eyes, so great a panic on a sudden seized the whole army, as to discompose the minds and spirits of all in no slight degree. This first arose from the tribunes of the soldiers, the prefects, and the rest, who, having followed Caesar from the city Rome from motives of friendship, had no great experience in military affairs, and alleging, some of them one reason, some another, which they said made it necessary for them to depart, they requested that by his consent they might be allowed to withdraw. Some, influenced by shame, stayed behind in order that they might avoid the suspicion of cowardice. These could neither compose their countenance, nor even sometimes check their tears, but hidden in their tents either bewailed their fate or deplored with their comrades the general danger. Wills were sealed universally throughout the whole camp. By the expressions and cowardice of these men, even those who possessed great experience in the camp, both soldiers and centurions, and those, the decurions who were in command of the cavalry, were gradually disconcerted. Such of them as wished to be considered less alarmed said that they did not dread the enemy, but feared the narrowness of the roads and the vastness of the forests which lay between them and Ariovistus, or else that the supplies could not be brought up readily enough. Some even declared to Caesar that when he gave orders for the camp to be moved, and the troops to advance, the soldiers would not be obedient to the command, nor advance in consequence of their fear. Section 40. When Caesar observed these things, having called a council and summoned to it the centurions of all the companies, he severely reprimanded them, particularly for supposing that it belonged to them to inquire or conjecture, either in what direction they were marching, or with what object that Ariovistus, during his Caesar's consulship, had most anxiously sought after the friendship of the Roman people. Why should anyone judge that he would so rashly depart from his duty? He, for his part, was persuaded that, when his demands were known, and the fairness of the terms considered, he would reject neither his nor the Roman people's favor. But even if, driven on by rage and madness, he should make war upon them, what after all were they afraid of? Or why should they despair either of their own valor or of his zeal? Of that enemy, a trial had been made within our father's recollection, when, on the defeat of the Cimbri and Teutonians by Caius Marius, the army was regarded as having deserved no less praise than their commander himself. It had been made lately, too, in Italy, during the rebellion of the slaves, whom, however, the experience and training which they had received from us assisted in some respect, from which a judgment might be formed of the advantages which resolution carries with it, inasmuch as those whom for some time they had groundlessly dreaded, when unarmed, they had afterwards vanquished, when well armed and flushed with success. In short, that these were the same men whom the Helvetii in frequent encounters, not only in their own territories, but also in theirs, the German, have generally vanquished, and yet cannot have been a match for our army. If the unsuccessful battle and flight of the Gauls disquieted any, these, if they made inquiries, might discover that when the Gauls had been tired out by the long duration of the war, Ariovistus, after he had many months kept himself in his camp and in the marshes, and had given no opportunity for an engagement, fell suddenly upon them, by this time despairing of a battle, and scattered in all directions, and was victorious more through stratagem and cunning than valor. But though there had been room for such stratagem against savage and unskilled men, not even Ariovistus himself expected that thereby our armies could be entrapped. That those who ascribed their fear to a pretense about the deficiency of supplies and the narrowness of the roads acted presumptuously, as they seemed either to distrust their general's discharge of his duty or to dictate to him. That these things were his concern, that the Sequani, the Luci, and the Lingones were to furnish the corn, and that it was already ripe in the fields, that as to the road they would soon be able to judge for themselves. As to its being reported that the soldiers would not be obedient to command or advance, he was not at all disturbed at that, for he knew that in the case of all those whose army had not been obedient to command, either upon some mismanagement of an affair fortune had deserted them, or that upon some crime being discovered, covetousness had been clearly proved against them. His integrity had been seen throughout his whole life, his good fortune in the war with the Helvetii, that he would therefore instantly set about what he had intended to put off till a more distant day, and would break up his camp the next night, in the fourth watch, that he might ascertain as soon as possible whether a sense of honor and duty, or whether fear had more influence with them. But that, if no one else should follow, yet he would go with only the 10th Legion, of which he had no misgivings, and it should be his praetorian cohort. This legion Caesar had both greatly favored, and in it, on account of its valor, placed the greatest confidence, exioi, upon the delivery of this speech. The minds of all were changed in a surprising manner, and the highest ardor and eagerness for prosecuting the war were engendered. And the 10th Legion was the first to return thanks to him through their military tribunes, for his having expressed this most favorable opinion of them and assured him that they were quite ready to prosecute the war. Then the other legions endeavored through their military tribunes and the centurions of the principal companies to excuse themselves to Caesar, saying that they had never either doubted or feared or supposed that the determination of the conduct of the war was theirs, and not their general's. Having accepted their excuse, and having had the road carefully reconnoitered by Diviciacus, because in him of all others he had the greatest faith, he found that by a circuitous route of more than 50 miles he might lead his army through open parts, He then set out in the 4th watch, as he had said he would. On the 7th day, as he did not discontinue his march, he was informed by scouts that the forces of Ariovistus were only 24 miles distant from ours. Section 42. Upon being apprised of Caesar's arrival, Ariovistus sends ambassadors to him, saying that what he had before requested as to a conference might now, as far as his permission went, take place, since Caesar had approached nearer. And he considered that he might now do it without danger. Caesar did not reject the proposal and began to think that he was now returning to a rational state of mind, as he spontaneously proffered that which he had previously refused to him when requesting it, and was in great hopes that, in consideration of his own and the Roman people's great favors towards him, the issue would be that he would desist from his obstinacy upon his demands being made known. The 5th day after that was appointed as the day of conference. Meanwhile, as ambassadors were being often sent to and fro between them, Ariovistus demanded that Caesar should not bring any foot soldier with him to the conference, saying that he was afraid of being ensnared by him through treachery, that both should come accompanied by cavalry, that he would not come on any other condition. Caesar, as he neither wished that the conference should, by an excuse thrown in the way, be set aside, nor durst trust his life to the cavalry of the Gauls, decided that it would be most expedient to take away from the Gallic cavalry all their horses, and thereon to mount the legionary soldiers of the 10th Legion, in which he placed the greatest confidence, in order that he might have a bodyguard as trustworthy as possible, should there be any need for action. And when this was done, one of the soldiers of the 10th Legion said, not without a touch of humor, that Caesar did more for them than he had promised. He had promised to have the 10th Legion in place of his Praetorian cohort, but he now converted them into horse. Section 43. There was a large plain, and in it a mound of earth of considerable size. This spot was at nearly an equal distance from both camps. Thither, as had been appointed, they came for the conference. Caesar stationed the legion, which he had brought with him on horseback, 200 paces from this mound. The cavalry of Ariovistus also took their stand at an equal distance. Ariovistus then demanded that they should confer on horseback, and that, besides themselves, they should bring with them 10 men each to the conference. When they were come to the place, Caesar, in the opening of his speech, detailed his own and the Senate's favors towards him, Ariovistus, in that he had been styled king, in that he had been styled friend by the Senate, in that very considerable presents had been sent him, which circumstance he informed him had both fallen to the lot of few, and had usually been bestowed in consideration of important personal services. That he, although he had neither an introduction nor a just ground for the request, had obtained these honors through the kindness and munificence of himself, Caesar, and the Senate. He informed him, too, how old and how just were the grounds of connection that existed between themselves, the Romans and the Aedui, what decrees of the Senate had been passed in their favor, and how frequent and how honorable, how from time immemorial the Aedui had held the supremacy of the whole of Gaul, even said Caesar before they had sought our friendship, that it was the custom of the Roman people to desire not only that its allies and friends should lose none of their property, but be advanced in influence, dignity, and honor. Who then could endure that what they had brought with them to the friendship of the Roman people should be torn from them? He then made the same demands which he had commissioned the ambassadors to make. That Ariovistus should not make war either upon the Aedui or their allies, that he should restore the hostages, that if he could not send back to their country any part of the Germans, he should at all events suffer none of them any more to cross the Rhine. Section 44. Ariovistus replied briefly to the demands of Caesar, but expatiated largely on his own virtues, that he had crossed the Rhine not of his own accord, but on being invited and sent for by the Gauls, that he had not left home and kindred without great expectations and great rewards, that he had settlements in Gaul granted by the Gauls themselves, that the hostages had been given by their own good will, that he took by right of war the tribute which conquerors are accustomed to impose on the conquered, that he had not made war upon the Gauls, but the Gauls upon him, that all the states of Gaul came to attack him and had encamped against him, that all their forces had been routed and beaten by him in a single battle, that if they chose to make a second trial, he was ready to encounter them again. But if they chose to enjoy peace, it was unfair to refuse the tribute, which of their own free will they had paid up to that time. That the friendship of the Roman people ought to prove to him an ornament and a safeguard, not a detriment, and that he sought it with that expectation. But if, through the Roman people, the tribute was to be discontinued, and those who surrendered to be seduced from him, he would renounce the friendship of the Roman people no less heartily than he had sought it. As to his leading over a host of Germans into Gaul, that he was doing this with a view of securing himself, not of assaulting Gaul, that there was evidence of this, in that he did not come without being invited, and in that he did not make war, but merely warded it off, that he had come into Gaul before the Roman people, that never before this time did a Roman army go beyond the frontiers of the province of Gaul, that this was his province of Gaul just as that is ours, as it ought not to be pardoned in him if he were to make an attack upon our territories. So likewise, that we were unjust to obstruct him in his prerogative. As for Caesar saying that the Aedui had been styled brethren by the Senate, he was not so uncivilized nor so ignorant of affairs as not to know that the Aedui in the very last war with the Allobroges had neither rendered assistance to the Romans, nor received any from the Roman people in the struggles which the Aedui had been maintaining with him and with the Sequani. He must feel suspicious that Caesar, though feigning friendship as the reason for his keeping an army in Gaul, was keeping it with the view of crushing him, and that unless he depart and withdraw his army from these parts, he shall regard him not as a friend but as a foe, and that even if he should put him to death, he should do what would please many of the nobles and leading men of the Roman people. He had assurance of that from themselves through their messengers, and could purchase the favor and the friendship of them all by his Caesar's death. But if he would depart and resign to him the free possession of Gaul, he would recompense him with a great reward, and would bring to a close whatever wars he wished to be carried on without any trouble or risk to him. Section 45. Many things were stated by Caesar to the effect to show why he could not waive the business, and that neither his nor the Roman people's practice would suffer him to abandon most meritorious allies. Nor did he deem that Gaul belonged to Ariovistus rather than to the Roman people, that the Arverni and the Ruteni had been subdued in war by Quintus Fabius Maximus, and that the Roman people had pardoned them and had not reduced them into a province or imposed a tribute upon them. And if the most ancient period was to be regarded, then was the sovereignty of the Roman people in Gaul most just. If the decree of the Senate was to be observed, then ought Gaul to be free, which they, the Romans, had conquered in war, and had permitted to enjoy its own laws. Section 46. While these things are being transacted in the conference, it was announced to Caesar that the cavalry of Ariovistus were approaching nearer the mound, and were riding up to our men and casting stones and weapons at them. Caesar made an end of his speech and betook himself to his men, and commanded them that they should by no means return a weapon upon the enemy. For though he saw that an engagement with the cavalry would be without any danger to his chosen legion, yet he did not think proper to engage, lest, after the enemy were routed, it might be said that they had been ensnared by him under the sanction of a conference. When it was spread abroad among the common soldiery with what haughtiness Ariovistus had behaved at the conference, and how he had ordered the Romans to quit Gaul, and how his cavalry had made an attack upon our men, and how this had broken off the conference, a much greater alacrity and eagerness for battle was infused into our army. Section 47, 2 days after, Ariovistus sends ambassadors to Caesar, to state that he wished to treat with him about those things which had been begun to be treated of between them, but had not been concluded, and to beg that he would either again appoint a day for a conference, or, if he were not willing to do that he would send one of his officers as an ambassador to him. There did not appear to Caesar any good reason for holding a conference, and the more so as the day before the Germans could not be restrained from casting weapons at our men. He thought he should not without great danger send to him as ambassador one of his Roman officers, and should expose him to savage men. It seemed, therefore, most proper to send to him Cavalerius Priscillus, the son of Cavalerius Caburus, a young man of the highest courage and accomplishment, whose father had been presented with the freedom of the city by Cavalerius Flaccus, both on account of his fidelity and on account of his knowledge of the Gallic language, which Ariovistus, by long practice, now spoke fluently. And because in his case, the Germans would have no motive for committing violence, and as his colleague, Mattius, who had shared the hospitality of Ariovistus, he commissioned them to learn what Ariovistus had to say and to report to him. But when Ariovistus saw them before him in his camp, he cried out in the presence of his army. Why were they come to him? Was it for the purpose of acting as spies? He stopped them when attempting to speak and cast them into chains. Section 48. The same day he moved his camp forward and pitched under a hill 6 miles from Caesar's camp. The day following he led his forces past Caesar's camp and encamped 2 miles beyond him, with this design that he might cut off Caesar from the corn and provisions which might be conveyed to him from the Sequani and the Idu. For 5 successive days from that day, Caesar drew out his forces before the camp and put them in battle order, that if Ariovistus should be willing to engage in battle, an opportunity might not be wanting to him. Ariovistus all this time kept his army in camp, but engaged daily in cavalry skirmishes. The method of battle in which the Germans had practiced themselves was this. There were 6,000 horse, and as many very active and courageous foot, one of whom each of the horse selected out of the whole army for his own protection. By these foot they were constantly accompanied in their engagements. To these the horse retired. These on any emergency rushed forward. If anyone, upon receiving a very severe wound, had fallen from his horse, they stood around him. If it was necessary to advance farther than usual, or to retreat more rapidly. So great, from practice, was their swiftness, that, supported by the manes of the horses, they could keep pace with their speed. Section 49. Perceiving that Ariovistus kept himself in camp, Caesar, that he might not any longer be cut off from provisions, chose a convenient position for a camp beyond that place in which the Germans had encamped, at about 600 paces from them. And having drawn up his army in 3 lines, marched to that place. He ordered the first and second lines to be under arms, the third to fortify the camp. This place was distant from the enemy about 600 paces, as has been stated. Thither Ariovistus sent light troops, about 16 men in number, with all his cavalry, which forces were to intimidate our men and hinder them in their fortification. Caesar, nevertheless, as he had before arranged, ordered 2 lines to drive off the enemy, the third to execute the work. The camp being fortified, he left there 2 legions and a portion of the auxiliaries, and led back the other 4 legions into the larger camp. Section 50. The next day, according to his custom, Caesar led out his forces from both camps, and having advanced a little from the larger one, drew up his line of battle and gave the enemy an opportunity of fighting. When he found that they did not even then come out from their entrenchments, he led back his army into camp about noon. Then at last, Ariovistus sent part of his forces to attack the lesser camp. The battle was vigorously maintained on both sides till the evening. At sunset, after many wounds had been inflicted and received, Ariovistus led back his forces into camp. When Caesar inquired of his prisoners, wherefore Ariovistus did not come to an engagement, he discovered this to be the reason that among the Germans it was the custom for their matrons to pronounce from lots and divination whether it were expedient that the battle should be engaged in or not. That they had said that it was not the will of heaven that the Germans should conquer if they engaged in battle before the new moon. Section 51. The day following, Caesar left what seemed sufficient as a guard for both camps, and then drew up all the auxiliaries in sight of the enemy before the lesser camp, because he was not very powerful in the number of legionary soldiers, considering the number of the enemy, that thereby he might make use of his auxiliaries for appearance. He himself, having drawn up his army in 3 lines, advanced to the camp of the enemy. Then at last, of necessity, the Germans drew their forces out of camp, and disposed them canton by canton, at equal distances, the Harudes, Marcomanni, Treboxi, Vangiones, Nemitz, Seducii, Suevi, and surrounded their whole army with their chariots and wagons, that no hope might be left in flight. On these they placed their women, who, with disheveled hair and in tears, entreated the soldiers, as they went forward to battle, not to deliver them into slavery to the Romans. Section 52. Caesar appointed over each legion a lieutenant, and Equester, that everyone might have them as witnesses of his valor. He himself began the battle at the head of the right wing, because he had observed that part of the enemy to be the least strong. Accordingly, our men, upon the signal being given, vigorously made an attack upon the enemy, and the enemy so suddenly and rapidly rushed forward that there was no time for casting the javelins at them. Throwing aside, therefore, their javelins, they fought with swords hand to hand. But the Germans, according to their custom, rapidly forming a phalanx, sustained the attack of our swords. There were found very many of our soldiers who leaped upon the phalanx, and with their hands tore away the shields and wounded the enemy from above. Although the army of the enemy was routed on the left wing and put to flight, they still pressed heavily on our men from the right wing by the great number of their troops. On observing which, Crassus, a young man who commanded the cavalry, as he was more disengaged than those who were employed in the fight, sent the third line as a relief to our men who were in distress. Section 53. Thereupon the engagement was renewed, and all the enemy turned their backs, nor did they cease to flee until they arrived at the river Rhine, about 50 miles from that place. There some few, either relying on their strength, endeavored to swim over, or finding boats, procured their safety. Among the latter was Ariovistus, who, meeting with a small vessel tied to the bank, escaped in it. Our horse pursued and slew all the rest of them. Ariovistus had 2 wives, one a Suevan by nation, whom he had brought with him from home, the other a Norican, the sister of King Votian, whom he had married in Gaul, she having been sent thither for that purpose by her brother. Both perished in that flight. Of their 2 daughters, one was slain, the other captured. See, Valerius Procillus, as he was being dragged by his guards in the flight, bound with a triple chain, fell into the hands of Caesar himself, as he was pursuing the enemy with his cavalry. This circumstance indeed afforded Caesar no less pleasure than the victory itself, because he saw a man of the first rank in the province of Gaul, his intimate acquaintance and friend, rescued from the hand of the enemy, and restored to him, and that fortune had not diminished aught of the joy and exultation of that day by his destruction. Procillus said that in his own presence the lots had been thrice consulted respecting him, whether he should immediately be put to death by fire, or be reserved for another time, that by the favor of the lots he was uninjured. And Medius also was found and brought back to him, Caesar. Section 54. This battle having been reported beyond the Rhine, the Suevi, who had come to the banks of that river, began to return home, when the Ubii, who dwelt nearest to the Rhine, pursuing them, while much alarmed, slew a great number of them. Caesar, having concluded 2 very important wars in one campaign, conducted his army into winter quarters among the Sequani a little earlier than the season of the year required. He appointed Labienus over the winter quarters, and set out in person for Hither Gaul to hold the assizes. Chapter 2, Book 2, Section 1. While Caesar was in winter quarters in Hither Gaul, as we have shown above, frequent reports were brought to him, and he was also informed by letters from Labienus that all the Belgi, who we have said are a third part of Gaul, were entering into a confederacy against the Roman people, and giving hostages to one another, that the reasons of the confederacy were these: first, because they feared that, after all, Celtic Gaul was subdued, our army would be led against them. Secondly, because they were instigated by several of the Gauls, some of whom, as on the one hand, they had been unwilling that the Germans should remain any longer in Gaul, so on the other they were dissatisfied that the army of the Roman people should pass the winter in it, and settle there, and others of them, from a natural instability and fickleness of disposition, were anxious for a revolution. The Belgi were instigated by several also, because the government in Gaul was generally seized upon by the more powerful persons and by those who had the means of hiring troops, and they could less easily effect this object under our dominion. Section 2. Alarmed by these tidings and letters, Caesar levied 2 new legions in Hither Gaul, and, at the beginning of summer, sent Cupedius, his lieutenant, to conduct them further into Gaul. He himself, as soon as there began to be plenty of forage, came to the army. He gives a commission to the Senones and the other Gauls who were neighbors of the Belgi to learn what is going on amongst them, that is the Belgi, and inform him of these matters. These all uniformly reported that troops were being raised, and that an army was being collected in one place. Then indeed he thought that he ought not to hesitate about proceeding towards them, and having provided supplies, moves his camp, and in about 15 days arrives at the territories of the Belgi. Section 2. As he arrived there unexpectedly and sooner than anyone anticipated, the Remi, who are the nearest of the Belgi to Celtic Gaul, sent to him Isius and Antibrogius, two of the principal persons of the state, as their ambassadors, to tell him that they surrendered themselves and all their possessions to the protection and disposal of the Roman people, and that they had neither combined with the rest of the Belgi, nor entered into any confederacy against the Roman people, and were prepared to give hostages, to obey his commands, to receive him into their towns, and to aid him with corn and other things, that all the rest of the Belgi were in arms, and that the Germans, who dwell on this side the Rhine, had joined themselves to them, and that so great was the infatuation of them, all that they could not restrain, even the Suessians, their own brethren and kinsmen, who enjoy the same rights and the same laws, and who have one government and one magistracy in common with themselves, from uniting with them. Section 4. When Caesar inquired of them what states were in arms, how powerful they were, and what they could do in war, he received the following information, that the greater part of the Belgi were sprung from the Germans, and that having crossed the Rhine at an early period, they had settled there on account of the fertility of the country, and had driven out the Gauls who inhabited those regions, and that they were the only people who, in the memory of our fathers, when all Gaul was overrun, had prevented the Teutonans and the Cimbri from entering their territories, the effect of which was that, from the recollection of those events, they assumed to themselves great authority and haughtiness in military matters. The Remi said that they had known accurately everything respecting their number, because being united to them by neighborhood and by alliances, they had learnt what number each state had in the general council of the Belgi promise for that war, that the Bellovaci were the most powerful amongst them in valor, influence, and number of men, that these could muster 100 armed men, and had promised 60 picked men out of that number, and demanded for themselves the command of the whole war, that the Suessians were their nearest neighbors and possessed a very extensive and fertile country, that among them, even in our own memory, Diviciacus, the most powerful man of all Gaul, had been king, who had held the government of a great part of these regions, as well as of Britain, that their king at present was Galba, that the direction of the whole war was conferred by the consent of all upon him, on account of his integrity and prudence, that they had 12 towns, that they had promised 50 armed men, and that the Nervi are reckoned the most warlike among them, and are situated at a very great distance, had promised as many. The Atrebatus, 15 the Ambiani, 10 the Morini, 25 the Menapu, 9,000, the Calati, 10 the Velocuses and the Viromandui, as many, the Adjuatusi, the Eburonanes, the Carisi. The Pimani, who are called by the common name of Germans, had promised, they thought, to the number of 40, section 5. Caesar, having encouraged the Remi and addressed them courteously, ordered the whole Senate to assemble before him, and the children of their chief men to be brought to him as hostages, all which commands they punctually performed by the day appointed. He, addressing himself to Diviciacus the Aeduan with great earnestness, points out how much it concerns the Republic and their common security that the forces of the enemy should be divided, so that it might not be necessary to engage with so large a number at one time. He asserts that this might be effected if the Aedui would lead their forces into the territories of the Bellovaci and begin to lay waste their country. With these instructions, he dismissed him from his presence, after he perceived that all the forces of the Belgi, which had been collected in one place, were approaching towards him, and learned from the scouts whom he had sent out, and also from the Remi, that they were not then far distant. He hastened to lead his army over the Isnane, which is on the borders of the Remi, and there pitched his camp. This position fortified one side of his camp by the banks of the river, rendered the country which lay in his rear secure from the enemy. and furthermore ensured that provisions might, without danger, be brought to him by the Remi and the rest of the states. Over that river was a bridge. There he places a guard, and on the other side of the river he leaves Q. Titurus Sabinus, his lieutenant, with 6 cohorts. He orders him to fortify a camp with a rampart 12 feet in height and a trench 18 feet in breadth. Section 6. There was a town of the Remi by name Bibrax, 8 miles distant from this camp. This the Belgae on their march began to attack with great vigor. The assault was with difficulty sustained for that day. The Gauls' mode of besieging is the same as that of the Belgae. When after having drawn a large number of men around the whole of the fortifications, stones have begun to be cast against the wall on all sides, and the wall has been stripped of its defenders, then, forming a testudo, they advanced to the gates and undermined the wall, which was easily effected on this occasion, for while so large a number were casting stones and darts, no one was able to maintain his position upon the wall. When night had put an end to the assault, Ishisu was then in command of the town, one of the Remi, a man of the highest rank and influence amongst his people, and one of those who had come to Caesar as ambassador to sue for a peace, sends messengers to him to report that, unless assistance were sent to him, he could not hold out any longer. Section 7. Thither immediately after midnight, Caesar, using as guides the same persons who had come to him as messengers from Nicaeus, sends some Numidian and Cretan archers and some Illyrian slingers as a relief to the townspeople, by whose arrival both had desired to resist together with the hope of making good their defense was infused into the Remi, and for the same reason the hope of gaining the town abandoned the enemy. Therefore, after staying a short time before the town, and laying waste the country of the Remi, when all the villages and buildings which they could approach had been burnt, they hastened with all their forces to the camp of Caesar, and encamped within less than 2 miles of it, and their camp, as was indicated by the smoke and fires, extended more than 8 miles in breadth. Section 8. Caesar at first determined to decline a battle, as well on account of the great number of the enemy, as their distinguished reputation for valor. Daily, however, in cavalry actions, he strove to ascertain by frequent trials what the enemy could effect by their prowess, and what our men would dare, when he perceived that our men were not inferior. As the place before the camp was naturally convenient and suitable for marshalling an army, since the hill where the camp was pitched, rising gradually from the plain, extended forward in breadth, as far as the space which the marshaled army could occupy, and had steep declines of its side in either direction, and gently sloping in front, gradually sank to the plain. On either side of that hill he drew a cross trench of about 400 paces, and at the extremities of that trench built forts, and placed there his military engines, lest, after he had marshaled his army, the enemy, since they were so powerful in point of number, should be able to surround his men in the flank while fighting. After doing this, and leaving in the camp the 2 legions which he had last raised, that, if there should be any occasion, they might be brought as a reserve, he formed the other 6 legions in order of battle before the camp. The enemy, likewise, had drawn up their forces which they had brought out of the camp. Section 9. There was a marsh of no great extent between our army and that of the enemy. The latter were waiting to see if our men would pass this. Our men also were ready in arms to attack them while disordered, if the first attempt to pass should be made by them. In the meantime, battle was commenced between the 2 armies by a cavalry action. When neither army began to pass the marsh, Caesar, upon the skirmishes of the horse proving favorable to our men, led back his forces into the camp. The enemy immediately hastened from that place to the river Aisne, which it has been stated was behind our camp. Finding a ford there, they endeavored to lead a part of their forces over it, with the design that if they could, they might carry by storm the fort which Titurius, Caesar's lieutenant, commanded, and might cut off the bridge. But if they could not do that, they should lay waste the lands of the Remi, which were of great use to us in carrying on the war, and might hinder our men from foraging. Section 10. Caesar, being apprised of this by Titurius, leads all his cavalry and light-armed Numidians, slingers and archers, over the bridge, and hastens towards them. There was a severe struggle in that place. Our men attacking in the river the disordered enemy slew a great part of them. By the immense number of their missiles, they drove back the rest, who in a most courageous manner were attempting to pass over their bodies and surrounded with their cavalry, and cut to pieces those who had first crossed the river. The enemy, when they perceived that their hopes had deceived them both with regard to their taking the town by storm, and also that their passing the river, and did not see our men advance to a more disadvantageous place for the purpose of fighting. And when provisions began to fail them, having called a council, determined that it was best for each to return to his country, and resolved to assemble from all quarters to defend those into whose territory the Romans should first march an army, that they might contend in their own rather than in a foreign country, and might enjoy the stores of provisions which they possessed at home. Together with other causes, this consideration also led them to that resolution, viz., that they had learnt that Diviciacus and the Aedui were approaching the territories of the Bellovaci, and it was impossible to persuade the latter to stay any longer or to deter them from conveying succor to their own people. Section 11. That matter being determined on, marching out of their camp at the second watch, with great noise and confusion in no fixed order nor under any command, since each sought for himself the foremost place in the journey, and hastened to reach home, they made their departure appear very like a flight. Caesar, immediately learning this through his scouts, but fearing an ambuscade because he had not yet discovered for what reason they were departing, kept his army and cavalry within the camp. At daybreak, the intelligence having been confirmed by the scouts, he sent forward his cavalry to harass their rear, and gave the command of it to two of his lieutenants, Cupedius and L. Aurunculius Cotta. He ordered T. Labienus, another of his lieutenants, to follow them closely with 3 legions. These, attacking their rear and pursuing them for many miles, slew a great number of them as they were fleeing, while those in the rear with whom they had come up halted and bravely sustained the attack of our soldiers. The van, because they appeared to be removed from danger, and were not restrained by any necessity or command, as soon as the noise was heard, broke their ranks, and, to a man, wrested their safety in flight. Thus, without any risk to themselves, our men killed as great a number of them as the length of the day allowed, and at sunset desisted from the pursuit, and betook themselves into the camp, as they had been commanded. Section 12. On the day following, before the enemy could recover from their terror and flight, Caesar led his army into the territories of the Suessianese, which are next to the Remi, and having accomplished a long march, hastens to the town named Novia Dunum. Having attempted to take it by storm on his march, because he heard that it was destitute of sufficient defenders, he was not able to carry it by assault, on account of the breadth of the ditch and the height of the wall, though few were defending it. Therefore, having fortified the camp, he began to bring up the Vaniae, and to provide whatever things were necessary for the storm. In the meantime, the whole body of the Suessianese, after their flight, came the next night into the town. The Vaniae, having been quickly brought up against the town, a mound thrown up, and towers built, the goals, amazed by the greatness of the works, such as they had neither seen or heard of before, and struck also by the dispatch of the Romans, send ambassadors to Caesar respecting a surrender, and succeed in consequence of the Remi, requesting that they, the Suessiones, might be spared. Section 13. Caesar, having received as hostages the first men of the state, and even the 2 sons of King Galba himself, and all the arms in the town having been delivered up, admitted the Suessianese to a surrender, and led his army against the Bellovaci, who, when they had conveyed themselves and all their possessions into the town called Bradus Pantium, and Caesar with his army was about 5 miles distant from that town, all the old men going out of the town began to stretch out their hands to Caesar, and to intimate by their voice that they would throw themselves on his protection and power, nor would contend in arms against the Roman people. In like manner, when he had come up to the town, and there pitched his camp, the boys and the women from the wall, with outstretched hands after their custom, begged peace from the Romans. Section 14. For these Diviciacus pleads, for after the departure of the Belgi, having dismissed the troops of the Aedui, he had returned to Caesar. The Bellovaci had at all times been in the alliance and friendship of the adjoint state, that they had revolted from the Aedui and made war upon the Roman people, being urged thereto by their nobles, who said that the Aedui reduced to slavery by Caesar were suffering every indignity and insult, that they, who had been the leaders of that plot, because they perceived how great a calamity they had brought upon the state, had fled into Britain, that not only the Bellovaci, but also the Aedui, entreated him to use his accustomed clemency and lenity towards them, the Bellovaci, which, if he did, he would increase the influence of the Aedui among all the Belgi, by whose succor and resources they had been accustomed to support themselves whenever any wars occurred. Section 15. Caesar said that on account of his respect for Diviciacus and the Aeduans, he would receive them into his protection, and would spare them, but because the state was of great influence among the Belgi, and preeminent in the number of its population, he demanded 600 hostages. When these were delivered and all the arms in the town collected, he went from that place into the territories of the Ambiani, who, without delay, surrendered themselves and all their possessions. Upon their territories bordered the Nervi, concerning whose character and customs, when Caesar inquired, he received the following information: that there was no access for merchants to them, that they suffered no wine and other things tending to luxury to be imported, because they thought that by their use the mind is enervated and the courage impaired, that they were a savage people and of great bravery, that they upbraided and condemned the rest of the Belgi, who had surrendered themselves to the Roman people, and thrown aside their national courage, that they openly declared they would neither send ambassadors, nor accept any condition of peace. Section 16. After he had made 3 days' march through their territories, he discovered from some prisoners that the river Sambre was not more than 10 miles from his camp, that all the Nervi had stationed themselves on the other side of that river, and together with the Atrebates and the Veromandui, their neighbors, were there awaiting the arrival of the Romans. For they had persuaded both these nations to try the same fortune of war as themselves, that the forces of the Aduatuci were also expected by them and were on their march, that they had put their women, and those who through age appeared useless for war, in a place to which there was no approach for an army on account of the marshes. Section 17. Having learnt these things, he sends forward scouts and centurions to choose a convenient place for the camp. And as a great many of the surrounding Belgi and other Gauls, following Caesar, marched with him, some of these, as was afterwards learnt from the prisoners, having accurately observed during those days, the army's method of marching, went by night to the Nervi, and informed them that a great number of baggage trains passed between the several legions, and that there would be no difficulty when the first legion had come into the camp and the other legions were at a great distance to attack that legion while under baggage, which being routed and the baggage train seized, it would come to pass that the other legions would not dare to stand their ground. It added weight also to the advice of those who reported that circumstance, that the Nervi from early times, because they were weak in cavalry, for not even at this time do they attend to it, but accomplish by their infantry whatever they can, in order that they might the more easily obstruct the cavalry of their neighbors if they came upon them for the purpose of plundering, having cut young trees and bent them by means of their numerous branches extending onto the sides. And the quick briars and thorns springing up between them had made these hedges present a fortification like a wall, through which it was not only impossible to enter, but even to penetrate with the eye. Since, therefore, the march of our army would be obstructed by these things, the Nervi thought that the advice ought not to be neglected by them. Section 18. The nature of the ground which our men had chosen for the camp was this: a hill, declining evenly from the top, extended to the river Sambre, which we have mentioned above. From this river there arose a second hill of like ascent on the other side, and opposite to the former, and open from about 200 paces at the lowest part, but in the upper part woody, so much so, that it was not easy to see through it into the interior. Within those woods the enemy kept themselves in concealment. A few troops of horse soldiers appeared on the open ground along the river. The depth of the river was about 3 feet. Section 19. Caesar, having sent his cavalry on before, followed close after them with all his forces, but the plan and order of the march was different from that which the Belgi had reported to the Nervi. For as he was approaching, the enemy Caesar, according to his custom, led on as the van 6 legions unencumbered by baggage. Behind them he had placed the baggage trains of the whole army. Then the 2 legions which had been last raised closed the rear, and were a guard for the baggage train. Our horse, with the slingers and archers having passed the river, commenced action with the cavalry of the enemy, while they from time to time betook themselves into the woods to their companions, and again made an assault out of the wood upon our men, who did not dare to follow them in their retreat further than the limit to which the plain and open parts extended. In the meantime, the 6 legions which had arrived, having measured out the work, began to fortify the camp. When the first part of the baggage train of our army was seen by those who lay hid in the woods, which had been agreed on among them as the time for commencing action, as soon as they had arranged their line of battle and formed their ranks within the woods, and had encouraged one another, they rushed out suddenly with all their forces and made an attack upon our horse. The latter being easily routed and thrown into confusion, the Nervi ran down to the river with such incredible speed that they seemed to be in the woods, the river, and close upon us almost at the same time. And with the same speed they hastened up the hill to our camp, and to those who were employed in the works. Section 20. Caesar had everything to do at one time, the standard to be displayed, which was the sign when it was necessary to run to arms, the signal to be given by the trumpet, the soldiers to be called off from the works, those who had proceeded some distance for the purpose of seeking materials for the rampart to be summoned, the order of battle to be formed, the soldiers to be encouraged, the watchword to be given. A great part of these arrangements was prevented by the shortness of time and the sudden approach and charge of the enemy. Under these difficulties, 2 things proved of advantage. First, the skill and experience of the soldiers, because, having been trained by former engagements, they could suggest to themselves what ought to be done, as conveniently as receive information from others. And secondly, that Caesar had forbidden his several lieutenants to depart from the works and their respective legions before the camp was fortified. These, on account of the near approach and the speed of the enemy, did not then wait for any command from Caesar, but of themselves executed whatever appeared proper. Section 21. Caesar, having given the necessary orders, hastened to and fro into whatever quarter fortune carried him to animate the troops, and came to the 10th legion. Having encouraged the soldiers with no further speech than that they should keep up the remembrance of their wonted valor, and not be confused in mind, but valiantly sustain the assault of the enemy, as the latter were not farther from them than the distance to which a dart could be cast, he gave the signal for commencing battle. And having gone to another quarter for the purpose of encouraging the soldiers, he finds them fighting. Such was the shortness of the time, and so determined was the mind of the enemy on fighting, that time was wanting not only for affixing the military insignia, but even for putting on the helmets and drawing off the covers from the shields. To whatever part anyone by chance came from the works in which he had been employed, and whatever standards he saw first, at these he stood, lest in seeking his own company he should lose the time for fighting. Section 22. The army having been marshaled, rather as the nature of the ground, and the declivity of the hill, and the exigency of the time, than as the method and order of military matters required, whilst the legions in the different places were withstanding the enemy, some in one quarter, some in another, and the view was obstructed by the very thick hedges intervening. As we have before remarked, neither could proper reserves be posted, nor could the necessary measures be taken in each part, nor could all the commands be issued by one person. Therefore, in such an unfavorable state of affairs, various events of fortune followed. Section 23. The soldiers of the 9th and 10th legions, as they had been stationed on the left part of the army, casting their weapons, speedily drove the Atrebates, for that division had been opposed to them, who were breathless with running and fatigue, and worn out with wounds, from the higher ground into the river, and following them as they were endeavoring to pass it, slew with their swords a great part of them, while impeded therein. They themselves did not hesitate to pass the river, and having advanced to a disadvantageous place, when the battle was renewed, they nevertheless again put to flight the enemy, who had returned and were opposing them. In like manner, in another quarter 2 different legions, the 11th and the 8th, having routed the Veromandui, with whom they had engaged, were fighting from the higher ground upon the very banks of the river. But almost the whole camp on the front and on the left side being then exposed, since the 12th Legion was posted in the right wing, and the 7th at no great distance from it, all the Nervi in a very close body, with Bajunatus, who held the chief command as their leader, hastened towards that place, and part of them began to surround the legions on their unprotected flank, part to make for the highest point of the encampment. Section 24. At the same time, our horsemen and light-armed infantry, who had been with those who, as I have related, were routed by the first assault of the enemy, as they were betaking themselves into the camp, met the enemy face to face, and again sought flight into another quarter, and the camp followers, who from the Decuman gate and from the highest ridge of the hill had seen our men pass the river as victors, when, after going out for the purposes of plundering, they looked back and saw the enemy parading in our camp, committed themselves precipitately to flight. At the same time there arose the cry and shout of those who came with the baggage train, and they, affrighted, were carried some one way, some another. By all these circumstances the cavalry of the Treviri were much alarmed, whose reputation for courage is extraordinary among the Gauls, and who had come to Caesar being sent by their state as auxiliaries. And when they saw our camp filled with a large number of the enemy, the legions hard pressed and almost held surrounded, the camp retainers, horsemen, slingers, and Numidians, fleeing on all sides, divided and scattered, they, despairing of our affairs, hastened home, and related to their state that the Romans were routed and conquered, and that the enemy were in possession of their camp and baggage train. Section 25, Caesar proceeded after encouraging the 10th Legion to the right wing, where he perceived that his men were hard pressed, and that in consequence of the standards of the 12th Legion being collected together in one place, the crowded soldiers were a hindrance to themselves in the fight, that all the centurions of the 4th cohort were slain, and the standard-bearer killed, the standard itself lost, almost all the centurions of the other cohorts either wounded or slain, and among them the chief centurion of the legion, Sextius Baculus, a very valiant man, who was so exhausted by many and severe wounds that he was already unable to support himself. He likewise perceived that the rest were slackening their efforts, and that some, deserted by those in the rear, were retiring from the battle and avoiding the weapons, that the enemy, on the other hand, though advancing from the lower ground, were not relaxing in front, and were at the same time pressing hard on both flanks. He also perceived that the affair was at a crisis, and that there was not any reserve which could be brought up, having therefore snatched a shield from one of the soldiers in the rear, for he himself had come without a shield. He advanced to the front of the line, and addressing the centurions by name, and encouraging the rest of the soldiers, he ordered them to carry forward the standards, and extend the companies, that they might the more easily use their swords. On his arrival, as hope was brought to the soldiers and their courage restored, whilst everyone for his own part, in the sight of his general, desired to exert his utmost energy, the impetuosity of the enemy was a little checked. Section 26. Caesar, when he perceived that the 7th Legion, which stood close by him, was also hard pressed by the enemy, directed the tribunes of the soldiers to effect a junction of the legions gradually, and make their charge upon the enemy with a double front, which having been done, since they brought assistance the one to the other, nor feared lest their rear should be surrounded by the enemy, they began to stand their ground more boldly, and to fight more courageously. In the meantime, the soldiers of the 2 legions which had been in the rear of the army, as a guard for the baggage train upon the battle being reported to them, quickened their pace, and were seen by the enemy on the top of the hill. And Titus Labienus, having gained possession of the camp of the enemy, and observed from the higher ground what was going on in our camp, sent the 10th Legion as a relief to our men, who, when they had learnt from the flight of the horse and the sutlers in what position the affair was, and in how great danger the camp and the legion and the commander were involved, left undone nothing which tended to dispatch. Section 26. By their arrival so great a change of matters was made, that our men, even those who had fallen down exhausted with wounds, leant on their shields, and renewed the fight. Then the camp retainers, though unarmed, seeing the enemy completely dismayed, attacked them, though armed. The horsemen, too, that they might by their valor blot out the disgrace of their flight, thrust themselves before the legionary soldiers in all parts of the battle. But the enemy, even in the last hope of safety, displayed such great courage that when the foremost of them had fallen, the next stood upon them prostrate, and fought from their bodies. When these were overthrown and their corpses heaped up together, those who survived cast their weapons against our men thence, as from a mound, and returned our darts which had fallen between the armies, so that it ought not to be concluded. That men of such great courage had injudiciously dared to pass a very broad river, ascend very high banks, and come up to a very disadvantageous place, since their greatness of spirit had rendered these actions easy, although in themselves very difficult. Section 28. This battle being ended, and the nation and name of the Nervuvi being almost reduced to annihilation, their old men, whom together with the boys and women we have stated to have been collected together in the fenny places and marshes, on this battle having been reported to them, since they were convinced that nothing was an obstacle to the conquerors, and nothing safe to the conquered, sent ambassadors to Caesar by the consent of all who remained, and surrendered themselves to him. And in recounting the calamity of their state, said that their senators were reduced from 600 to 3, that from 60 men they were reduced to scarcely 500 who could bear arms, whom Caesar, had he might appear to use compassion towards the wretched and the suppliant, most carefully spared, and ordered them to enjoy their own territories and towns, and commanded their neighbors that they should restrain themselves and their dependents from offering injury or outrage to them. Section 29. Of whom we have written above, were coming with all their forces to the assistance of the Nervi. Upon this battle being reported to them, they returned home after they were on the march, deserting all their towns and forts. They conveyed together all their possessions into one town, eminently fortified by nature, while this town had on all sides around it very hoary rocks and precipices. There was left on one side a gently ascending approach, of not more than 200 feet in width, which place they had fortified with a very lofty double wall. Besides, they had placed stones of great weight and sharpened stakes upon the walls. They were descended from the Cimbrian Teutanes, who, when they were marching into our province in Italy, having deposited on this side the river Rhine such of their baggage trains as they could not drive or convey with them, left 6,000 of their men as a guard and defense for them. After the destruction of their countrymen, been harassed for many years by their neighbors, while one time they waged war offensively, and at another resisted it when waged against them, concluded a peace with the consent of all, and chose this place as their settlement. Section 30. And on the first arrival of our army, they made frequent sallies from the town, and contended with our men in trifling skirmishes. Afterwards, when hemmed in by a rampart of 12 feet in height and 15 miles in circuit, they kept themselves within the town. When, Venae having been brought up and mound raised, they observed that a tower also was being built at a distance, they at first began to mock the Romans from their wall, and to taunt them with the following speeches. For what purpose was so vast a machine constructed at so great a distance? With what hands, or with what strength did they, especially as they were men of such very small stature, for our shortness of stature, in comparison with the great size of their bodies, is generally a subject of much contempt to the men of Gaul, trust to place against their walls a tower of such great weight. Section 31. But when they saw that it was being moved, and was approaching their walls, startled by the new and unaccustomed sight, they sent ambassadors to Caesar to treat about peace, who spoke in the following manner, that they did not believe the Romans waged war without divine aid, since they were able to move forward machines of such a height with so great speed, and thus fight from close quarters, that they resigned themselves and all their possessions to Caesar's disposal, that they begged and earnestly entreated one thing, viz. That if perchance, agreeably to his clemency and humanity, which they had heard of from others, he should resolve that the Aduatuci were to be spared, he would not deprive them of their arms, that all their neighbors were enemies to them and envied their courage, from whom they could not defend themselves if their arms were delivered up, that it was better for them if they should be reduced to that state, to suffer any fate from the Roman people than to be tortured to death by those among whom they had been accustomed to rule. Section 32. To these things Caesar replied, that he, in accordance with his custom, rather than owing to their desert, should spare the state if they should surrender themselves before the battering rams should touch the wall, but that there was no condition of surrender except upon their arms being delivered up, that he should do to them that which he had done in the case of the Nervi, and would command their neighbors not to offer any injury to those who had surrendered to the Roman people. The matter being reported to their countrymen, they said that they would execute his commands, having cast a very large quantity of their arms from the wall into the trench which was before the town, so that the heaps of arms almost equaled the top of the wall and the rampart. And nevertheless, having retained and concealed, as we afterwards discovered, about a third part in the town, the gates were opened, and they enjoyed peace for that day. Section 33. Towards evening, Caesar ordered the gates to be shut, and the soldiers to go out of the town, lest the townspeople should receive any injury from them by night. They, the adjutuci, by a design before entered into, as we afterwards understood, because they believed that, as a surrender had been made, our men would dismiss their guards, or at least would keep watch less carefully, partly with those arms which they had retained and concealed, partly with shields made of bark or interwoven wickers which they had hastily covered over with skins, as the shortness of time required, in the third watch, suddenly made a sally from the town with all their forces in that direction, in which the ascent to our fortifications seemed the least difficult. The signal having been immediately given by fires, as Caesar had previously commanded, a rush was made thither, that is, by the Roman soldiers from the nearest fort, and the battle was fought by the enemy as vigorously as it ought to be fought by brave men, in the last hope of safety, in a disadvantageous place, and against those who were throwing their weapons from a rampart and from towers, since all hope of safety depended on their courage alone. About 4,000 of the men having been slain, the rest were forced back into the town. The day after, Caesar, after breaking open the gates, which there was no one then to defend, and sending in our soldiers, sold the whole spoil of that town. The number of 53 persons was reported to him by those who had bought them. Section 34. At the same time he was informed by P. Crassus, whom he had sent with one legion against the Veneti, the Anelli, the Osazzimigi, the Curialite, the Sesuvedi, the Olersi, and the Reduns, which are maritime states, and touch upon the Atlantic Ocean, that all these nations were brought under the dominion and power of the Roman people. Section 35. These things being achieved, and all Gaul being subdued, so high an opinion of this war was spread among the barbarians, that ambassadors were sent to Caesar by those nations who dwelt beyond the Rhine, to promise that they would give hostages and execute his commands, which embassy Caesar, because he was hastening into Italy and Illyricum, ordered to return to him at the beginning of the following summer. He himself, having led his legions into winter quarters among the Carnates, the Andes, and the Turones, which states were close to those regions in which he had waged war, set out for Italy, and a thanksgiving of 15 days was decreed for those achievements, upon receiving Caesar's letter, an honor which before that time had been conferred on none. Chapter 3, Book 3, Section 1. When Caesar was setting out for Italy, he sent Servius Galba with the 12th legion, and part of the cavalry against the Nantuates, the Veragri, and Siduni, who extend from the territories of the Allobridges, and the Lake of Geneva, and the river Rhone to the top of the Alps. The reason for sending him was that he desired that the pass along the Alps, through which the Roman merchants had been accustomed to travel with great danger, and under great imposts, should be opened. He permitted him, if he thought it necessary, to station the legion in these places, for the purpose of wintering. Galba, having fought some successful battles, and stormed several of their forts, upon ambassadors being sent to him from all parts and hostages given and a peace concluded, determined to station 2 cohorts among the Nantuates, and to winter in person with the other cohorts of that legion in a village of the Veragri, which is called Octodurus, and this village being situated in a valley with a small plain annexed to it, is bounded on all sides by very high mountains. As this village was divided into 2 parts by a river, he granted one part of it to the Gauls, and assigned the other, which had been left by them unoccupied, to the cohorts to winter in. He fortified this latter part with a rampart and a ditch. Section 2. When several days had elapsed in winter quarters, and he had ordered corn to be brought in, he was suddenly informed by his scouts that all the people had gone off in the night from that part of the town, which he had given up to the Gauls, and that the mountains which hung over it were occupied by a very large force of the Sidoni and Veragri. It had happened for several reasons that the Gauls suddenly formed the design of renewing the war and cutting off that legion. First, because they despised a single legion on account of its small number, and that not quite full, 2 cohorts having been detached, and several individuals being absent, who had been dispatched for the purpose of seeking provision. Then likewise, because they thought that on account of the disadvantageous character of the situation, even their first attack could not be sustained by us when they would rush from the mountains into the valley and discharge their weapons upon. To this was added that they were indignant that their children were torn from them under the title of hostages, and they were persuaded that the Romans designed to seize upon the summits of the Alps and unite those parts to the neighboring province of Gaul, not only to secure the passes, but also as a constant possession. Section 3. Having received these tidings, Galba, since the works of the winter quarters and the fortifications were not fully completed, nor was sufficient preparation made with regard to corn and other provisions, since, as a surrender had been made, and hostages received, he had thought he need entertain no apprehension of a war, speedily summoning a council, began to anxiously inquire their opinions, in which council, since so much sudden danger had happened contrary to the general expectation, and almost all the higher places were seen already covered with a multitude of armed men, nor could either troops come to their relief or provisions be brought in, as the passes were blocked up by the enemy, safety being now nearly despaired of. Some opinions of this sort were delivered, that leaving their baggage and making a sally, they should hasten away for safety by the same routes by which they had come thither. To the greater part, however, it seemed best, reserving that measure to the last, to await the issue of the matter and to defend the camp. Section 4. A short time only having elapsed, so that time was scarcely given for arranging and executing those things which they had determined on. The enemy, upon the signal being given, rushed down upon our men from all parts and discharged stones and darts upon our rampart. Our men, at first, while their strength was fresh, resisted bravely, nor did they cast any weapon ineffectually from their higher station. As soon as any part of the camp, being destitute of defenders, seemed to be hard-pressed, thither they ran and brought assistance, but they were overmatched in this, that the enemy, when wearied by the long continuance of the battle, went out of the action, and others with fresh strength came in their place, none of which things could be done by our men, owing to the smallness of their number. And not only was permission not given to the wearied Roman to retire from the fight, but not even to the wounded was liberty granted to quit the post where he had been stationed and recover. Section 5. When they had now been fighting for more than 6 hours without cessation, and not only strength, but even weapons were failing our men, and the enemy were pressing on more rigorously, and had begun to demolish the rampart and to fill up the trench, while our men were becoming exhausted, and the matter was now brought to the last extremity. Sixtius Baculus, a centurion of the first rank, whom we have related to have been disabled by severe wounds in the engagement with the Nervae, and also C. Volusinus, a tribune of the soldiers, a man of great skill and valor, hastened to Galba, and assured him that the only hope of safety lay in making a sally, and trying the last resource. Whereupon, assembling the centurions, he quickly gives orders to the soldiers to discontinue the fight a short time, and only collect the weapons flung at them, and recruit themselves after their fatigue, and afterwards, upon the signal being given, sally forth from the camp, and place in their valor all their hope of safety. Section 6. They do what they were ordered, and making a sudden sally from all the gates of the camp, leave the enemy the means neither of knowing what was taking place, nor of collecting themselves. Fortune thus taking a turn, our men surround on every side, and slay those who had entertained the hope of gaining the camp, and having killed more than the third part of an army of more than 30 men, which number of the barbarians it appeared certain had come up to our camp. Put to flight the rest when panic-stricken, and do not suffer them to halt even upon the higher grounds. All the forces of the enemy being thus routed, and stripped of their arms, our men betake themselves to their camp and fortification. Which battle being finished, inasmuch as Galba was unwilling to tempt fortune again, and remembered that he had come into winter quarters with one design, and saw that he had met with a different state of affairs. Chiefly, however, urged by the want of corn and provision, having the next day burned all the buildings of that village, he hastens to return into the province, and as no enemy opposed or hindered his march, he brought the legion safe into the country of the Nantuates, thence into that of the Alobridges, and there wintered. Section 7. These things being achieved, while Caesar had every reason to suppose that Gaul was reduced to a state of tranquility, the Belgae being overcome, the Germans expelled, the Siduni among the Alps defeated. And when he had, therefore, in the beginning of winter, set out for Illyricum, as he wished to visit those nations and acquire a knowledge of their countries, a sudden war sprang up in Gaul. The occasion of that war was this, Crassus, a young man, had taken up his winter quarters with the 7th Legion among the Andes, who border upon the Atlantic Ocean. He, as there was a scarcity of corn in those parts, sent out some officers of cavalry and several military tribunes amongst the neighboring states, for the purpose of procuring corn and provision, in which number Tarasidius was sent amongst the Suebi, Tribius Gallus amongst the Curiasalitae, Q. Valenius with T. Silius amongst the Veneti. Section 8. The influence of this stay is by far the most considerable of any of the countries on the whole seacoast, because the Veneti both have a very great number of ships, with which they have been accustomed to sail to Britain, and thus excel the rest in their knowledge and experience of nautical affairs. And as only a few ports lie scattered along that stormy and open sea, of which they are in possession, they hold as tributaries almost all those who are accustomed to traffic in that sea. With them arose the beginning of the revolt by their detaining Silius and Valenius, for they thought that they should recover by their means the hostages which they had given to Crassus, the neighboring people. Led on by their influence, as the measures of the Gauls are sudden and hasty, detain Trebius and Tarasidius for the same motive, and quickly sending ambassadors by means of their leading men. They enter into a mutual compact to do nothing except by general consent, and abide the same issue of fortune, and they solicit the other states to choose rather to continue in that liberty which they had received from their ancestors, than endure slavery under the Romans. All the seacoast being quickly brought over to their sentiments, they send a common embassy to Crassus to say, if he wished to receive back his officers, let him send back to them their hostages. Section 9. Caesar being informed of these things by Crassus, since he was so far distant himself, orders ships of war to be built in the meantime on the river Loire, which flows into the ocean, rowers to be raised from the province, sailors and pilots to be provided. These matters being quickly executed, he himself, as soon as the season of the year permits, hastens to the army. The Veneti and the other states also being informed of Caesar's arrival, when they reflected how great a crime they had committed. In that, the ambassadors, a character which had amongst all nations ever been sacred and inviolable, had by them been detained and thrown into prison, resolved to prepare for a war in proportion to the greatness of their danger, and especially to provide those things which appertain to the service of a navy with the greater confidence, inasmuch as they greatly relied on the nature of their situation. They knew that the passes by land were cut off by estuaries, that the approach by sea was most difficult by reason of our ignorance of the localities and the small number of the harbors, and they trusted that our army would not be able to stay very long among them on account of the insufficiency of corn. And again, even if all these things should turn out contrary to their expectation, yet they were very powerful in their navy. They well understood that the Romans neither had any number of ships, nor were acquainted with the shallows, the harbors, or the islands of those parts where they would have to carry on the war, and that navigation was very different in a narrow sea from what it was in the vast and open ocean. Having come to this resolution, they fortify their towns, convey corn into them from the country parts, bring together as many ships as possible to Venetia, where it appeared Caesar would at first carry on the war. They unite to themselves as allies for that war the Osizimi, the Lexavi, the Nanites, the Imbiliati, the Marini, the Diablints, and the Menapii, and send for auxiliaries from Britain, which is situated over against those regions. Section 10. There were these difficulties which we have mentioned above in carrying on the war, but many things, nevertheless, urged Caesar to that war. The open insult offered to the state in the detention of the Roman knights, the rebellion raised after surrendering, a revolt after hostages were given, the confederacy of so many states, but principally lest if the conduct of this part was overlooked, the other nations should think that the same thing was permitted them. Wherefore, since he reflected that almost all the Gauls were fond of revolution and easily and quickly excited to war, that all men likewise, by nature, love liberty and hate the condition of slavery, he thought he ought to divide and more widely distribute his army before more states should join the confederation. Section 11. He therefore sends T. Labienus, his lieutenant, with the cavalry to the Treviri, who are nearest to the river Rhine. He charges him to visit the Remi and the other Belgians, and to keep them in their allegiance and repel the Germans, who were said to have been summoned by the Belgi to their aid, if they attempted to cross the river by force in their ships. He orders P. Crassus to proceed into Aquitania with 12 legionary cohorts and a great number of the cavalry, lest auxiliaries should be sent into Gaul by these states, and such great nations be united. He sends Q. Titurius Sabinus, his lieutenant, with 3 legions among the Anali, the Curiasalide, and the Lexoviae, to take care that their forces should be kept separate from the rest. He appoints D. Brutus, a young man over the fleet, knows Gallic vessels which he had ordered to be furnished by the Pictones and the Santoni, and the other provinces which remained at peace, and commands him to proceed towards the Veneti as soon as he could. He himself hastens thither with the land forces. Section 12, the sites of their towns were generally such that, being placed on extreme points of land and on promontories, they neither had an approach by land when the tide had rushed in from the main ocean, which always happens twice in the space of 12 hours, nor by ships, because upon the tide ebbing again, the ships were likely to be dashed upon the shoals. Thus, by either circumstance was the storming of their towns rendered difficult, and if at any time perchance the Veneti, overpowered by the greatness of our works, the sea having been excluded by a mound and large dams, and the latter being made almost equal in height to the walls of the town, had begun to despair of their fortunes, bringing up a large number of ships, of which they had a very great quantity. They carried off all their property and betook themselves to the nearest towns. There they again defended themselves by the same advantages of situation. They did this the more easily during a great part of the summer, because our ships were kept back by storms, and the difficulty of sailing was very great in that vast and open sea, with its strong tides and its harbors far apart and exceedingly few in number. Section 13. For their ships were built and equipped after this manner. The keels were somewhat flatter than those of our ships, whereby they could more easily encounter the shallows and the ebbing of the tide. The prows were raised very high, and in like manner the sterns were adapted to the force of the waves and storms which they were formed to sustain. The ships were built wholly of oak, and designed to endure any force and violence whatever. The benches, which were made of planks a foot in breadth, were fastened by iron spikes of the thickness of a man's thumb. The anchors were secured fast by iron chains instead of cables, and for sails they used skins and thin-dressed leather. These were used either through their want of canvas and their ignorance of its application, or for this reason, which is more probable, that they thought that such storms of the ocean and such violent gales of wind could not be resisted by sails, nor ships of such great burden be conveniently enough managed by them. The encounter of our fleet with these ships was of such a nature that our fleet excelled in speed alone and the plying of the oars. Other things, considering the nature of the place and the violence of the storms, were more suitable and better adapted on their side, for neither could our ships injure theirs with their beaks, so great was their strength. Nor on account of their height was a weapon easily cast up to them, and for the same reason they were less readily locked in by rocks. To this was added that whenever a storm began to rage and they ran before the wind, they both could weather the storm more easily and heave to securely in the shallows, and when left by the tide feared nothing from rocks and shelves. the risk of all which things was much to be dreaded by our ships. Section 14. Caesar, after taking many of their towns, perceiving that so much labor was spent in vain, and that the flight of the enemy could not be prevented on the capture of their towns, and that injury could not be done them, he determined to wait for his fleet. As soon as it came up and was first seen by the enemy, about 220 of their ships, fully equipped and appointed with every kind of naval implement, sailed forth from the harbor and drew up opposite to ours. Nor did it appear clear to Brutus, who commanded the fleet, or to the tribunes of the soldiers and the centurions, to whom the several ships were assigned, what to do or what system of tactics to adopt. For they knew that damage could not be done by their beaks, and that, although turrets were built on their decks, yet the height of the stems of the barbarian ships exceeded these, so that weapons could not be cast up from our lower position with sufficient effect, and those cast by the Gauls fell the more forcibly upon us. One thing provided by our men was of great service, viz., sharp hooks inserted into and fastened upon poles, of a form not unlike the hooks used in attacking town walls, when the ropes which fastened the sail yards to the masts were caught by them and pulled, and our vessel vigorously impelled with the oars, the ropes were severed, and when they were cut away, the yards necessarily fell down, so that as all the hope of the Gallic vessels depended on their sails and rigging upon these being cut away, the entire management of the ships was taken from them at the same time. The rest of the contest depended on courage, in which our men decidedly had the advantage, and the more so because the whole action was carried on in the sight of Caesar and the entire army, so that no act, a little more valiant than ordinary, could pass unobserved for all the hills and higher grounds, from which there was a near prospect of the sea, were occupied by our army. Section 15, the sail yards of the enemy, as we have said, being brought down, although 2 and in some cases 3 ships of theirs surrounded each one of ours. The soldiers strove with the greatest energy to board the ships of the enemy, and after the barbarians observed this taking place, as a great many of their ships were beaten, and as no relief for that evil could be discovered, they hastened to seek safety in flight, and having now turned their vessels to that quarter in which the wind blew, so great a calm and lull suddenly arose, that they could not move out of their place, which circumstance, truly, was exceedingly opportune for finishing the business, for our men gave chase and took them one by one, so that very few out of all the number, and those by the intervention of night, arrived at the land. After the battle had lasted almost from the 4th hour till sunset. Section 16, by this battle the war with the Veneti and the whole of the sea coast was finished, for both all the youth and all too of more advanced age, in whom there was any discretion or rank, had assembled in that battle, and they had collected in that one place whatever naval forces they had anywhere, and when these were lost, the survivors had no place to retreat to, nor means of defending their towns. They accordingly surrendered themselves and all their possessions to Caesar, on whom Caesar thought that punishment should be inflicted the more severely, in order that for the future the rights of ambassadors might be more carefully respected by barbarians. Having therefore put to death all their senate, he sold the rest for slaves. Section 17. While these things are going on amongst the Veneti, Q. Titurius Sabinus, with those troops which he had received from Caesar, arrives in the territories of the Anelli. Over these people Viridovix ruled, and held the chief command of all those states which had revolted, from which he had collected a large and powerful army. And in those few days the Elursi and the Sexadevi, having slain their senate because they would not consent to be promoters of the war, shut their gates against us, and united themselves to Viridovix. A great multitude, besides of desperate men and robbers, assembled out of Gaul from all quarters, whom the hope of plundering and the love of fighting had called away from husbandry and their daily labor. Sabinus kept himself within his camp, which was in a position convenient for everything, while Viridovix encamped over against him at a distance of 2 miles, and daily bringing out his forces, gave him an opportunity of fighting, so that Sabinus had now not only come into contempt with the enemy, but also was somewhat taunted by the speeches of our soldiers, and furnished so great a suspicion of his cowardice that the enemy presumed to approach even to the very rampart of our camp, He adopted this conduct for the following reason. Because he did not think that a lieutenant ought to engage in battle with so great a force, especially while he who held the chief command was absent, except on advantageous ground or some favorable circumstance presented itself. Section 18. After having established this suspicion of his cowardice, he selected a certain suitable and crafty Gaul, who was one of those whom he had with him as auxiliaries. He induces him by great gifts and promises to go over to the enemy, and informs him of what he wished to be done, who, when he arrives amongst them as a deserter, lays before them the fears of the Romans, and informs them by what difficulties Caesar himself was harassed, and that the matter was not far removed from this, that Sabinus would the next night privately draw off his army out of the camp and set forth to Caesar, for the purpose of carrying him assistance, which, when they heard, they all cry out together that an opportunity of successfully conducting their enterprise ought not to be thrown away, that they ought to go to the Roman camp. Many things persuaded the Gauls to this measure: the delay of Sabinus during the previous days, the positive assertion of the pretended deserter, want of provisions for a supply of which they had not taken the requisite precautions, the hope springing from the Venetic War, and also because in most cases men willingly believe what they wish. Influenced by these things, they do not discharge Veridovics and the other leaders from the council, before they gain permission from them to take up arms and hasten to our camp, which being granted, rejoicing as if victory were fully certain, they collected faggots and brushwood, with which to fill up the Roman trenches, and hastened to the camp. Section 19. The situation of the camp was a rising ground, gently sloping from the bottom for about a mile. Thither they proceeded with great speed, in order that as little time as possible might be given to the Romans to collect and arm themselves, and arrive quite out of breath. Sabinus, having encouraged his men, gives them the signal which they earnestly desired. While the enemy were encumbered by reason of the burdens which they were carrying, he orders a sally to be suddenly made from 2 gates of the camp. It happened, by the advantage of situation, by the unskillfulness and the fatigue of the enemy, by the valor of our soldiers, and their experience in former battles, that they could not stand one attack of our men, and immediately turned their backs. And our men with full vigor followed them while disordered, and slew a great number of them. The horse pursuing the rest left but few, who escaped by flight. Thus at the same time, Sabinus was informed of the naval battle, and Caesar of victory gained by Sabinus, and all the states immediately surrendered themselves to Titurius. For as the temper of the Gauls is impetuous and ready to undertake wars, so their mind is weak, and by no means resolute in enduring calamities. Section 20, about the same time, P. Crassus, when he had arrived in Aquitania, which, as has been before said, both from its extent of territory and the great number of its people, is to be reckoned a third part of Gaul, understanding that he was to wage war in these parts, where a few years before L. Valerius Praecaninus, the lieutenant, had been killed and his army routed, and from which L. B. Manilius, the proconsul, had fled with the loss of his baggage, he perceived that no ordinary care must be used by him. Wherefore, having provided corn, procured auxiliaries and cavalry, and having summoned by name many valiant men from Tolosa, Carcasso, and Narbo, which are the states of the province of Gaul that border on these regions, Aquitania, he led his army into the territories of the Sociates, on his arrival being known. The Sociates, having brought together great forces and much cavalry, in which their strength principally lay, and assailing our army on the march, engaged first in a cavalry action. Then, when their cavalry was routed, and our men pursuing, they suddenly display their infantry forces, which they had placed in ambuscade in the valley. These attacked our men while disordered, and renewed the fight. Section 21. The battle was long and vigorously contested, since the Sociates, relying on their former victories, imagined that the safety of the whole of Aquitania rested on their valor, and our men, on the other hand, desired it might be seen what they could accomplish without their general and without the other legions, under a very young commander. At length the enemy, worn out with wounds, began to turn their backs, and a great number of them being slain, Crassus began to besiege the principal town of the Sociates on his march. Upon their valiantly resisting, he raised Vinii and turrets. They at one time attempting a sally, at another forming mines to our rampart and Vinii, at which the Aquitani are eminently skilled, because in many places amongst them there are copper mines. When they perceive that nothing could be gained by these operations through the perseverance of our men, they send ambassadors to Crassus and entreat him to admit them to a surrender. Having obtained it, they, being ordered to deliver up their arms, comply, section 22. And while the attention of our men is engaged in that matter, in another part had Cantuanus, who held the chief command with 600 devoted followers, whom they call soldierii, the conditions of whose association are these, that they enjoy all the conveniences of life with those to whose friendship they have devoted themselves, if anything calamitous happen to them. Either they endure the same destiny together with them, or commit suicide. Nor hitherto, in the memory of men, has there been found anyone who, upon his being slain to whose friendship he had devoted himself, refused to die, at Cantuanus, I say endeavoring to make a sally with these, when our soldiers had rushed together to arms upon a shout being raised at that part of the fortification, and a fierce battle had been fought there, was driven back into the town. Yet he obtained from Crassus the indulgence that he should enjoy the same terms of surrender as the other inhabitants. Section 23. Crassus, having received their arms and hostages, marched into the territories of the Vokites and the Tarasites. But then the barbarians, being alarmed, because they had heard that a town fortified by the nature of the place and by art had been taken by us in a few days after our arrival there, began to send ambassadors into all quarters to combine, to give hostages one to another, to raise troops. Ambassadors also are sent to those states of hither Spain which are nearest to Aquitania, and auxiliaries and leaders are summoned from them, on whose arrival they proceed to carry on the war with great confidence, and of a great host of men. They who had been with Q. Sertorius the whole period of his war in Spain, and were supposed to have very great skill in military matters, are chosen leaders. These, adopting the practice of the Roman people, begin to select advantageous places, to fortify their camp, to cut off our men from provisions, which, when Crassus observed, and likewise that his forces, on account of their small number, could not safely be separated, that the enemy both made excursions and beset the passes, and yet left sufficient guard for their camp, that on that account corn and provision could not very conveniently be brought up to him, and that the number of the enemy was daily increased, he thought that he ought not to delay in giving battle. This matter being brought to a council, when he discovered that all thought the same thing, he appointed the next day for the fight. Section 24. Having drawn out all his forces at the break of day and marshaled them in a double line, he posted the auxiliaries in the center and waited to see what measures the enemy would take. They, although on account of their great number and their ancient renown in war and the small number of our men, they supposed they might safely fight, nevertheless considered it safer to gain the victory without any wound, by besetting the passes and cutting off the provisions. And if the Romans, on account of the want of corn, should begin to retreat, they intended to attack them while encumbered in their march and depressed in spirit as being assailed while under baggage. This measure being approved of by the leaders and the forces of the Romans drawn out, the enemy still kept themselves in their camp, Crassus having remarked this circumstance, since the enemy, intimidated by their own delay, and by the reputation that is for cowardice arising thence, had rendered our soldiers more eager for fighting. And the remarks of all were heard, declaring that no longer ought delay to be made in going to the camp, after encouraging his men. He marches to the camp of the enemy, to the great gratification of his own troops. Section 25. There, while some were filling up the ditch, and others, by throwing a large number of darts, were driving the defenders from the rampart and fortifications and the auxiliaries, on whom Crassus did not much rely in the battle, by supplying stones and weapons to the soldiers, and by conveying turf to the mount, presented the appearance and character of men engaged in fighting, while also the enemy were fighting resolutely and boldly, and their weapons discharged from their higher position fell with great effect. The horse, having gone round the camp of the enemy, reported to Crassus that the camp was not fortified with equal care on the side of the Decuman gate, and had an easy approach. Section 26. Crassus, having exhorted the commanders of the horse to animate their men by great rewards and promises, points out to them what he wished to have done. They, as they had been commanded, having brought out the 4 cohorts which, as they had been left as a guard for the camp, were not fatigued by exertion, and having led them round by a somewhat longer way, lest they could be seen from the camp of the enemy, when the eyes and minds of all were intent upon the battle, quickly arrived at those fortifications which we have spoken of, and having demolished these, stood in the camp of the enemy before they were seen by them, or it was known what was going on. And then, a shout being heard in that quarter, our men, their strength having been recruited, which usually occurs on the hope of victory, began to fight more vigorously. The enemy, surrounded on all sides and all their affairs being despaired of, made great attempts to cast themselves down over the ramparts and to seek safety in flight. These the cavalry pursued over the very open plains, and after leaving scarcely a fourth part out of the number of 50, which it was certain had assembled out of Aquitania, and from the Cantabri returned late at night to the camp. Section 27. Having heard of this battle, the greatest part of Aquitania surrendered itself to Crassus, and of its own accord sent hostages, in which number were the Tarbelli, the Begarions, the Prisciani, the Vocasates, the Tarasates, the Elurates, the Garates, the Garites, the Aushi, the Garumni, the Sibuzates, the Caucasates, a few in those most remote nations relying on the time of the year, because winter was at hand, neglected to do this. Section 28. About the same time Caesar, although the summer was nearly past, yet since all Gaul being reduced, the Morii and the Menapii alone remained in arms, and had never sent ambassadors to him to make a treaty of peace, speedily led his army thither. Thinking that war might soon be terminated, they resolved to conduct the war on a very different method from the rest of the Gauls. For as they perceived that the greatest nations of Gaul who had engaged in war had been routed and overcome, and as they possessed continuous ranges of forests and morasses, they removed themselves and all their property thither. When Caesar had arrived at the opening of these forests, and had begun to fortify his camp, and no enemy was in the meantime seen, while our men were dispersed on their respective duties, they suddenly rushed out from all parts of the forest and made an attack on our men. The latter quickly took up arms and drove them back again to their forests, and having killed a great many, lost a few of their own men while pursuing them too far through those intricate places. Section 29. During the remaining days after this, Caesar began to cut down the forests, and that no attack might be made on the flank of the soldiers while unarmed and not foreseeing it, he placed together, opposite to the enemy, all that timber which was cut down, and piled it up as a rampart on either flank, when a great space had been, with incredible speed cleared in a few days. When the cattle of the enemy and the rear of their baggage train were already seized by our men, and they themselves were seeking for the thickest parts of the forest, storms of such a kind came on that the work was necessarily suspended, and through the continuance of the rains, the soldiers could not any longer remain in their tents. Therefore, having laid waste all their country, and having burnt their villages and houses, Caesar led back his army and stationed them in winter quarters among the Aulerci and Lexavae, and the other states which had made war upon him last. Chapter 4, Book 4. The following winter, this was the year in which Cian and Pompey and Crassus were consuls. Those Germans called the Eusippides, and likewise the Tenchtheri, with a great number of men, crossed the Rhine, not far from the place at which that river discharges itself into the sea. The motive for crossing that river was that, having been for several years harassed by the Suevi, they were constantly engaged in war and hindered from the pursuits of agriculture. The nation of the Suevi is by far the largest and the most warlike nation of all the Germans. They are said to possess 100 cantons, from each of which they yearly send from their territories for the purpose of war. 1,000 armed men, the others who remain at home, maintain both themselves and those engaged in the expedition. The latter again, in their turn, are in arms the year after. The former remain at home. Thus neither husbandry nor the art and practice of war are neglected. But among them there exists no private and separate land, nor are they permitted to remain more than 1 year in one place for the purpose of residence. They do not live much on corn, but subsist for the most part on milk and flesh, and are much engaged in hunting, which circumstance must, by the nature of their food, and by their daily exercise, and the freedom of their life, for having from boyhood been accustomed to no employment, were disciplined. They do nothing at all contrary to their inclination, both promote their strength and render them men of vast stature of body. And to such a habit have they brought themselves, that even in the coldest parts they wear no clothing whatever except skins, by reason of the scantiness of which a great portion of their body is bare, and besides they bathe in open river. Section 2. Merchants have access to them, rather that they may have persons to whom they may sell those things which they have taken in war, than because they need any commodity to be imported to them. Moreover, even as to laboring cattle, in which the Gauls take the greatest pleasure, and which they procure at a great price, the Germans do not employ such as are imported, but those poor and ill-shaped animals which belong to their country. These, however, they render capable of the greatest labor by daily exercise. In cavalry actions they frequently leap from their horses and fight on foot, and train their horses to stand still in the very spot on which they leave them, to which they retreat with great activity when there is occasion, nor, according to their practice, is anything regarded as more unseemly or more unmanly than to use housings. Accordingly, they have the courage, though they be themselves but few, to advance against any number whatever of horse mounted with housings. They on no account permit wine to be imported to them, because they consider that men degenerate in their powers of enduring fatigue, and are rendered effeminate by that commodity. Section 3. They esteem it their greatest praise as a nation that the lands about their territories lie unoccupied, to a very great extent, inasmuch as they think that by this circumstance is indicated that a great number of nations cannot withstand their power. And thus, on one side of the Suevi, the lands are said to lie desolate for about 600 miles. On the other side they border on the Ub, whose state was large and flourishing, considering the condition of the Germans, and who are somewhat more refined than those of the same race and the rest of the Germans, and that because they border on the Rhine, and are much resorted to by merchants, and are accustomed to the manners of the Gauls. By reason of their proximity to them, though the Suevi, after making the attempt frequently, and in several wars, could not expel this nation from their territories on account of the extent and population of their state. Yet they made them tributaries, and rendered them less distinguished and powerful than they had ever been. Section 4. In the same condition were the Usipedes and the Tenchtheri, whom we have mentioned above, who for many years resisted the power of the Suevi, but being at last driven from their possessions, and having wandered through many parts of Germany, came to the Rhine, to districts which the Menapii inhabited, and where they had lands, houses, and villages on either side of the river. The latter people, alarmed by the arrival of so great a multitude, removed from those houses which they had on the other side of the river, and having placed guards on this side, the Rhine, proceeded to hinder the Germans from crossing. They, finding themselves, after they had tried all means, unable either to force a passage on account of their deficiency in shipping, or cross by stealth on account of the guards of the Menapii, pretended to return to their own settlements and districts, and, after having proceeded 3 days' march, returned, and their cavalry, having performed the whole of this journey in one night, cut off the Menapii, who were ignorant of and did not expect their approach, and who, having moreover been informed of the departure of the Germans by their scouts, had without apprehension returned to their villages beyond the Rhine. Having slain these, and seized their ships, they crossed the river before that part of the Menapii, who were at peace in their settlements over the Rhine, were apprised of their intention, and seizing all their houses, maintained themselves upon their provisions during the rest of the winter. Section 5. Fearing the fickle disposition of the Gauls, who are easily prompted to take up resolutions, and much addicted to change, considered that nothing was to be entrusted to them, for it is the custom of that people to compel travelers to stop, even against their inclination, and inquire what they may have heard, or may know respecting any matter. And in towns the common people throng around merchants, and force them to state from what countries they come, and what affairs they know of there. They often engage in resolutions concerning the most important matters, induced by these reports and stories alone, of which they must necessarily instantly repent, since they yield to mere unauthorized reports. And since most people give to their questions answers framed agreeably to their wishes. Section 6. Caesar, being aware of their custom, in order that he might not encounter a more formidable war, sets forward to the army earlier in the year than he was accustomed to do. When he had arrived there, he discovered that those things which he had suspected would occur had taken place, that embassies had been sent to the Germans by some of the states, and that they had been entreated to leave the Rhine, and had been promised that all things which they desired should be provided by the Gauls. Allured by this hope, the Germans were then making excursions to greater distances, and had advanced to the territories of the Eburones and the Condrusi, who are under the protection of the Treviri. After summoning the chiefs of Gaul, Caesar thought proper to pretend ignorance of the things which he had discovered, and having conciliated and confirmed their minds, and ordered some cavalry to be raised, resolved to make war against the Germans. Section 7. Having provided corn and selected his cavalry, he began to direct his march towards those parts in which he heard the Germans were. When he was distant from them, only a few days' march, ambassadors come to him from their state, whose speech was as follows: that the Germans neither make war upon the Roman people first, nor do they decline, if they are provoked, to engage with them in arms. For that this was the custom of the Germans handed down to them from their forefathers, to resist whatsoever people make war upon them, and not to avert it by entreaty. This, however, they confessed, that they had come hither reluctantly, having been expelled from their country. If the Romans were disposed to accept their friendship, they might be serviceable allies to them, and let them either assign them lands or permit them to retain those which they had acquired by their arms. That they are inferior to the Suevi alone, to whom not even the immortal gods can show themselves equal. That there was none at all besides on earth whom they could not conquer. Section 8. To these remarks Caesar replied in such terms as he thought proper, but the conclusion of his speech was that he could make no alliance with them if they continued in Gaul. That it was not probable that they, who were not able to defend their own territories, should get possession of those of others, nor were there any lands lying waste in Gaul which could be given away, especially to so great a number of men, without doing wrong to others, but they might, if they were desirous, settle in the territories of the Ubii, whose ambassadors were then with him and were complaining of the aggressions of the Suebi, and requesting assistance from him, and that he would obtain this request from them. Section 9. The ambassadors said that they would report these things to their countrymen, and after having deliberated on the matter, would return to Caesar after the third day. They begged that he would not, in the meantime, advance his camp nearer to them. Caesar said that he could not grant them even that, for he had learned that they had sent a great part of their cavalry over the Meuse to the Ambivaridi some days before for the purpose of plundering and procuring forage. He supposed that they were then waiting for these horse, and that the delay was caused on this account. Section 10. The Meuse rises from Mount Lavage, which is in the territories of the Lingones, and having received a branch of the Rhine, which is called the Wall, forms the island of the Batavi, and not more than 80 miles from it, it falls into the ocean. But the Rhine takes its course among the Lepantii who inhabit the Alps, and is carried with a rapid current for a long distance through the territories of the Serenets, Helveti, Tribuci, and Treviri, and when it approaches the ocean, divides into several branches, and having formed many and extensive islands, a great part of which are inhabited by savage and barbarous nations, of whom there are some who are supposed to live on fish and the eggs of seafowl, flows into the ocean by several mouths. Section 11. When Caesar was not more than 12 miles distant from the enemy, the ambassadors returned to him, as had been arranged, who, meeting him on the march, earnestly entreated him not to advance any farther. When they could not obtain this, they begged him to send on a dispatch to those who had marched in advance of the main army, and forbid them to engage, and grant them permission to send ambassadors to the Ubii. And if the princes and senate of the latter would give them security by oath, they assured Caesar that they would accept such conditions as might be proposed by him, and requested that he would give them the space of 3 days for negotiating these affairs. Caesar thought that these things tended to the self-same point as their other proposal, namely, that in consequence of a delay of 3 days intervening, their horse which were at a distance might return. However, he said that he would not that day advance farther than 4 miles for the purpose of procuring water. He ordered that they should assemble at that place in as large a number as possible the following day, that he might inquire into their demands. In the meantime, he sends messengers to the officers who had marched in advance with all the cavalry to order them not to provoke the enemy to an engagement, and if they themselves were assailed, to sustain the attack until he came up with the army. Section 12. But the enemy, as soon as they saw our horse, the number of which was 5,000, whereas they themselves had not more than 800 horse, because those which had gone over the Meuse for the purpose of foraging had not returned, while our men had no apprehensions, because their ambassadors had gone away from Caesar a little before, and that day had been requested by them as a period of truce, made an onset on our men, and soon threw them into disorder. When our men in their turn made a stand, they, according to their practice, leaped from their horses to their feet, and stabbing our horses in the belly and overthrowing a great many of our men, put the rest to flight, and drove them forward so much alarmed that they did not desist from their retreat till they had come in sight of our army. In that encounter 74 of our horse were slain, among them Piso, an Aquitanian, a most valiant man, had descended from a very illustrious family, whose grandfather had held the sovereignty of his state, and had been styled friend by our Senate. He, while he was endeavoring to render assistance to his brother who was surrounded by the enemy, and whom he rescued from danger, was himself thrown from his horse, which was wounded under him, but still opposed his antagonist with the greatest intrepidity as long as he was able to maintain the conflict. When at length he fell, surrounded on all sides, and after receiving many wounds, and his brother, who had then retired from the fight, observed it from a distance, he spurred on his horse, threw himself upon the enemy, and was killed. Section 13. After this engagement, Caesar considered that neither ought ambassadors to be received to audience, nor conditions be accepted by him from those who, after having sued for peace by way of stratagem and treachery, had made war without provocation, and to wait till the enemy's forces were augmented and their cavalry had returned, he concluded, would be the greatest madness, and knowing the fickleness of the Gauls, he felt how much influence the enemy had already acquired among them by this one skirmish. He therefore deemed that no time for converting measures ought to be afforded them. After having resolved on these things and communicated his plans to his lieutenants and quaestor, in order that he might not suffer any opportunity for engaging to escape him, a very seasonable event occurred, namely, that, on the morning of the next day, a large body of Germans, consisting of their princes and old men, came to the camp to him to practice the same treachery and dissimulation, but, as they asserted, for the purpose of acquitting themselves for having engaged in a skirmish the day before, contrary to what had been agreed and to what indeed they themselves had requested, and also if they could by any means obtain a truce by deceiving him. Caesar, rejoicing that they had fallen into his power, ordered them to be detained. He then drew all his forces out of the camp and commanded the cavalry, because he thought they were intimidated by the late skirmish, to follow in the rear. Section 14. Having marshaled his army in 3 lines, and in a short time performed a march of 8 miles, he arrived at the camp of the enemy, before the Germans could perceive what was going on, who being suddenly alarmed by all the circumstances, both by the speediness of our arrival, and the absence of their own officers, as time was afforded neither for concerting measures, nor for seizing their arms, are perplexed as to whether it would be better to lead out their forces against the enemy, or to defend their camp, or seek their safety by flight, their consternation being made apparent by their noise and tumult. Our soldier, excited by the treachery of the preceding day, rushed into the camp. Such of them as could readily get their arms for a short time withstood our men and gave battle among their carts and baggage wagons. But the rest of the people, consisting of boys and women, for they had left their country and crossed the Rhine with all their families, began to fly in all directions, in pursuit of whom Caesar sent the cavalry. Section 15. The Germans, when, upon hearing a noise behind them, they looked and saw that their families were being slain, throwing away their arms and abandoning their standards, fled out of the camp, and when they had arrived at the confluence of the Meuse and the Rhine, the survivors, despairing of farther escape, as a great number of their countrymen had been killed, threw themselves into the river, and there perished, overcome by fear, fatigue, and the violence of the stream. Our soldiers, after the alarm of so great a war, for the number of the enemy amounted to 430, returned to their camp, all safe to a man, very few being even wounded. Caesar granted those whom he had detained in the camp liberty of departing. They, however, dreading revenge and torture from the Gauls, whose lands they had harassed, said that they desired to remain with him. Caesar granted them permission. Section 16. The German war being finished, Caesar thought it expedient for him to cross the Rhine for many reasons, of which this was the most weighty, that, since he saw the Germans were so easily urged to go into Gaul, he desired they should have their fears for their own territories, when they discovered that the army of the Roman people both could and dared pass the Rhine. There was added also that portion of the cavalry of the Usipetes and the Tenchtheri, which I have above related to have crossed the Meuse for the purpose of plundering and procuring forage, and was not present at the engagement, had betaken themselves after the retreat of their countrymen across the Rhine into the territories of the Sigambri, and united themselves to them. When Caesar sent ambassadors to them to demand that they should give up to him those who had made war against him and against Gaul, they replied that the Rhine bounded the empire of the Roman people, if he did not think it just for the Germans to pass over into Gaul against his consent. Why did he claim that anything beyond the Rhine should be subject to his dominion or power? The Ubii also, who alone out of all the nations lying beyond the Rhine, had sent ambassadors to Caesar, and formed an alliance and given hostages, earnestly entreated that he would bring them assistance, because they were grievously oppressed by the Suevi, or if he was prevented from doing so by the business of the Commonwealth, he would at least transport his army over the Rhine, that would be sufficient for their present assistance and their hope for the future. That so great was the name and the reputation of his army, even among the most remote nations of the Germans, arising from the defeat of Ariovistus in this last battle which was fought, that they might be safe under the fame and friendship of the Roman people. They promised a large number of ships for transporting the army. Section 17. Caesar, for those reasons which I have mentioned, had resolved to cross the Rhine, but to cross by ships he neither deemed to be sufficiently safe, nor considered consistent with his own dignity, or that of the Roman people. Therefore, although the greatest difficulty in forming a bridge was presented to him, on account of the breadth, rapidity, and depth of the river, he nevertheless considered that it ought to be attempted by him, or that his army ought not otherwise to be led over. He devised this plan of a bridge. He joined together at the distance of 2 feet 2 piles, each 1.5 feet thick, sharpened a little at the lower end, and proportioned in length to the depth of the river. After he had, by means of engines, sunk these into the river, and fixed them at the bottom, and then driven them in with rammers, not quite perpendicularly like a stake, but bending forward and sloping, so as to incline in the direction of the current of the river. He also placed 2 other piles opposite to these, at the distance of 40 feet lower down, fastened together in the same manner, but directed against the force and current of the river. Both these, moreover, were kept firmly apart by beams 2 feet thick, the space which the binding of the piles occupied, laid in at their extremities between 2 braces on each side, and in consequence of these being in different directions and fastened on sides, the one opposite to the other, so great was the strength of the work and such the arrangement of the materials, that in proportion as the greater body of water dashed against the bridge, so much the closer were its parts held fastened together. These beams were bound together by timber laid over them the direction of the length of the bridge, and were then covered over with laths and hurdles, and in addition to this, piles were driven into the water obliquely at the lower side of the bridge, and these serving as buttresses, and being connected with every portion of the work. disdained the force of the stream, and there were others also above the bridge at a moderate distance, that if trunks of trees or vessels were floated down the river by the barbarians for the purpose of destroying the work, the violence of such things might be diminished by these defenses and might not injure the bridge. Section 18. Within 10 days after the timber began to be collected, the whole work was completed, and the whole army led over. Caesar, leaving a strong guard at each end of the bridge, hastens into the territories of the Sigambrii. In the meantime, ambassadors from several nations come to him, whom, on their suing for peace and alliance, he answers in a courteous manner, and orders hostages to be brought to him. But the Sigambrii, at the very time the bridge was begun to be built, made preparations for a flight, by the advice of such of the Tenchtherian Eusepites as they had amongst them, and quitted their territories, and conveyed away all their possessions, and concealed themselves in deserts and woods. Section 19. Caesar, having remained in their territories a few days, and burnt all their villages and houses, and cut down their corn, proceeded into the territories of the Ubii. And having promised them his assistance, if they were ever harassed by the Suevii, he learned from them these particulars, that the Suevi, after they had by means of their scouts found that the bridge was being built, had called a council, according to their custom, and sent orders to all parts of their state to remove from the towns, and convey their children, wives, and all their possessions into the woods, and that all who could bear arms should assemble in one place. That the place thus chosen was nearly the center of those regions which the Suevi possessed. That in this spot they had resolved to await the arrival of the Romans and give them battle there. When Caesar discovered this, having already accomplished all those things on account of which he had resolved to lead his army over, namely to strike fear into the Germans, take vengeance on the Sigambrii, and free the Ubii from the invasion of the Suevi. Having spent altogether 18 days beyond the Rhine, and thinking he had advanced far enough to serve both honor and interest, he returned into Gaul and cut down the bridge, Section 20, during the short part of summer which remained Caesar. Although in these countries, as all Gaul lies towards the north, the winters are early, nevertheless resolved to proceed into Britain, because he discovered that in almost all the wars with the Gauls succors had been furnished to our enemy from that country, and even if the time of year should be insufficient for carrying on the war, yet he thought it would be of great service to him if he only entered the island, and saw into the character of the people, and got knowledge of their localities, harbors, and landing places, all which were for the most part unknown to the Gauls. For neither does anyone except merchants generally go thither, nor even to them was any portion of it known, except the sea-coast and those parts which are opposite to Gaul. Therefore, after having called up to him the merchants from all parts, he could learn neither what was the size of the island, nor what or how numerous were the nations which inhabited it, nor what system of war they followed, nor what customs they used, nor what harbors were convenient for a great number of large ships. Section 21 of the He sends before him Caius Volusinus with a ship of war, to acquire a knowledge of these particulars, before he in person should make a descent into the island, as he was convinced that this was a judicious measure. He commissioned him to thoroughly examine into all matters, and then return to him as soon as possible. He himself proceeds to the Morini with all his forces. He orders ships from all parts of the neighboring countries, and the fleet which the preceding summer he had built for the war with the Veneti, to assemble in this place. In the meantime, his purpose having been discovered, and reported to the Britons by merchants, ambassadors come to him from several states of the island, to promise that they will give hostages, and submit to the government of the Roman people. Having given them an audience, he, after promising liberally, and exhorting them to continue in that purpose, sends them back to their own country, and dispatches with them Commius, whom, upon subduing the Atrebates, he had created king there, a man whose courage and conduct he esteemed, and who he thought would be faithful to him, and whose influence ranked highly in those countries. He orders him to visit as many states as he could, and persuade them to embrace the protection of the Roman people, and apprise them that he would shortly come thither. Volusinus, having viewed the localities as far as means could be afforded one who dared not leave his ship and trust himself to barbarians, returns to Caesar on the 5th day and reports what he had there observed. Section 22. While Caesar remains in these parts for the purpose of procuring ships, ambassadors come to him from a great portion of the Morini to plead their excuse respecting their conduct on the late occasion, alleging that it was as men uncivilized and as those who were unacquainted with our custom that they had made war upon the Roman people, and promising to perform what he should command. Caesar, thinking that this had happened fortunately enough for him, because he neither wished to leave an enemy behind him, nor had an opportunity for carrying on a war by reason of the time of year, nor considered that employment in such trifling matters was to be preferred to his enterprise on Britain, imposes a large number of hostages, and when these were brought, he received them to his protection. Having collected together and provided about 80 transport ships, as many as he thought necessary for conveying over 2 legions, he assigned such ships of war as he had besides to the quaestor, his lieutenants, and officers of cavalry. There were, in addition to these, 18 ships of burden, which were prevented 8 miles from that place by winds from being able to reach the same port. These he distributed amongst the horse. The rest of the army he delivered to Titurius Sabinus and L. Aurunculius Cotta, his lieutenants, to lead into the territories of the Menapii and those cantons of the Morini from which ambassadors had not come to him. He ordered Sulpicius Rufus, his lieutenant, to hold possession of the harbor with such a garrison as he thought sufficient. Section 23. These matters being arranged, finding the weather favorable for his voyage, he set sail about the 3rd watch, and ordered the horse to march forward to the farther port, and there embark and follow him. As this was performed rather tardily by them, he himself reached Britain with the first squadron of ships, about the 4th hour of the day, and there saw the forces of the enemy drawn up in arms on all the hills. The nature of the place was this: the sea was confined by mountains so close to it that a dart could be thrown from their summit upon the shore. Considering this by no means a fit place for disembarking, he remained at anchor till the 9th hour, for the other ships to arrive there. Having in the meantime assembled the lieutenants and military tribunes, he told them both what he had learned from Volusinus, and what he wished to be done, and enjoined them as the principal of military matters, and especially as maritime affairs which have a precipitate and uncertain action, required that all things should be performed by them at a nod and at the instant. Having dismissed them, meeting both with wind and tide favorable at the same time, the signal being given and the anchor weighed, he advanced about 7 miles from that place, and stationed his fleet over against an open and level shore. Section 24. But the barbarians, upon perceiving the design of the Romans, sent forward their cavalry and charioteers, a class of warriors of whom it is their practice to make great use in their battles, and following with the rest of their forces endeavored to prevent our men landing. In this was the greatest difficulty, for the following reasons, namely, because our ships, on account of their great size, could be stationed only in deep water, and our soldiers in places unknown to them, with their hands embarrassed, oppressed with a large and heavy weight of armor, had at the same time to leap from the ships, stand amidst the waves, and encounter the enemy, whereas they, either on dry ground or advancing a little way into the water, free in all their limbs in places thorough known to them, could confidently throw their weapons and spur on their horses, which were accustomed to this kind of service. Dismayed by these circumstances, and altogether untrained in this mode of battle, our men did not all exert the same vigor and eagerness which they had been wont to exert in engagements on dry ground. Section 25. When Caesar observed this, he ordered the ships of war, the appearance of which was somewhat strange to the barbarians, and the motion more ready for service, to be withdrawn a little from the transport vessels, and to be propelled by their oars, and be stationed towards the open flank of the enemy, and the enemy to be beaten off and driven away with slings, arrows, and engines, which plan was of great service to our men. For the barbarians, being startled by the form of our ships and the motions of our oars and the nature of our engines, which was strange to them, stopped and shortly after retreated a little. And while our men were hesitating whether they should advance to the shore, chiefly on account of the depth of the sea, he who carried the eagle of the 10th legion, after supplicating the gods that the matter might turn out favorably to the legion, exclaimed, "Leap, fellow soldiers, unless you wish to betray your eagle to the enemy. I, for my part, will perform my duty to the Commonwealth and my general." When he had said this with a loud voice, he leaped from the ship and proceeded to bear the eagle toward the enemy. Then our men, exhorting one another that so great a disgrace should not be incurred, all leaped from the ship. When those in the nearest vessels saw them, they speedily followed and approached the enemy. Section 26. The battle was maintained vigorously on both sides. Our men, however, as they could neither keep their ranks, nor get firm footing, nor follow their standards, and as one from one ship and another from another assembled around whatever standards they met, were thrown into great confusion. But the enemy, who were acquainted with all the shallows when from the shore they saw any coming from a ship one by one, spurred on their horses and attacked them while embarrassed. Many surrounded a few. Others threw their weapons upon our collected forces on their exposed flank. When Caesar observed this, he ordered the boats of the ships of war and the spy sloops to be filled with soldiers, and sent them up to the succor of those whom he had observed in distress. Our men, as soon as they made good their footing on dry ground, and all their comrades had joined them, made an attack upon the enemy and put them to flight, but could not pursue them very far, because the horse had not been able to maintain their course at sea and reach the island. This alone was wanting to Caesar's accustomed success. Section 27. The enemy being thus vanquished in battle, as soon as they recovered after their flight, instantly sent ambassadors to Caesar to negotiate about peace. They promised to give hostages and perform what he should command. Together with these ambassadors came Commius the Atrebatian, who, as I have above said, had been sent by Caesar into Britain. Him they had seized upon when leaving his ship. Although in the character of ambassador he bore the general's commission to them and thrown into chains. Then after the battle was fought, they sent him back, and in suing for peace cast the blame of that act upon the common people, and entreated that it might be pardoned on account of their indiscretion. Caesar, complaining that after they had sued for peace and had voluntarily sent ambassadors into the continent for that purpose, they had made war without a reason, said that he would pardon their indiscretion and imposed hostages, a part of whom they gave immediately. The rest they said they would give in a few days, since they were sent for from remote places. In the meantime, they ordered their people to return to the country parts, and the chiefs assembled from all quarters and proceeded to surrender themselves and their states to Caesar. Section 28. A peace being established by these proceedings 4 days after we had come into Britain, the 18 ships, to which reference has been made above, and which conveyed the cavalry, set sail from the upper port with a gentle gale. When, however, they were approaching Britain and were seen from the camp, so great a storm suddenly arose that none of them could maintain their course at sea, and some were taken back to the same port from which they had started. Others, to their great danger, were driven to the lower part of the island nearer to the west, which, however, after having cast anchor, as they were getting filled with water, put out to sea through necessity in a stormy night and made for the continent. Section 29. It happened that night to be full moon, which usually occasions very high tides in that ocean, and that circumstance was unknown to our men. Thus, at the same time, the tide began to fill the ships of war which Caesar had provided to convey over his army, and which he had drawn up on the strand, and the storm began to dash the ships of burden which were riding at anchor against each other. Nor was any means afforded our men of either managing them or of rendering any service, a great many ships having been wrecked, inasmuch as the rest, having lost their cables, anchors, and other tackling, were unfit for sailing. A great confusion, as would necessarily happen, arose throughout the army. For there were no other ships in which they could be conveyed back, and all things which are of service in repairing vessels were wanting. And corn for the winter had not been provided in those places, because it was understood by all that they would certainly winter in Gaul. Section 30. On discovering these things, the chiefs of Britain, who had come up after the battle was fought to perform those conditions which Caesar had imposed, held a conference when they perceived that cavalry and ships and corn were wanting to the Romans. and discovered the small number of our soldiers from the small extent of the camp, which too was on this account more limited than ordinary, because Caesar had conveyed over his legions without baggage, and thought that the best plan was to renew the war and cut off our men from corn and provisions, and protract the affair till winter, because they felt confident that if they were vanquished or cut off from a return, no one would afterwards pass over into Britain for the purpose of making war. Therefore, again entering into a conspiracy, they began to depart from the camp by degrees and secretly bring up their people from the country parts. Section 31. But Caesar, although he had not as yet discovered their measures, yet, both from what had occurred to his ships, and from the circumstance that they had neglected to give the promised hostages, suspected that the thing would come to pass which really did happen. He therefore provided remedies against all contingencies, for he daily conveyed corn from the country parts into the camp, used the timber and brass of such ships as were most seriously damaged for repairing the rest, and ordered whatever things besides were necessary for this object to be brought to him from the continent. And thus, since that business was executed by the soldiers with the greatest energy, he effected that, after the loss of 12 ships, a voyage could be made well enough in the rest. Section 32. While these things are being transacted, one legion had been sent to forage, according to custom, and no suspicion of war had arisen as yet, and some of the people remained in the country parts. Others went backwards and forwards to the camp. They who were on duty at the gates of the camp reported to Caesar that a greater dust than was usual was seen in that direction in which the legion had marched. Caesar, suspecting that which was really the case, that some new enterprise was undertaken by the barbarians, ordered the 2 cohorts which were on duty to march into that quarter with him, and 2 other cohorts to relieve them on duty, the rest to be armed and follow him immediately. When he had advanced some little way from the camp, he saw that his men were overpowered by the enemy and scarcely able to stand their ground, and that the legion being crowded together, weapons were being cast on them from all sides. For as all the corn was reaped in every part with the exception of one, the enemy, suspecting that our men would repair to that, had concealed themselves in the woods during the night. Then attacking them suddenly, scattered as they were, and when they had laid aside their arms and were engaged in reaping, they killed a small number, threw the rest into confusion, and surrounded them with their cavalry and chariots. Section 33. Their mode of fighting with their chariots is this. Firstly, they drive about in all directions and throw their weapons and generally break the ranks of the enemy with the very dread of their horses and the noise of their wheels. And when they have worked themselves in between the troops of horse, leap from their chariots and engage on foot. The charioteers in the meantime withdraw some little distance from the battle, and so place themselves with the chariots that, if their masters are overpowered by the number of the enemy, they may have a ready retreat to their own troops. Thus, they display in battle the speed of horse together with the firmness of infantry, and by daily practice and exercise attain to such expertness that they are accustomed, even on a declining and steep place, to check their horses at full speed, and manage and turn them in an instant and run along the pole and stand on the yoke, and thence betake themselves with the greatest celerity to their chariots again. Our men being dismayed by the novelty of this mode of battle, Caesar most seasonably brought assistance, for upon his arrival the enemy paused, and our men recovered from their fear, upon which, thinking the time unfavorable for provoking the enemy and coming to an action, he kept himself in his own quarter, and, a short time having intervened, drew back the legions into the camp. While these things were going on, all our men engaged, the rest of the Britons, who were in the fields, departed. Storms then set in for several successive days, which both confined our men to camp and hindered the enemy from attacking us. In the meantime, the barbarians dispatched messengers to all parts and reported to their people the small number of our soldiers, and how good an opportunity was given for obtaining spoil and for liberating themselves forever, if they should only drive the Romans from their camp. Having by these means speedily got together a large force of infantry and of cavalry, they came up to the camp. Section 35. Although Caesar anticipated that the same thing which had happened on former occasions would then occur, that if the enemy were routed, they would escape from danger by their speed, still having got about 30 horse, which Commius, the attribation of whom mention has been made, had brought over with him from Gaul, he drew up the legions in order of battle before the camp. When the action commenced, the enemy were unable to sustain the attack of our men long, and turned their backs. Our men pursued them as far as their speed and strength permitted, and slew a great number of them. Then, having destroyed and burned everything far and wide, they retreated to their camp. Section 36. The same day, ambassadors sent by the enemy came to Caesar to negotiate a peace. Caesar doubled the number of hostages which he had before demanded, and ordered that they should be brought over to the continent, because, since the time of the equinox was near, he did not consider that, with his ships out of repair, the voyage ought to be deferred till winter. Having met with favorable weather, he set sail a little after midnight, and all his fleet arrived safe at the continent, except 2 of the ships of burden which could not make the same port which the other ships did, and were carried a little lower down. Section 37. When our soldiers, about 300 in number, had been drawn out of these 2 ships, and were marching to the camp, the Morini, whom Caesar, when setting forth for Britain, had left in a state of peace, excited by the hope of spoil, at first surrounded them with a small number of men, and ordered them to lay down their arms if they did not wish to be slain. Afterwards, however, when they, forming a circle, stood on their defense, a shout was raised, and about 6,000 of the enemy soon assembled, which being reported, Caesar sent all the cavalry in the camp as a relief to his men. In the meantime, our soldiers sustained the attack of the enemy, and fought most valiantly for more than 4 hours, and, receiving but few wounds themselves, slew several of them. But after our cavalry came in sight, the enemy, throwing away their arms, turned their backs, and a great number of them were killed. Section 38. The day following, Caesar sent Labienus, his lieutenant, with those legions which he had brought back from Britain, against the Morini, who had revolted, who, as they had no place to which they might retreat, on account of the drying up of their marshes, which they had availed themselves of as a place of refuge the preceding year, almost all fell into the power of Labienus. In the meantime, Caesar's lieutenants, Q. Titurius and L.M. Cotta, who had led the legions into the territories of the Menapii, having laid waste all their lands, cut down their corn, and burnt their houses, returned to Caesar, because the Menapii had all concealed themselves in their thickest woods. Caesar fixed the winter quarters of all the legions amongst the Belgae. Thither only 2 British states sent hostages. The rest omitted to do so. For these successes, a thanksgiving of 20 days was decreed by the Senate upon receiving Caesar's letter. Chapter 5, Book 5, Section 1. Lucius Domitius and Appius Claudius. Being consuls, Caesar, when departing from his winter quarters into Italy, as he had been accustomed to do yearly, commands the lieutenants whom he appointed over the legions to take care that during the winter as many ships as possible should be built, and the old repaired. He plans the size and shape of them for dispatch of lading, and for drawing them on shore he makes them a little lower than those which we have been accustomed to use in our sea, and that's so much the more, because he knew that, on account of the frequent changes of the tide, less swells occurred there. For the purpose of transporting little and a great number of horses, he makes them a little broader than those which we use in other seas. All these he orders to be constructed for lightness and expedition, to which object their lowness contributes greatly. He orders those things which are necessary for equipping ships to be brought thither from Spain. He himself, on the assizes of hither Gaul being concluded, proceeds into Illyricum, because he heard that the part of the province nearest them was being laid waste by the incursions of the Pyrrhistae. When he had arrived there, he levies soldiers upon the states, and orders them to assemble at an appointed place, which circumstance having been reported to them, the Pyrrhistae send ambassadors to him to inform him that no part of those proceedings was done by public deliberation, and assert that they were ready to make compensation by all means for the injuries inflicted. Caesar, accepting their defense, demands hostages, and orders them to be brought to him on a specified day, and assures them that unless they did so, he would visit their state with war. These being brought to him on the day which he had ordered, he appoints arbitrators between the states, who should estimate the damages and determine the reparation. Section 2. These things being finished, and the assizes being concluded, he returns into hither Gaul, and proceeds thence to the army. When he had arrived there, having made a survey of the winter quarter, he finds that, by the extraordinary ardor of the soldiers, amidst the utmost scarcity of all materials, about 600 ships of that kind which we have described above, and 28 ships of war, had been built, and were not far from that state that they might be launched in a few days. Having commended the soldiers and those who had presided over the work, he informs them what he wishes to be done, and orders all the ships to assemble at Port Julius, from which port he had learned that the passage into Britain was shortest, being only about 30 miles from the continent. He left what seemed a sufficient number of soldiers for that design. He himself proceeds into the territories of the Treviri, with 4 legions without baggage and 800 horse, because they neither came to the general diets of Gaul, nor obeyed his commands, and were, moreover, said to be tampering with the Germans beyond the Rhine. Section 3. This state is by far the most powerful of all Gaul in cavalry, and has great forces of infantry, and as we have remarked above, borders on the Rhine. In that state 2 persons, Indutiomarus and Cingetorix, were then contending with each other for the supreme power, one of whom, as soon as the arrival of Caesar and his legions was known, came to him, assures him that he and all his party would continue in their allegiance, and not revolt from the alliance of the Roman people, and informs him of the things which were going on amongst the Treviri. But Indutiomarus began to collect cavalry and infantry, and make preparations for war. Having concealed those who by reason of their age could not be under arms in the forest Arduena, which is of immense size, and extends from the Rhine across the country of the Treviri to the frontiers of the Remi. But after that, some of the chief persons of the state, both influenced by their friendship for Cingetorix, and alarmed at the arrival of our army, came to Caesar and began to solicit him privately about their own interests. Since they could not provide for the safety of the state, Indutiomarus, dreading lest he should be abandoned by all, sends ambassadors to Caesar to declare that he absented himself from his countrymen, and refrained from coming to him on this account, that he might the more easily keep the state in its allegiance, lest on the departure of all the nobility the commonalty should, in their indiscretion, revolt. And thus the whole state was at his control, and that he, if Caesar would permit, would come to the camp to him, and would commit his own fortunes and those of the state to his good faith. Though he discerned from what motive these things were said, and what circumstance deterred him from his meditated plan, still, in order that he might not be compelled to waste the summer among the Treviri, while all things were prepared for the war with Britain, ordered Indutiomarus to come to him with 200 hostages. When these were brought, and among them his son and near relations, whom he had demanded by name, he consoled Indutiomarus, and enjoined him to continue in his allegiance. Yet nevertheless, summoning to him the chief men of the Treviri, he reconciled them individually to Cingetorix. This he both thought should be done by him in justice to the merits of the latter, and also judged that it was of great importance that the influence of one whose singular attachment towards him he had fully seen should prevail as much as possible among his people. Indutiomarus was very much offended at this act, seeing that his influence was diminished among his countrymen, and he who already before had borne a hostile mind towards us, was much more violently inflamed against us through resentment at this. Section 5. These matters being settled, Caesar went to Port Julius with the legions. There he discovers that 40 ships which had been built in the country of the Meldi, having been driven back by a storm, had been unable to maintain their course, and had returned to the same port from which they had set out. He finds the rest ready for sailing, and furnished with everything. In the same place, the cavalry of the whole of Gaul, in number 4,000, assembles. And also the chief persons of all the states. He had determined to leave in Gaul a very few of them, whose fidelity towards him he had clearly discerned, and take the rest with him as hostages. Because he feared a commotion in Gaul when he should be absent. Section 6. There was together with the others Dumnorix the Aeduan, of whom we have made previous mention. Him in particular he had resolved to have with him, because he had discovered him to be fond of change, fond of power, possessing great resolution and great influence among the Gauls. To this was added that Dumnorix had before said in an assembly of Aeduans that the sovereignty of the state had been made over to him by Caesar, which speech the Aedui bore with impatience, and yet dared not send ambassadors to Caesar for the purpose of either rejecting or deprecating that appointment. That fact Caesar had learned from his own personal friend. He at first strove to obtain by every entreaty that he should be left in Gaul, partly because, being unaccustomed to sailing, he feared the sea, partly because he said he was prevented by divine admonitions. After he saw that this request was firmly refused him, all hope of success being lost, he began to tamper with the chief persons of the Gauls, to call them apart singly, and exhort them to remain on the continent, to agitate them with the fear that it was not without reason that Gaul should be stripped of all her nobility, that it was Caesar's design to bring over to Britain and put to death all those whom he feared to slay in the sight of Gaul, to pledge his honor to the rest, to ask for their oath that they would by common deliberation execute what they should perceive to be necessary for Gaul. These things were reported to Caesar by several persons. Section 7. Having learned this fact, Caesar, because he had conferred so much honor upon the Aeduan state, determined that Dumnorix should be restrained and deterred by whatever means he could, and that, because he perceived his insane designs to be proceeding farther and farther, care should be taken lest he might be able to injure him in the Commonwealth. Therefore, having stayed about 25 days in that place, because the north wind, which usually blows a great part of every season, prevented the voyage, he exerted himself to keep Dumnorix in his allegiance, and nevertheless learn all his measures, having at length met with favorable weather. He orders the foot soldiers and the horse to embark in the ships. But while the minds of all were occupied, Dumnorix began to take his departure from the camp homewards with the cavalry of the Aedui. Caesar being ignorant of it, Caesar, on this matter being reported to him, ceasing from his expedition and deferring all other affairs, sends a great part of the cavalry to pursue him, and commands that he be brought back. He orders that if he use violence and do not submit, that he be slain, considering that Dumnorix would do nothing as a rational man while he himself was absent, since he had disregarded his command even when present. He, however, when recalled, began to resist and defend himself with his hand, and implore the support of his people, often exclaiming that he was free and the subject of a free state. They surround and kill the men as they had been commanded, but the Aeduan horsemen all returned to Caesar. Section 8. When these things were done, and Labienus, left on the continent with 3 legions and 2,000 horse, to defend the harbors and provide corn and discover what was going on in Gaul, and take measures according to the occasion and according to the circumstance. He himself, with 5 legions and a number of horse, equal to that which he was leaving on the continent, set sail at sunset, and though for a time borne forward by a gentle southwest wind, he did not maintain his course, in consequence of the wind dying away about midnight, and being carried on too far by the tide. When the sun rose, espied Britain passed on his left. Then, again following the change of tide, he urged on with the oars that he might make that port of the island, in which he had discovered the preceding summer that there was the best landing place. And in this affair, the spirit of our soldiers was very much to be extolled. For they, with the transports and heavy ships, the labor of rowing, not being for a moment discontinued, equaled the speed of the ships of war. All the ships reached Britain nearly at midday, nor was there seen a single enemy in that place. But as Caesar afterwards found from some prisoners, though large bodies of troops had assembled there. Yet being alarmed by the great number of our ships, more than 800 of which including the ships of the preceding year, and those private vessels which each had built for his own convenience, had appeared at one time, they had quitted the coast and concealed themselves among the higher points. Section 9. Caesar, having disembarked his army, and chosen a convenient place for the camp, when he discovered from the prisoners in what part the forces of the enemy had lodged themselves, having left 10 cohorts and 300 horse at the sea to be a guard to the ships, hastens to the enemy at the 3rd watch, fearing the less for the ships for this reason, because he was leaving them fastened at anchor upon an even and open shore, and he placed Quatrius over the guard of the ships. He himself, having advanced by night about 12 miles, espied the forces of the enemy. They, advancing to the river with their cavalry and chariots from the higher ground, began to annoy our men and give battle, being repulsed by our cavalry. They concealed themselves in woods, as they had secured a place admirably fortified by nature and by art, which, as it seemed, they had before prepared on account of a civil war. For all entrances to it were shut up by a great number of felled trees. They themselves rushed out of the woods to fight here and there, and prevented our men from entering their fortifications. But the soldiers of the 7th Legion, having formed a testudo and thrown up a rampart against the fortification, took the place and drove them out of the woods, receiving only a few wounds. But Caesar forbade his men to pursue them in their flight any great distance, both because he was ignorant of the nature of the ground, and because as a great part of the day was spent, he wished time to be left for the fortification of the camp. Section 10. The next day, early in the morning, he sent both foot soldiers and horse in 3 divisions on an expedition to pursue those who had fled. These having advanced a little way when already the rear of the enemy was in sight. Some horse came to Caesar from Quintus Atrius to report that the preceding night, a very great storm having arisen, almost all the ships were dashed to pieces and cast upon the shore, because neither the anchors and cables could resist, nor could the sailors and pilots sustain the violence of the storm, and thus great damage was received by that collision of the ships. Section 11. These things being known to him, Caesar orders the legions and cavalry to be recalled and to cease from their march. He himself returns to the ships. He sees clearly before him almost the same things which he had heard of from the messengers, and by letter, so that, about 40 ships being lost, the remainder seemed capable of being repaired with much labor. Therefore he selects workmen from the legions, and orders others to be sent for from the continent. He writes to Labienus to build as many ships as he could with those legions which were with him. He himself, though the matter was one of great difficulty and labor, yet thought it to be most expedient for all the ships to be brought up on shore and joined with the camp by one fortification. In these matters he employed about 10 days, the labor of the soldiers being unremitting even during the hours of night. The ships having been brought up on shore and the camp strongly fortified, he left the same forces which he did before as a guard for the ships. He sets out in person for the same place that he had returned from. When he had come thither, greater forces of the Britons had already assembled at that place, the chief command and management of the war having been entrusted to Cassivellaunus, whose territory is a river, which is called the Thames, separates from the maritime states at about 80 miles from the sea. At an earlier period, perpetual wars had taken place between him and the other states, but greatly alarmed by our arrival, the Britons had placed him over the whole war and the conduct of it. Section 12. The interior portion of Britain is inhabited by those of whom they say that it is handed down by tradition that they were born in the island itself. The maritime portion by those who had passed over from the country of the Belgae for the purpose of plunder and making war, almost all of whom are called by the names of those states from which being sprung they went thither, and having waged war, continued there and began to cultivate the lands. The number of the people is countless, and their buildings exceedingly numerous, for the most part very like those of the Gauls. The number of cattle is great. They use either brass or iron rings, determined at a certain weight, as their money. Tin is produced in the Midland regions, in the maritime, but the quantity of it is small. They employ brass, which is imported. There, as in Gaul, is timber of every description except beech and fir. They do not regard it lawful to eat the hare and the cock and the goose. They, however, breed them for amusement and pleasure. The climate is more temperate than in Gaul, the colds being less severe. Section 13. The island is triangular in its form, and one of its sides is opposite to Gaul. One angle of this side, which is in Kent, whither almost all ships from Gaul are directed, looks to the east. The lower looks to the south. This side extends about 500 miles. Another side lies towards Spain in the west, on which part is Ireland, less, as is reckoned, than Britain by one half. But the passage from it into Britain is of equal distance with that from Gaul. In the middle of this voyage is an island which is called Mona. Many smaller islands besides are supposed to lie there, of which islands some have written that at the time of the winter solstice, it is night there for 30 consecutive days. We, in our inquiries about that matter, ascertained nothing except that, by accurate measurements with water, we perceive the nights to be shorter there than on the continent. The length of this side, as their account states, is 700 miles. The third side is towards the north, to which portion of the island no land is opposite, but an angle of that side looks principally towards Germany. This side is considered to be 800 miles in length. Thus, the whole island is about 2,000 miles in circumference. Section 14. The most civilized of all these nations are they who inhabit Kent, which is entirely a maritime district, nor do they differ much from the Gallic customs. Most of the inland inhabitants do not sow corn, but live on milk and flesh, and are clad with skins. All the Britons, indeed, dye themselves with wood, which occasions a bluish color, and thereby have a more terrible appearance in fight. They wear their hair long, and have every part of their body shaved, except their head and upper lip. 10 and even 12 have wives common to them, and particularly brothers among brothers, and parents among their children. But if there be any issue by these wives, they are reputed to be the children of those by whom respectively each was first espoused, when a virgin. Section 50. The horse and charioteers of the enemy contended vigorously in a skirmish with our cavalry on the march, yet so that our men were conquerors in all parts, and drove them to their woods and hills. But having slain a great many, they pursued too eagerly and lost some of their men. But the enemy, after some time had elapsed, when our men were off their guard and occupied in the fortification of the camp, rushed out of the woods, and making an attack upon those who were placed on duty before the camp, fought in a determined manner, and 2 cohorts being sent by Caesar to their relief, and these severally the first of 2 legions. When these had taken up their position at a very small distance from each other, as our men were disconcerted by the unusual mode of battle, the enemy broke through the middle of them most courageously, and retreated thence in safety. That day, Liberius Durus, a tribune of the soldiers, was slain. The enemy, since more cohorts were sent against them, were repulsed. Section 16. In the whole of this method of fighting, since the engagement took place under the eyes of all and before the camp, it was perceived that our men, on account of the weight of their arms, inasmuch as they could neither pursue the enemy when retreating, nor dare quit their standards, were little suited to this kind of enemy, that the horse also fought with great danger, because they, the Britons, generally retreated, even designedly, and, when they had drawn off our men a short distance from the legions, leaped from their chariots and fought on foot in unequal, and to them advantageous battle. But the system of cavalry engagement is wont to produce equal danger, and indeed the same, both to those who retreat and those who pursue. To this was added that they never fought in close order, but in small parties and at great distances, and had detachments placed in different parts, and then the one relieved the other, and the vigorous and fresh succeeded the wearied. Section 17. The following day the enemy halted on the hills, a distance from our camp, and presented themselves in small parties, and began to challenge our horse to battle with less spirit than the day before. But at noon, when Caesar had sent 3 legions, and all the cavalry with Trebonius the lieutenant for the purpose of foraging, they flew upon the foragers suddenly from all quarters, so that they did not keep off even from the standards and the legions. Our men, making an attack on them vigorously, repulsed them. Nor did they cease to pursue them until the horse, relying on release, as they saw the legions behind them, drove the enemy precipitately before them, and slaying a great number of them, did not give them the opportunity either of rallying or halting, or leaping from their chariots. Immediately after this retreat, the auxiliaries who had assembled from all sides departed, nor after that time did the enemy ever engage with us in very large numbers. Section 18. Caesar, discovering their design, leads his army into the territories of Cassivellaunus to the river Thames, which river can be forded in one place only, and that with difficulty. When he had arrived there, he perceives that numerous forces of the enemy were marshaled on the other bank of the river. The bank also was defended by sharp stakes fixed in front, and stakes of the same kind fixed under the water were covered by the river. These things being discovered from some prisoners and deserters, Caesar, sending forward the cavalry, ordered the legions to follow them immediately. But the soldiers advanced with such speed and such ardor though they stood above the water by their heads only, that the enemy could not sustain the attack of the legions and of the horse, and quitted the banks and committed themselves to flight. Section 19. Cassivellaunus, as we have stated above, all hope rising out of battle being laid aside, the greater part of his forces being dismissed, and about 4,000 charioteers only being left, used to observe our marches and retire a little from the road, and conceal himself in intricate and woody places. And in those neighborhoods in which he had discovered we were about to march, he used to drive the cattle and the inhabitants from the fields into the woods. And when our cavalry, for the sake of plundering and ravaging the more freely, scattered themselves among the field, he used to send out charioteers from the woods by all the well-known roads and paths, and, to the great danger of our horse, engage with them. And this source of fear hindered them from straggling very extensively. The result was that Caesar did not allow excursions to be made to a great distance from the main body of the legions, and ordered that damage should be done to the enemy in ravaging their lands and kindling fires, only so far as the legionary soldiers could, by their own exertion and marching, accomplish it. Section 20. In the meantime, the Trinobantes, almost the most powerful state of those parts from which the young man Mandubratius embracing the protection of Caesar had come to the continent of Gaul, to meet him whose father Emmanuentius had possessed the sovereignty in that state, and had been killed by Cassivellaunus. He himself had escaped death by flight, sent ambassadors to Caesar, and promised that they will surrender themselves to him and perform his commands. They entreat him to protect Mandubratius from the violence of Cassivellaunus, and send to their state someone to preside over it and possess the government. Caesar demands 40 hostages from them, and corn for his army, and sends Mandubratius to them. They speedily performed the things demanded and sent hostages to the number appointed, and the corn. Section 21. The Trinobantes being protected and secured from any violence of the soldiers, the Cenomani, the Segondiaci, the Ancolites, the Bibroci, and the Cassi, sending embassies, surrender themselves to Caesar. From them he learns that the capital town of Cassivellaunus was not far from that place, and was defended by woods and morasses, and a very large number of men and of cattle had been collected in it. Now the Britons, when they have fortified the intricate woods in which they are wont to assemble for the purpose of avoiding the incursion of an enemy, with an entrenchment and a rampart, call them a town, thither he proceeds with his legions. He finds the place admirably fortified by nature and art. He, however, undertakes to attack it in 2 directions. The enemy, having remained only a short time, did not sustain the attack of our soldiers, and hurried away on the other side of the town. A great amount of cattle was found there, and many of the enemy were taken and slain in their flight. Section 22. While these things are going forward in those places, Cassivellaunus sends messengers into Kent, which we have observed above is on the sea, over which districts 4 several kings reigned, Cingetorix, Carvilius, Taximagalus, and Siganaxen commands them to collect all their forces and unexpectedly assail and storm the naval camp. When they had come to the camp, our men, after making a sally, slaying many of their men, and also capturing a distinguished leader named Lugotorix, brought back their own men in safety. Cassivellaunus, when this battle was reported to him, as so many losses had been sustained, and his territories laid waste, being alarmed most of all by the desertion of the states, sends ambassadors to Caesar to treat about a surrender through the mediation of Commius, the Atrebatian. Caesar, since he had determined to pass the winter on the continent on account of the sudden revolts of Gaul, and as much of the summer did not remain, and he perceived that even that could be easily protracted, demands hostages, and prescribes what tribute Britain should pay each year to the Roman people. He forbids and commands Cassivellaunus that he wage not war against Mandubratius or the Trinobantes. Section 23. When he had received the hostages, he leads back the army to the sea and finds the ships repaired. After launching these, because he had a large number of prisoners, and some of the ships had been lost in the storm, he determines to convey back his army at 2 embarkations. And it so happened that out of so large a number of ships, In so many voyages, neither in this nor in the previous year was any ship missing which conveyed soldiers, but very few out of those which were sent back to him from the continent empty, as the soldiers of the former convoy had been disembarked. And out of those 60 in number, which Labienus had taken care to have built, reached their destination, almost all the rest were driven back. And when Caesar had waited for them for some time in vain, lest he should be debarred from a voyage by the season of the year, inasmuch as the equinox was at hand, he of necessity stowed his soldiers the more closely, and a very great calm coming on. After he had weighed anchor at the beginning of the second watch, he reached land at break of day and brought in all the ships in safety. Section 24. The ships having been drawn up, and a general assembly of the Gauls held at Samarabriva. Because the corn that year had not prospered in Gaul by reason of the droughts, he was compelled to station his army in its winter quarters, differently from the former years, and to distribute the legions among several states. One of them he gave to C. Fabius, his lieutenant, to be marched into the territories of the Morini, a second to Q. Cicero into those of the Nervii, a third to L. Ratius into those of the Aesui, a fourth he ordered to winter with T. Labienus among the Remi and the confines of the Treviri. He stationed 3 in Belgium. Over these he appointed M. Crassus, his quaestor, and L. Munatius Plancus, and C. Trebonius, his lieutenants. 1 legion which he had raised last on the other side of the Po, and 5 cohorts he sent amongst the Eberons, the greatest portion of whom lie between the Meuse and the Rhine, and who were under the government of Ambiorix and Catuvolcus. He ordered Q. Titurius Sabinus and L. Aurunculius Cotta, his lieutenants, to take the command of these soldiers. The legions being distributed in this manner, he thought he could most easily remedy the scarcity of corn. And yet the winter quarters of all these legions, except that which he had given to L.L., Ratius to be led into the most peaceful and tranquil neighborhood, were comprehended within about 100 miles. He himself, in the meanwhile, until he had stationed the legions and knew that the several winter quarters were fortified, determined to stay in Gaul. Section 25. There was among the Carnutes a man named Tasgetius, born of very high rank, whose ancestors had held the sovereignty in his state. To him, Caesar had restored the position of his ancestors in consideration of his prowess and attachment towards him, because in all his wars he had availed himself of his valuable services. His personal enemies had killed him when in the 3rd year of his reign, many even of his own state being openly promoters of that act. This event is related to Caesar, he fearing, because several were involved in the act, that the state might revolt at their instigation, orders Lucius Plancus, with a legion, to proceed quickly from Belgium to the Carnutes, and winter there, and arrest and send to him the persons by whose instrumentality he should discover that Tasgetius was slain. In the meantime, he was apprised by all the lieutenants and quaestors, to whom he had assigned the legions, that they had arrived in winter quarters, and that the place for the quarters was fortified. Section 26. About 15 days after they had come into winter quarters, the beginning of a sudden insurrection and revolt arose from Ambiorix and Catuvolcus, who, though they had met with Sabinus and Cotta at the borders of their kingdom, and had conveyed corn into our winter quarters, induced by the messages of Indutiomarus, one of the Treviri, excited their people, and after having suddenly assailed the soldiers engaged in procuring wood, came with a large body to attack the camp. When our men had speedily taken up arms and had ascended the rampart, and sending out some Spanish horse on one side, had proved conquerors in a cavalry action, the enemy, despairing of success, drew off their troops from the assault. Then they shouted, according to their custom, that some of our men should go forward to a conference, alleging that they had some things which they desired to say respecting the common interest, by which they trusted their disputes could be removed. Section 27. C. Arpinius, a Roman knight, the intimate friend of Q. Titurius, and with him Q. Junius, a certain person from Spain who already on previous occasions had been accustomed to go to Ambiorix at Caesar's mission, is sent to them for the purpose of a conference. Before them Ambiorix spoke to this effect, that he confessed that for Caesar's kindness towards him, he was very much indebted to him. inasmuch as by his aid he had been freed from a tribute which he had been accustomed to pay to the Adjuatuci, his neighbors, and because his own son and the son of his brother had been sent back to him, whom one sent in the number of hostages. The Adjuatuci had detained among them in slavery and in chains, and that he had not done that which he had done in regard to the attacking of the camp, either by his own judgment or desire, but by the compulsion of his state, and that his government was of that nature that the people had as much of authority over him as he over the people. To the state, moreover, the occasion of the war was this, that it could not withstand the sudden combination of the Gauls, that he could easily prove this from his own weakness, since he was not so little versed in affairs as to presume that with his forces he could conquer the Roman people, but that it was the common resolution of Gaul, that that day was appointed for the storming of all Caesar's winter quarters, in order that no legion should be able to come to the relief of another legion, that Gauls could not easily deny Gauls, especially when a measure seemed entered into for recovering their common freedom. Since he had performed his duty to them on the score of patriotism, he said, he has now regard to gratitude for the kindness of Caesar, that he warned, that he prayed to Turius by the claims of hospitality to consult for his and his soldiers' safety, that a large force of the Germans had been hired and had passed the Rhine, that it would arrive in 2 days, that it was for them to consider whether they thought fit, before the nearest people perceived it, to lead off their soldiers when drawn out of winter quarters either to Cicero or to Labienus, one of whom was about 50 miles distant from them, the other rather more, that this he promised and confirmed by oath, that he would give them a safe passage through his territories, and when he did that, he was both consulting for his own state, because it would be relieved from the winter quarters, and also making a requital to Caesar for his obligations. Section 28. Arpinius and Junius relate to the lieutenants what they had heard. They, greatly alarmed by the unexpected affair, though those things were spoken by an enemy, still thought they were not to be disregarded, and they were especially influenced by this consideration, that it was scarcely credible that the obscure and humble state of the Eburones had dared to make war upon the Roman people of their own accord. Accordingly, they refer the matter to a council, and great controversy arises among them. Aurunculius and several tribunes of the soldiers and the centurions of the first rank were of opinion that nothing should be done hastily, and that they should not depart from the camp without Caesar's orders. They declared that any forces of the Germans, however great, might be encountered by fortified winter quarters, that this fact was a proof of it, that they had sustained the first assault of the Germans most valiantly, inflicting many wounds upon them, that they were not distressed for corn, that in the meantime relief would come both from the nearest winter quarters and from Caesar. Lastly, they put the query, what could be more undetermined, more undignified than to adopt measures respecting the most important affairs on the authority of an enemy? Section 29. In opposition to those things, Titurius exclaimed, that they would do this too late, when greater forces of the enemy, after a junction with the Germans, should have assembled, or when some disaster had been received in the neighboring winter quarters. That the opportunity for deliberating was short, that he believed that Caesar had set forth into Italy, as the Carnutes would not otherwise have taken the measure of slaying Tasgias, nor would the Eburones, if he had been present, have come to the camp with so great defiance of us, that he did not regard the enemy, but the fact as the authority, that the Rhine was near, that the death of Ariovistus and our previous victories were subjects of great indignation to the Germans. That Gaul was inflamed, that after having received so many defeats, she was reduced under the sway of the Roman people, her pristine glory in military matters being extinguished. Lastly, who would persuade himself of this? That Ambiorix had resorted to a design of that nature without sure grounds, that his own opinion was safe on either side. If there be nothing very formidable, they would go without danger to the nearest legion. If all Gaul conspired with the Germans, their only safety lay in dispatch. What issue would the advice of Cotta and of those who differed from him have, from which, if immediate danger was not to be dreaded, yet certainly famine, by a protracted siege was? Section 30. This discussion having been held on the two sides, when opposition was offered strenuously by Cotta and the principal officers, prevail, said Sabinus, If so, you wish it, and he said it with a louder voice, that a great portion of the soldiers might hear him. Nor am I the person among you, he said, who is most powerfully alarmed by the danger of death. These will be aware of it. And then, if anything disastrous shall have occurred, they will demand a reckoning at your hands. These, who, if it were permitted by you, united 3 days hence with the nearest winter quarters, may encounter the common condition of war with the rest, and not, as if forced away and separated far from the rest, perish either by the sword or by famine. Section 31. They rise from the council, detain both, and entreat that they do not bring the matter into the greatest jeopardy by their dissension and obstinacy. The affair was an easy one, if only they all thought and approved of the same thing, whether they remain or depart. On the other hand, they saw no security in dissension. The matter is prolonged by debate till midnight. At last Cotta, being overruled, yields his assent. The opinion of Sabinus prevails. It is proclaimed that they will march at daybreak. The remainder of the night is spent without sleep, since every soldier was inspecting his property to see what he could carry with him, and what out of the appurtenances of the winter quarters he would be compelled to leave. Every reason is suggested to show why they could not stay without danger, and how that danger would be increased by the fatigue of the soldiers and their want of sleep. At break of day they quit the camp in a very extended line and with a very large amount of baggage, in such a manner as men who were convinced that the advice was given by Ambiorix, not as an enemy, but as most friendly toward them. Section 32. But the enemy, after they had made the discovery of their intended departure by the noise during the night, and their not retiring to rest, having placed an ambuscade in 2 divisions in the woods, in a suitable and concealed place 2 miles from the camp, waited for the arrival of the Romans. And when the greater part of the line of march had descended into a considerable valley, they suddenly presented themselves on either side of that valley, and began both to harass the rear and hinder the van from ascending, and to give battle in a place exceedingly disadvantageous to our men. Section 33. Then at length Titurius, as one who had provided nothing beforehand, was confused, ran to and fro, and set about arranging his troops. These very things, however, he did timidly and in such a manner that all resources seemed to fail him, which generally happens to those who are compelled to take counsel in the action itself. But Cotta, who had reflected that these things might occur on the march, and on that account had not been an adviser of the departure, was wanting to the common safety in no respect, both in addressing and encouraging the soldiers. He performed the duties of a general, and, in the battle, those of a soldier. And since they, Titurius and Cotta, could less easily perform everything by themselves, and provide what was to be done in each place, by reason of the length of the line of march, they ordered the officers to give the command that they should leave the baggage and form themselves into an orb, which measure, though in a contingency of that nature, it was not to be condemned, still turned out unfortunately, for it both diminished the hope of our soldiers and rendered the enemy more eager for the fight, because it appeared that this was not done without the greatest fear and despair. Besides that happened, which would necessarily be the case, that the soldiers for the most part quitted their ensigns and hurried to seek and carry off from the baggage whatever each thought valuable, and all parts were filled with uproar and lamentation. Section 34. But judgment was not wanting to the barbarians, for their leaders ordered the officers to proclaim through the ranks that no man should quit his place, that the booty was theirs, and for them was reserved whatever the Romans should leave. Therefore let them consider that all things depended on their victory. Our men were equal to them in fighting, both in courage and in number, and though they were deserted by their leader and by fortune, yet they still placed all hope of safety in their valor, and as often as any cohort sallied forth on that side, a great number of the enemy usually fell. Ambiorix, when he observed this, orders a command to be issued that they throw their weapons from a distance and do not approach too near, and in whatever direction the Romans should make an attack, there give way from the lightness of their appointments and from their daily practice, no damage could be done them, but pursue them when betaking themselves to their standards again. Section 35. Which command having been most carefully obeyed, when any cohort had quitted the circle and made a charge, the enemy fled very precipitately. In the meantime, that part of the Roman army of necessity was left unprotected, and the weapons received on their open flank. Again, when they had begun to return to that place from which they had advanced, they were surrounded both by those who had retreated and by those who stood next them. But if, on the other hand, they wished to keep their place, neither was an opportunity left for valor, nor could they be crowded together. Escaped the weapons cast by so large a body of men, yet, though assailed by so many disadvantages and having received many wounds, they withstood the enemy, and a great portion of the day being spent. Though they fought from daybreak till the 8th hour, they did nothing which was unworthy of them. At length, each thigh of Malventius, who the year before had been chief centurion, a brave man and one of great authority, is pierced with a javelin. Q. Lucanius, of the same rank, fighting most valiantly, is slain while he assists his son when surrounded by the enemy. L.D. Cotta, the lieutenant, when encouraging all the cohorts and companies, is wounded full in the mouth by a sling. Section 36. Much troubled by these events, Q. Titurius, when he had perceived Ambiorix in the distance encouraging his men, sends to him his interpreter, C.N. Pompey, to beg that he would spare him and his soldiers. He, when addressed, replied, if he wished to confer with him, it was permitted, that he hoped what pertained to the safety of the soldiers could be obtained from the people, that to him, however, certainly no injury would be done, and that he pledged his faith to that effect. He consults with Cotta, who had been wounded, whether it would appear right to retire from battle and confer with Ambiorix, saying that he hoped to be able to succeed respecting his own and the soldiers' safety. Cotta says he will not go to an armed enemy, and in that persevere. Section 37. Sabinus orders those tribunes of the soldiers whom he had at the time around him, and the centurions of the first ranks to follow him. And when he had approached nearer to Ambiorix, being ordered to throw down his arms, he obeys the order and commands his men to do the same. In the meantime, while they treat upon the terms, and a longer debate than necessary is designedly entered into by Ambiorix, being surrounded by degrees, he is slain. Then they, according to their custom, shout out victory, and raise their war cry, and making an attack on our men, break their ranks. There L.G. Cotta, while fighting, is slain, together with the greater part of the soldiers. The rest betake themselves to the camp from which they had marched forth. And one of them, L. Petrosidius, the standard-bearer, when he was overpowered by the great number of the enemy, threw the eagle within the entrenchments, and is himself slain while fighting with the greatest courage before the camp. They with difficulty sustained the attack till night. Despairing of safety, they all to a man destroy themselves in the night. A few escaping from the battle make their way to Labienus at winter quarters, after wandering at random through the woods, and inform him of these events. Section 38. Elated by this victory, Ambiorix marches immediately with his cavalry to the Aduatuci who bordered on his kingdom. He halts neither day nor night, and orders the infantry to follow him closely. Having related the exploit and roused the Aduatuci, the next day he arrived among the Nervii and entreats that they should not throw away the opportunity of liberating themselves forever and of punishing the Romans for those wrongs which they had received from them. He tells them that 2 lieutenants have been slain, and that a large portion of the army has perished, that it was not a matter of difficulty for the legion which was wintering with Cicero to be cut off when suddenly assaulted. He declares himself ready to cooperate in that design. He easily gains over the Nervii by this speech. Section 39. Accordingly, messengers having been forthwith dispatched to the Centrones, the Grudii, the Levasi, the Plumaxi, and the Gedumni, all of whom are under their government, they assemble as large bodies as they can, and rush unexpectedly to the winter quarters of Cicero, the report of the death of Titurius not having as yet been conveyed to him. That also occurred to him, which was the consequence of a necessary work, that some soldiers who had gone off into the woods for the purpose of procuring timber and therewith constructing fortifications, were intercepted by the sudden arrival of the enemy's horse. These having been entrapped, the Eburones, the Nervii, and the Aduatuci, and all their allies and dependents begin to attack the legion. Our men quickly run together to arms and mount the rampart. They sustained the attack that day with great difficulty, since the enemy placed all their hope in dispatch, and felt assured that if they obtained this victory, they would be conquerors forever. Section 40. Letters are immediately sent to Caesar by Cicero, great rewards being offered to the messengers if they carried them through. All the passes having been beset, those who were sent are intercepted. During the night, as many as 120 towers are raised with incredible dispatch out of the timber which they had collected for the purpose of fortification. The things which seemed necessary to the work are completed. The following day, the enemy, having collected far greater forces, attack the camp and fill up the ditch. Resistance is made by our men in the same manner as the day before. This same thing is done afterwards during the remaining days. The work is carried on incessantly in the night. Not even to the sick or wounded is opportunity given for rest. Whatever things are required for resisting the assault of the next day are provided during the night. Many stakes burnt at the end. And a large number of mural pikes are procured. Towers are built up. Battlements and parapets are formed of interwoven hurdles. Cicero himself, though he was in very weak health, did not leave himself the night time for repose, so that he was forced to spare himself by the spontaneous movement and entreaties of the soldiers. Then these leaders and chiefs of the Nervae, who had any intimacy and grounds of friendship with Cicero, say they desire to confer with him. When permission was granted, they recount the same things which Ambiorix had related to Titurius, namely, that all Gaul was in arms, that the Germans had passed the Rhine, that the winter quarters of Caesar and of the others were attacked. They report in addition also about the death of Sabinus. They point to Ambiorix for the purpose of obtaining credence. They are mistaken, say they, if they hope for any relief from those who distrust their own affairs. That they bear such feelings towards Cicero and the Roman people, that they deny them nothing but winter quarters, and are unwilling that this practice should become constant. That through their Nervaes means it is possible for them, the Romans, to depart from their winter quarters safely, and to proceed without fear into whatever parts they desire. To these Cicero made only one reply, that it is not the custom of the Roman people to accept any condition from an armed enemy. If they are willing to lay down their arms, they may employ him as their advocate and send ambassadors to Caesar, that he believed from his Caesar's justice they would obtain the things which they might request. Section 42. Disappointed in this hope, the Nervae surround the winter quarters with a rampart 11 feet high and a ditch 13 feet in depth. These military works they had learnt from our men in the intercourse of former years, and having taken some of our army prisoners, were instructed by them, but as they had no supply of iron tools which are ready for this service, they were forced to cut the turf with their swords, and to empty out the earth with their hands and cloaks, from which circumstance the vast number of the men could be inferred. For in less than 3 hours they completed a fortification of 10 miles in circumference, and during the rest of the days they began to prepare and construct towers of the height of the ramparts and grappling irons and mantlets, which the same prisoners had taught them. Section 43. On the 7th day of the attack, a very high wind having sprung up, they began to discharge by their slings hot balls made of burnt or hardened clay, and heated javelins upon the huts, which, after the Gallic custom, were thatched with straw. These quickly took fire, and by the violence of the wind, scattered their flames in every part of the camp. The enemy following up their success with a very loud shout, as if victory were already obtained and secured, began to advance their towers and mantlets, and climb the rampart with ladders. But so great was the courage of our soldiers, and such their presence of mind, that though they were scorched on all sides, and harassed by a vast number of weapons, and were aware that their baggage and their possessions were burning, not only did no one quit the rampart for the purpose of withdrawing from the scene, but scarcely did anyone even then look behind, and they all fought most vigorously, and this day was by far the most calamitous to our men. It had this result, however, that on that day the largest number of the enemy was wounded and slain, since they had crowded beneath the very rampart, and the hindmost did not afford the foremost a retreat. The flame having abated a little, and a tower having been brought up in a particular place, and touching the rampart, the centurions of the third cohort retired from the place in which they were standing, and drew off all their men. They began to call on the enemy by gestures and by words to enter if they wished, but none of them dared to advance. Then stones having been cast from every quarter, the enemy were dislodged, and their tower set on fire. Section 44. In that legion there were 2 very brave men, centurions, who were now approaching the first ranks, T. Pulfio and L. Varenus. These used to have continual disputes between them which of them should be preferred, and every year used to contend for promotion with the utmost animosity. When the fight was going on most vigorously before the fortifications, Pulfio, one of them, says, "Why do you hesitate, Varenus? Or what better opportunity of signalizing your valor do you seek? This very day shall decide our disputes." When he had uttered these words, he proceeds beyond the fortifications and rushes on that part of the enemy which appeared the thickest. Nor does Varenus remain within the rampart, but, respecting the high opinion of all, follows close after. Then, when an inconsiderable space intervened, Pulfio throws his javelin at the enemy and pierces one of the multitude who was running up. And while the latter was wounded and slain, the enemy cover him with their shields, and all throw their weapons at the other, and afford him no opportunity of retreating. The shield of Pulfio is pierced, and a javelin is fastened in his belt. This circumstance turns aside his scabbard and obstructs his right hand when attempting to draw his sword. The enemy crowd around him when thus embarrassed. His rival runs up to him and succors him in this emergency. Immediately the whole host turn from Pulfio to him, supposing the other to be pierced through by the javelin. Varenus rushes on briskly with his sword, and carries on the combat hand to hand, and having slain one man for a short time drove back the rest. While he urges on too eagerly, slipping into a hollow, he fell. To him in his turn, when surrounded, Pulfio brings relief, and both having slain a great number, retreat into the fortifications amidst the highest applause. Fortune so dealt with both in this rivalry and conflict that the one competitor was a succor and a safeguard to the other, nor could it be determined which of the two appeared worthy of being preferred to the other. In proportion as the attack became daily more formidable and violent, and particularly because as a great number of the soldiers were exhausted with wounds, the matter had come to a small number of defenders. More frequent letters and messengers were sent to Caesar, a part of which messengers were taken and tortured to death in the sight of our soldiers. There was within our camp a certain Nervian, by name Vertico, born in a distinguished position, who in the beginning of the blockade had deserted to Cicero, and had exhibited his fidelity to him. He persuades his slave, by the hope of freedom, and by great rewards, to convey a letter to Caesar. This he carries out bound about his javelin, and mixing among the Gauls without any suspicion by being a Gaul. He reaches Caesar. From him they received information of the imminent danger of Cicero and the legion, section 46. Caesar, having received the letter about the 11th hour of the day, immediately sends a messenger to the Bellovaci, to M. Crassus, quaestor there, whose winter quarters were 25 miles distant from him. He orders the legion to set forward in the middle of the night and come to him with dispatch. Crassus set out with the messenger. He sends Anther to see Fabius, the lieutenant, ordering him to lead forth his legion into the territories of the Atrebates, to which he knew his march must be made. He writes to Labienus to come with his legion to the frontiers of the Nervii, if he could do so to the advantage of the Commonwealth. He does not consider that the remaining portion of the army, because it was somewhat farther distant, should be waited for, but assembles about 400 horse from the nearest winter quarters. Section 47. Having been apprised of the arrival of Crassus by the scouts at the third hour, he advances 20 miles that day. He appoints Crassus over Samara Breva, and assigns him a legion, because he was leaving there the baggage of the army, the hostages of the states, the public document, and all the corn which he had conveyed thither for passing the wood. Fabius, without delaying a moment, meets him on the march with his legion, as he had been commanded. Labienus, having learnt the death of Sabinus and the destruction of the cohorts, as all the forces of the Treviri had come against him, beginning to fear lest, if he made a departure from his winter quarters, resembling a flight, he should not be able to support the attack of the enemy, particularly since he knew them to be elated by their recent victory. sends back a letter to Caesar informing him with what great hazard he would lead out his legion from winter quarters. He relates at large the affair which had taken place among the Eberons. He informs him that all the infantry and cavalry of the Treveri had encamped at a distance of only 3 miles from his own camp. Section 48. Caesar, approving of his motives, although he was disappointed in his expectation of 3 legions, and reduced to 2, yet placed his only hopes of the common safety in dispatch, he goes into the territories of the Nervi by long marches. There he learns from some prisoners what things are going on in the camp of Cicero, and in how great jeopardy the affair is. Then, with great rewards, he induces a certain man of the Gallic. This he sends written in Greek characters, lest the letter being intercepted, our measures should be discovered by the enemy. He directs him, if he should be unable to enter, to throw his spear with the letter fastened to the thong inside the fortifications of the camp. He writes in the letter that he, having set out with his legions, will quickly be there. He entreats him to maintain his ancient valor. The Gaul, apprehending danger, throws his spear as he had been directed. It, by chance, stuck in a tower, and not being observed by our men for 2 days, was seen by a certain soldier on the 3rd day. When taken down, it was carried to Cicero. He, after perusing it, reads it out in an assembly of the soldiers, and fills all with the greatest joy. Then the smoke of the fires was seen in the distance, a circumstance which banished all doubt of the arrival of the legions. Section 49. The Gauls, having discovered the matter through their scouts, abandoned the blockade and marched towards Caesar with all their forces. These were about 60 zero-armed men. Cicero, an opportunity being now afforded, again begs of that vertigo. The Gaul, whom we mentioned above, to convey back a letter to Caesar, he advises him to perform his journey warily. He writes in the letter that the enemy had departed and had turned their entire force against him. When this letter was brought to him about the middle of the night, Caesar apprises his soldiers of its contents and inspires them with courage for fighting. The following day, at the dawn, he moves his camp, and having proceeded 4 miles, he espies the forces of the enemy on the other side of a considerable valley and rivulet. It was an affair of great danger to fight with such large forces in a disadvantageous situation. For the present, therefore, inasmuch as he knew that Cicero was released from the blockade, and thought that he might on that account relax his speed, he halted there and fortifies a camp in the most favorable position he can. And this, though it was small in itself, there being scarcely 7,000 men, and these too without baggage, still by the narrowness of the passages, he contracts as much as he can with this object, that he may come into the greatest contempt with the enemy. In the meanwhile, scouts having been sent in all directions, he examines by what most convenient path he might cross the valley. Section 50. That day, slight skirmishes of cavalry having taken place near the river, both armies kept in their own positions. The Gauls, because they were awaiting larger forces which had not then arrived. Caesar, to see if perchance, by pretense of fear, he could allure the enemy towards his position, so that he might engage in battle in front of his camp on this side of the valley. If he could not accomplish this, having inquired about the passes, he might cross the valley and the river with the less hazard. At daybreak, the cavalry of the enemy approaches to the camp and joins battle with our horse. Caesar orders the horse to give way purposely and retreat to the camp. At the same time, he orders the camp to be fortified with a higher rampart in all directions, the gates to be barricaded, and in executing these things as much confusion to be shown as possible, and to perform them under the pretense of fear. Section 51. Induced by all these things, the enemy led over their forces and draw up their line in a disadvantageous position. And as our men also had been led down from the ramparts, they approach near, and throw their weapons into the fortification from all sides, and sending heralds round, order it to be proclaimed that if any, either Gaul or Roman, was willing to go over to them before the 3rd hour, it was permitted. After that time there would not be permission, and so much did they disregard our men, that the gates having been blocked up with single rows of turf as a mere appearance, because they did not seem able to burst in that way. Some began to pull down the rampart with their hands, others to fill up the trenches. Then Caesar, making a sally from all the gates, and sending out the cavalry, soon puts the enemy to flight, so that no one at all stood his ground with the intention of fighting, and he slew a great number of them, and deprived all of their arms. Section 52. Caesar, fearing to pursue them very far, because woods and morasses intervened, and also because he saw that they suffered no small loss in abandoning their position, reaches Cicero the same day with all his forces safe. He witnesses with surprise the towers, mantlets, and other fortifications belonging to the enemy. The legion having been drawn out, he finds that even every 10th soldier had not escaped without wounds. From all these things he judges with what danger and with what great courage matters had been conducted. He commends Cicero according to his desert, and likewise the legion. He addresses individually the centurions and the tribunes of the soldiers, whose valor he had discovered to have been signal. He receives information of the death of Sabinus and Cotta from the prisoners. An assembly being held the following day, he states the occurrence. He consoles and encourages the soldiers. He suggests that the disaster which had been occasioned by the misconduct and rashness of his lieutenant should be borne with a patient mind, because by the favor of the immortal gods and their own valor, neither was lasting joy left to the enemy, nor very lasting grief to them. Section 53, in the meanwhile, the report respecting the victory of Caesar is conveyed to Labienus through the country of the Remi with incredible speed, so that, though he was about 60 miles distant from the winter quarter of Cicero, and Caesar had arrived there after the 9th hour, before midnight a shout arose at the gates of the camp, by which shout an indication of the victory and a congratulation on the part of the Remi were given to Labienus. This report, having been carried to the Treveri in Ducemaris, who had resolved to attack the camp of Labienus the following day, flies by night and leads back all his forces into the country of the Treveri. Caesar sends back Fabius with his legion to his winter quarters. He himself determines to winter with 3 legions near Samarabriva in 3 different quarters, and because such great commotions had arisen in Gaul, he resolved to remain during the whole winter with the army himself, for the disaster respecting the death of Sabinus having been circulated among them. Almost all the states of Gaul were deliberating about war, sending messengers and embassies into all quarters, inquiring what further measure they should take, and holding councils by night in secluded places. Nor did any period of the whole winter pass over without fresh anxiety to Caesar, or without his receiving some intelligence respecting the meetings and commotions of the Gauls. Among these he is informed by Alrocius, the lieutenant whom he had placed over the 13th legion, that large forces of those states of the Gauls, which are called the Armoricae, had assembled for the purpose of attacking him, and were not more than 8 miles distant. But intelligence respecting the victory of Caesar being carried to them had retreated in such a manner that their departure appeared like a flight. Section 54. But Caesar, having summoned to him the principal persons of each state, in one case by alarming them, since he declared that he knew what was going on, and in another case by encouraging them, retained a great part of Gaul in its allegiance. The Senones, however, which is a state eminently powerful and one of great influence among the Gauls, attempting by general design to slay Cavarinus, whom Caesar had created king among them, whose brother Moritascus had held the sovereignty at the period of the arrival of Caesar in Gaul, and whose ancestors had also previously held it when he discovered their plot and fled, pursued him even to the frontiers of the state, and drove him from his kingdom and his home, and, after having sent ambassadors to Caesar for the purpose of concluding a peace, when he ordered all their senate to come to him, did not obey that command. So far did it operate among those barbarian people that there were found some to be the first to wage war, and so great a change of inclination in all that, except the Aedui and the Remi, whom Caesar had always held in especial honor, the one people for their long-standing and uniform fidelity towards the Roman people, the other for their late service in the Gallic War, there was scarcely a state which was not suspected by us. And I do not know whether that ought much to be wondered at, as well for several other reasons, as particularly because they who ranked above all nations for prowess in war most keenly regretted that they had lost so much of that reputation as to submit to commands from the Roman people. Section 55. But the Treviri and Indutiomarus let no part of the entire winter pass without sending ambassadors across the Rhine, importuning the states, promising money, and asserting that as a large portion of our army had been cut off, a much smaller portion remained. However, none of the German states could be induced to cross the Rhine, since they had twice essayed it, they said, in the war with Ariovistus and in the passage of the Tenchthere there. That fortune was not to be tempted any more. Indutiomarus, disappointed in this expectation, nevertheless began to raise troops, and discipline them, and procure horses from the neighboring people, and allure to him by great rewards the outlaws and convicts throughout Gaul. And such great influence had he already acquired for himself in Gaul by these means, that embassies were flocking to him in all directions, and seeking, publicly and privately, his favor and friendship. Section 56. When he perceived that they were coming to him voluntarily, that on the one side the Senones and the Carnutes were stimulated by their consciousness of guilt, on the other side the Nervi and the Aduatuci were preparing war against the Romans, and that forces of volunteers would not be wanting to him if he began to advance from his own territories, he proclaims an armed council. This, according to the custom of the Gauls, is the commencement of war, at which, by a common law, all the youth were wont to assemble in arms. Whoever of them comes last is killed in the sight of the whole assembly after being racked with every torture. In that council he declares Cingetorix, the leader of the other faction, his own son-in-law, whom we have above mentioned as having embraced the protection of Caesar, and never having deserted him, an enemy, and confiscates his property. When these things were finished, he asserts in the council that he, invited by the Senones and the Carnutes, and several other states of Gaul, was about to march thither through the territories of the Remi, devastate their lands, and attack the camp of Labienus. Before he does that, he informs them of what he desires to be done. Section 57. Labienus, since he was confining himself within a camp strongly fortified by the nature of the ground, and by art, had no apprehensions as to his own and the legion's danger, but was devising that he might throw away no opportunity of conducting the war successfully. Accordingly, the speech of Indutiomarus, which he had delivered in the council, having been made known to him by Cingetorix and his allies, he sends messengers to the neighboring states and summons horse from all quarters. He appoints to them a fixed day for assembling. In the meantime, Indutiomarus, with all his cavalry, nearly every day used to parade close to his Labienus' camp, at one time that he might inform himself of the situation of the camp, at another time for the purpose of conferring with or of intimidating him. Labienus confined his men within the fortifications and promoted the enemy's belief of his fear by whatever methods he could. Section 58. Since Indutiomarus was daily advancing up to the camp with greater defiance, all the cavalry of the neighboring states, which he Labienus had taken care to have sent for, having been admitted in one night, he confined all his men within the camp by guards with such great strictness, that fact could by no means be reported or carried to the Treviri. In the meanwhile, Indutiomarus, according to his daily practice, advances up to the camp and spends a great part of the day there. His horse cast their weapons, and with very insulting language call out our men to battle. No reply being given by our men, the enemy, when they thought proper, depart towards evening in a disorderly and scattered manner. Labienus unexpectedly sends out all the cavalry by 2 gates. He gives this command and prohibition that, when the enemy should be terrified and put to flight, which he foresaw would happen, as it did, they should all make for Indutiomarus, and no one wound any man before he should have seen him slain, because he was unwilling that he should escape, in consequence of gaining time by the delay occasioned by the pursuit of the rest. He offers great rewards for those who should kill him. He sends up the cohorts as a relief to the horse. The issue justifies the policy of the man, and since all aimed at one, Indutiomarus is slain, having been overtaken at the very ford of the river, and his head is carried to the camp. The horse, when returning, pursue and slay all whom they can. This affair having been known, all the forces of the Eburones and the Nervi which had assembled depart, and for a short time after this action, Caesar was less harassed in the government of Gaul. Chapter 6. Book 6, Section 1. Caesar, expecting for many reasons a greater commotion in Gaul, resolves to hold a levy by the means of M. Silanus, C. Antistius Reginus, and T. Sextius his lieutenants. At the same time, he requested of C.N. Pompey, the proconsul, that since he was remaining near the city invested with military command for the interests of the Commonwealth, he would command those men whom when consul he had levied by the military oath in Cisalpine Gaul, to join their respective corps, and to proceed to him, thinking it of great importance as far as regarded the opinion which the Gauls would entertain for the future, that the resources of Italy should appear so great, that if any loss should be sustained in war, not only could it be repaired in a short time, but likewise be further supplied by still larger forces. And when Pompey had granted this to the interests of the Commonwealth and the claims of friendship, Caesar, having quickly completed the levy by means of his lieutenants, after 3 legions had been both formed and brought to him before the winter had expired, and the number of those cohorts which he had lost under Q. Titurius had been doubled, taught the Gauls, both by his dispatch and by his forces, what the discipline and the power of the Roman people could accomplish. Section 2. Indutiomarus having been slain, as we have stated, the government was conferred upon his relatives by the Trivari. They ceased not to importune the neighboring Germans and to promise them money. When they could not obtain their object from those nearest them, they tried those more remote. Having found some states willing to accede to their wishes, they enter into a compact with them by a mutual oath, and give hostages as a security for the money. They attach Ambiorix to them by an alliance and confederacy. Caesar, on being informed of their acts, since he saw that war was being prepared on all sides, that the Nervi, Adjuatusi, and Menapii, with the addition of all the Germans on this side of the Rhine, were under arms, that the Senones did not assemble according to his command, and were concerting measures with the Carnutes and the neighboring states, that the Germans were importuned by the Trivari in frequent embassies, thought that he ought to take measures for the war earlier than usual. 3. Accordingly, while the winter was not yet ended, having concentrated the 4 nearest legions, he marched unexpectedly into the territories of the Nervi. And before they could either assemble or retreat, after capturing a large number of cattle and of men, and wasting their lands and giving up that booty to the soldiers, compelled them to enter into a surrender and give him hostages. That business having been speedily executed, he again led his legions back into winter quarters, having proclaimed a council of Gaul in the beginning of the spring, as he had been accustomed to do, when the deputies from the rest, except the Senones, the Carnutes, and the Treviri had come, judging this to be the commencement of war and revolt, that he might appear to consider all things of less consequence than that war, he transfers the council to Lutetia of the Parisii. These were adjacent to the Senonos, and had united their state to them during the memory of their fathers, but were thought to have no part in the present plot. Having proclaimed this from the tribunal, he advances the same day towards the Senones with his legions, and arrives among them by long marches. Section 4. ATO, who had been the author of that enterprise, on being informed of his arrival, orders the people to assemble in the towns. To them, while attempting this, and before it could be accomplished, news is brought that the Romans are close at hand. Through necessity, they give over their design and send ambassadors to Caesar for the purpose of imploring pardon. They make advances to him through the Aedui, whose state was from ancient times under the protection of Rome. Caesar readily grants them pardon and receives their excuse at the request of the Aedui, because he thought that the summer season was one for an impending war, not for an investigation. Having imposed 100 hostages, he delivers these to the Aedui to be held in charge by them. To the same place, the Carnutes send ambassadors and hostages, employing as their mediators the Remi, under whose protection they receive the same answers. Caesar concludes the council and imposes a levy of cavalry on the state. Section 5. This part of Gaul having been tranquilized, he applies himself entirely both in mind and soul to the war with the Treviri and Ambiorix. He orders Cavarinus to march with him with the cavalry of the Senonas, lest any commotion should arise either out of his hot temper or out of the hatred of the state which he had incurred. After arranging these things, as he considered it certain that Ambiorix would not contend in battle, he watched his other plans attentively. The Menapii bordered on the territories of the Eburones, and were protected by one continued extent of morasses and woods, and they alone out of Gaul had never sent ambassadors to Caesar on the subject of peace. Caesar knew that a tie of hospitality subsisted between them and Ambiorix. He also discovered that the latter had entered into an alliance with the Germans by means of the Treviri. He thought that these auxiliaries ought to be detached from him before he provoked him to war, lest he, despairing of safety, should either proceed to conceal himself in the territories of the Menapii, or should be driven to coalesce with the Germans beyond the Rhine. Having entered upon this resolution, he sends the baggage of the whole army to Labienus, in the territories of the Treviri, and orders 2 legions to proceed to him. He himself proceeds against the Menapii with 5 lightly equipped legions. They, having assembled no troops, as they relied on the defense of their position, retreat into the woods and morasses, and convey thither all their property. Section 6. Caesar, having divided his forces with C. Fabius, his lieutenant, and M. Crassus, his quaestor, and having hastily constructed some bridges, enters their country in 3 divisions, burns their houses and villages, and gets possession of a large number of cattle and men. Constrained by these circumstances, the Menapii send ambassadors to him for the purpose of suing for peace. He, after receiving hostages, assures them that he will consider them in the number of his enemies if they shall receive within their territories either Ambiorix or his ambassadors. Having determinately settled these things, he left among the Menapii Comius the Atrebatian with some cavalry as a guard. He himself proceeds toward the Treviri. Section 7. While these things are being performed by Caesar, the Treviri, having drawn together large forces of infantry and of cavalry, were preparing to attack Labienus and the legion which was wintering in their territories, and were already not further distant from him than a journey of 2 days. When they learned that 2 legions had arrived by the order of Caesar, having pitched their camp 15 miles off, they resolved to await the support of the Germans. Labienus, having learned the design of the enemy, hoping that through their rashness there would be some opportunity of engaging after leaving a guard of 5 cohorts for the baggage, advances against the enemy with 25 cohorts in a large battle. Leaving the space of a mile between them, fortifies his camp. There was between Labienus and the enemy a river difficult to cross and with steep banks. This neither did he himself design to cross, nor did he suppose the enemy would cross it. Their hope of auxiliaries was daily increasing. He, Labienus, openly says in a council that, since the Germans are said to be approaching, he would not bring into uncertainty his own and the army's fortunes, and the next day would move his camp at early dawn. These words are quickly carried to the enemy, since out of so large a number of cavalry, composed of Gauls, nature compelled some to favor the Gallic interests. Labienus, having assembled the tribunes of the soldiers and principal centurions by night, states what his design is, and that he may the more easily give the enemy a belief of his fears. He orders the camp to be moved with greater noise and confusion than was usual with the Roman people. By these means he makes his departure appear like a retreat. These things also, since the camps were so near, are reported to the enemy by scouts before daylight. Section 8. Scarcely had the rear advanced beyond the fortifications when the Gauls, encouraging one another not to cast from their hands the anticipated booty, that it was a tedious thing, while the Romans were panic-stricken, to be waiting for the aid of the Germans, and that their dignity did not suffer them to fear to attack with such great forces so small a band. Particular when retreating and encumbered, do not hesitate to cross the river and give battle in a disadvantageous position. Labienus, suspecting that these things would happen, was proceeding quietly, and using the same pretense of a march, in order that he might entice them across the river. Then, having sent forward the baggage some short distance, and placed it on a certain eminence, he says, "Soldiers, you have the opportunity you have sought. You hold the enemy in an encumbered and disadvantageous position. Display to us, your leaders, the same valor you have ofttimes displayed to your general." Imagine that he is present and actually sees these exploits. At the same time, he orders the troops to face about towards the enemy and form in line of battle. And, dispatching a few troops of cavalry as a guard for the baggage, he places the rest of the horse on the wings. Our men, raising a shout, quickly throw their javelins at the enemy. They, when contrary to their expectation, They saw those whom they believed to be retreating, advanced towards them with threatening banners, were not able to sustain even the charge, and being put to flight at the first onslaught, sought the nearest woods. Labienus, pursuing them with the cavalry, upon a large number being slain and several taken prisoners, got possession of the state a few days after, for the Germans who were coming to the aid of the Treviri, having been informed of their flight, retreated to their homes. The relations of Indutiomarus, who had been the promoters of the revolt, accompanying them, quitted their own state with them. The supreme power and government were delivered to Cingetorix, whom we have stated to have remained firm in his allegiance from the commencement. Section 9. Caesar, after he came from the territories of the Metapia into those of the Treviri, resolved for 2 reasons to cross the Rhine, one of which was because they had sent assistance to the Treviri against him, the other that Ambiorix might not have a retreat among them. Having determined on these matters, he began to build a bridge a little above that place, at which he had before conveyed over his army. The plan having been known and laid down, the work is accomplished in a few days by the great exertion of the soldiers. Having left a strong guard at the bridge on the side of the Treviri, lest any commotion should suddenly arise among them, he leads over the rest of the forces and the cavalry, the UBE, who before had sent hostages and come to a capitulation, send ambassadors to him for the purpose of vindicating themselves to assure him that neither had auxiliaries been sent to the Treviri from their state, nor had they violated their allegiance. They entreat and beseech him to spare them, lest, in his common hatred of the Germans, the innocent should suffer the penalty of the guilty. They promise to give more hostages if he desire them. Having investigated the case, Caesar finds that the auxiliaries have been sent by the Suevi. He accepts the apology of the UBI and makes minute inquiries concerning the approaches and the routes to the territories of the Suevii. In the meanwhile, he is informed by the UBE, a few days after, that the Suevi are drawing all their forces into one place, and are giving orders to those nations which are under their government to send auxiliaries of infantry and of cavalry. Having learned these things, he provides a supply of corn, selects a proper place for his camp, and commands the UBE to drive off their cattle and carry away all their possessions from the country parts into the towns, hoping that they, being a barbarous and ignorant people when harassed by the want of provisions, might be brought to an engagement on disadvantageous terms. He orders them to send numerous scouts among the Suevi and learn what things are going on among them. They execute the orders, and a few days having intervened, report that all the Suevi, after certain intelligence concerning the army of the Romans had come, retreated with all their own forces and those of their allies, which they had assembled, to the utmost extremities of their territories, that there is a wood there of very great extent, which is called Batanis, that this stretches a great way into the interior, and, being opposed as a natural barrier, defends from injuries and incursions the Cherusei against the Suevi and the Suevi against the Cherusei. That at the entrance of that forest, the Suevi had determined to await the coming up of the Romans. Sectional. Since we have come to this place, it does not appear to be foreign to our subject to lay before the reader an account of the manners of Gaul and Germany, and wherein these nations differ from each other. In Gaul, there are factions not only in all the states, and in all the cantons and their divisions, but almost in each family. And of these factions, those are the leaders who are considered according to their judgment to possess the greatest influence, upon whose will and determination the management of all affairs and measures depends. And that seems to have been instituted in ancient times with this view, that no one of the common people should be in want of support against one more powerful. For none of those leaders suffers his party to be oppressed and defrauded. And if he do otherwise, he has no influence among his party. The same policy exists throughout the whole of Gaul, for all the states are divided into 2 factions. Section 12. When Caesar arrived in Gaul, the Aedui were the leaders of one faction, the Sequani of the other, since the latter were less powerful by themselves, inasmuch as the chief influence was from of old among the Aedui, and their dependencies were great. They had united to themselves the Germans and Ariovistas, and had brought them over to their party by great sacrifices and promises. And having fought several successful battles and slain all the nobility of the Ijui, they had so far surpassed them in power that they brought over from the Edui to themselves a large portion of their dependents and received from them the sons of their leading men as hostages, and compelled them to swear in their public character that they would enter into no design against them, and held a portion of the neighboring land, seized on by force, and possessed the sovereignty of the whole of Gaul. Diviciacus, urged by this necessity, had proceeded to Rome to the Senate for the purpose of entreating assistance, and had returned without accomplishing his object. A change of affairs ensued on the arrival of Caesar. The hostages were returned to the Aedui, and were old dependencies restored, and new acquired through Caesar, because those who had attached themselves to their alliance saw that they enjoyed a better state and a milder government. Their other interests, their influence, their reputation were likewise increased, and in consequence the Sequani lost the sovereignty. The Remi succeeded to their place, and as it was perceived that they equaled the Aedui in favor with Caesar, those who, on account of their old animosities, could by no means coalesce with the Aedui, consigned themselves in clientship to the Remi. The latter carefully protected them. Thus they possessed both a new and suddenly acquired influence. Affairs were then in that position that the Aedui were considered by far the leading people, and the Remi held the second post of honor. Section 13. Throughout all Gaul, there are two orders of those men who are of any rank and dignity, for the commonalty is held almost in the condition of slaves, and dares to undertake nothing of itself, and is admitted to no deliberation. The greater part, when they are pressed either by debt, or the large amount of their tributes, or the oppression of the more powerful, give themselves up in vassalage to the nobles, who possess over them the same rights, without exception as masters over their slaves. But of these two orders, one is that of the Druids, the other that of the knights. The former are engaged in things sacred, conduct the public and the private sacrifices, and interpret all matters of religion. To these a large number of the young men resort for the purpose of instruction, and they, the Druids, are in great honor among them, for they determine respecting almost all controversies, public and private, and if any crime has been perpetrated, if murder has been committed, if there be any dispute about an inheritance, if any about boundaries, these same persons decide it. They decree rewards and punishments if anyone, either in a private or public capacity, has not submitted to their decision. They interdict him from the sacrifices. This among them is the most heavy punishment. Those who have been thus interdicted are esteemed in the number of the impious and the criminal. All shun them, and avoid their society and conversation, lest they receive some evil from their contact. Nor is justice administered to them when seeking it, nor is any dignity bestowed on them. Over all these Druids one presides, who possesses supreme authority among them. Upon his death, if any individual among the rest is preeminent in dignity, he succeeds. But if there are many equal, the election is made by the suffrages of the Druids. Sometimes they even contend for the presidency with arms. These assemble at a fixed period of the year in a consecrated place in the territories of the Carnutes, which is reckoned the central region of the whole of Gaul. Hither all, who have disputes, assemble from every part, and submit to their decrees and determinations. This institution is supposed to have been devised in Britain, and to have been brought over from it into Gaul. And now, those who desire to gain a more accurate knowledge of that system generally proceed thither for the purpose of studying it. Section 14. The Druids do not go to war, nor pay tribute together with the rest. They have an exemption from military service and a dispensation in all matters. Induced by such great advantages, many embrace this profession of their own accord, and many are sent to it by their parents and relations. They are said there to learn by heart a great number of verses. Accordingly, some remain in the course of training 20 years. Nor do they regard it lawful to commit these to writing, though in almost all other matters, in their public and private transactions, they use Greek characters. That practice they seem to me to have adopted for two reasons. Because they neither desire their doctrines to be divulged among the mass of the people, nor those who learn to devote themselves the less to the efforts of memory, relying on writing, since it generally occurs to most men that In their dependence on writing, they relax their diligence in learning thoroughly and their employment of the memory. They wish to inculcate this as one of their leading tenets, that souls do not become extinct, but pass after death from one body to another, and they think that men, by this tenet, are in a great degree excited to valor, the fear of death being disregarded. They likewise discuss and impart to the youth many things respecting the stars and their motion, respecting the extent of the world and of our earth, respecting the nature of things, respecting the power and the majesty of the immortal gods. Section 15. The other order is that of the knights. These, when there is occasion and any war occurs, which before Caesar's arrival was for the most part wont to happen every year, as either they on their part were inflicting injuries, or repelling those which others inflicted on them, are all engaged in war. And those of them most distinguished by birth and resources have the greatest number of vassals and dependents about them. They acknowledge this sort of influence and power only. Section 16. The nation of all the Gauls is extremely devoted to superstitious rites, and on that account they who are troubled with unusually severe diseases, and they who are engaged in battles and dangers, either sacrifice men as victims, or vow that they will sacrifice them and employ the Druids as the performers of those sacrifices, because they think that unless the life of a man be offered for the life of a man, the mind of the immortal gods cannot be rendered propitious. And they have sacrifices of that kind ordained for national purposes. Others have figures of vast size, the limbs of which formed of osiers they fill with living men, which being set on fire, the men perish enveloped in the flames. They consider that the oblation of such as have been taken in theft, or in robbery, or any other offense, is more acceptable to the immortal gods. But when a supply of that class is wanting, they have recourse to the oblation of even the innocent. Section 17. They worship as their divinity Mercury in particular, and have many images of him, and regard him as the inventor of all arts. They consider him the guide of their journeys and marches, and believe him to have very great influence over the acquisition of gain and mercantile transactions. Next to him they worship Apollo and Mars and Jupiter and Minerva. Respecting these deities, they have for the most part the same belief as other nations, that Apollo averts diseases, that Minerva imparts the invention of manufactures, that Jupiter possesses the sovereignty of heavenly powers, that Mars presides over wars. To him, when they have determined to engage in battle, they commonly vow those things they shall take in war. When they have conquered, they sacrifice whatever captured animals may have survived the conflict, and collect the other things into one place. In many states, you may see piles of these things heaped up in their consecrated spots. Nor does it often happen that anyone, disregarding the sanctity of the case, dares either to secrete in his house things captured, or take away those deposited. And the most severe punishment with torture has been established for such a deed. Section 18. All the Gauls assert that they are descended from the god Dis, and say that this tradition has been handed down by the Druids. For that reason they compute the divisions of every season, not by the number of days, but of nights. They keep birthdays and the beginnings of months and years in such an order that the day follows the night, among the other usages of their life. They differ in this from almost all their nations, that they do not permit their children to approach them openly until they are grown up so as to be able to bear the service of war. And they regard it as indecorous for a son of boyish age to stand in public in the presence of his father. Section 19. Whatever sums of money the husbands have received in the name of dowry from their wives, making an estimate of it, they add the same amount out of their own estates. An account is kept of all this money conjointly, and the profits are laid by, whichever of them shall have survived the other, to that one the portion of both reverts, together with the profits of the previous time. Husbands have power of life and death over their wives, as well as over their children. And when the father of a family, born in a more than commonly distinguished rank, has died, his relations assemble, and, if the circumstances of his death are suspicious, hold an investigation upon the wives, in the manner adopted towards slaves, and if proof be obtained, put them to severe torture and kill them. Their funerals, considering the state of civilization among the Gauls, are magnificent and costly, And they cast into the fire all things, including living creatures, which they supposed to have been dear to them when alive. And a little before this period, slaves and dependents who were ascertained to have been beloved by them were, after the regular funeral rites were completed, burnt together with them. Section 20. Those states which are considered to conduct their commonwealth more judiciously have it ordained by their laws that, if any person shall have heard by rumor and report from his neighbors anything concerning the commonwealth, he shall convey it to the magistrate and not impart it to any other, because it has been discovered that inconsiderate and inexperienced men were often alarmed by false reports and driven to some rash act, or else took hasty measures in affairs of the highest importance. The magistrates conceal those things which require to be kept unknown, and they disclose to the people whatever they determine to be expedient. It is not lawful to speak of the commonwealth except in council. Section 21. The Germans differ much from these usages, for they have neither druids to preside over sacred offices, nor do they pay great regard to sacrifices. They rank in the number of the gods those alone whom they behold, and by whose instrumentality they are obviously benefited, namely, the sun, fire, and the moon. They have not heard of the other deities even by report. Their whole life is occupied in hunting and in the pursuits of the military art. From childhood they devote themselves to fatigue and hardships. Those who have remained chaste for the longest time receive the greatest commendation among their people. They think that by this the growth is promoted, by this the physical powers are increased, and the sinews are strengthened. And to have had knowledge of a woman before the 20th year they reckon among the most disgraceful acts, of which matter there is no concealment, because they bathe promiscuously in the rivers and only use skins or small cloaks of deer's hides, a large portion of the body being in consequence naked. Section 22. They do not pay much attention to agriculture, and a large portion of their food consists in milk, cheese, and flesh. Nor has anyone a fixed quantity of land or his own individual limits, but the magistrates and the leading men each year apportion to the tribes and families, who have united together as much land as, and in the place in which they think proper, and the year after compel them to remove elsewhere. For this enactment they advance many reasons, lest seduced by long-continued custom, they may exchange their ardor in the waging of war for agriculture, lest they may be anxious to acquire extensive estates, and the more powerful drive the weaker from their possessions, lest they construct their houses with too great a desire to avoid cold and heat, lest the desire of wealth spring up, from which cause divisions and discords arise, and that they may keep the common people in a contented state of mind when each sees his own means placed on an equality with those of the most powerful. It is the greatest glory to the several states to have as wide deserts as possible around them, their frontiers having been laid waste. They consider this the real evidence of their prowess, that their neighbors shall be driven out of their lands and abandon them, and that no one dare settle near them. At the same time, they think that they shall be on that account the more secure, because they have removed the apprehension of a sudden incursion. When a state either repels war waged against it, or wages it against another, magistrates are chosen to preside over that war with such authority, that they have power of life and death. In peace, there is no common magistrate, but the chiefs of provinces and cantons administer justice and determine controversies among their own people. Robberies which are committed beyond the boundaries of each state bear no infamy, and they avow that these are committed for the purpose of disciplining their youth and of preventing sloth. And when any of their chiefs has said in an assembly that he will be their leader, let those who are willing to follow give in their names. They who approve of both the enterprise and the man arise and promise their assistance and are applauded by the people. Such of them as have not followed him are accounted in the number of deserters and traitors, and confidence in all matters is afterwards refused them. To injure guests they regard as impious. They defend from wrong those who have come to them for any purpose whatever, and esteem them inviolable. To them the houses of all are open, and maintenance is freely supplied. Section 24. And there was formerly a time when the Gauls excelled the Germans in prowess, and waged war on them offensively, and, on account of the great number of their people and the insufficiency of their land, sent colonies over the Rhine accordingly. The Volcae Tectosages seized on those parts of Germany which are the most fruitful and lie around the Hercynian forest, which I perceive was known by report to Eratosthenes, and some other Greeks, and which they call Orcidia, and settled there, which nation to this time retains its position in those settlements, and has a very high character for justice and military merit. Now also they continue in the same scarcity, indigence, hardihood, as the Germans, and use the same food and dress. But their proximity to the province and knowledge of commodities from countries beyond the sea supplies to the Gauls many things tending to luxury as well as civilization. Accustomed by degrees to be overmatched and worsted in many engagements, they do not even compare themselves to the Germans in prowess. Section 25(e). The breadth of this Hercynian forest, which has been referred to above, is to a quick traveler a journey of 9 days, for it cannot be otherwise computed, nor are they acquainted with the measures of roads. It begins at the frontiers of the Helvetii, Nemitz, and Raurasi, and extends in a right line along the river Danube to the territories of the Daci and the Anars. It bends thence to the left in a different direction from the river, and owing to its extent touches the confines of many nations, nor is there any person belonging to this part of Germany who says that he either has gone to the extremity of that forest, though he had advanced a journey of 60 days, or has heard in what place it begins. It is certain that many kinds of wild beasts are produced in it which have not been seen in other parts, of which the following are such as differ principally from other animals, and appear worthy of being committed to record. Section 26. There is an ox of the shape of a stag, between whose ears a horn rises from the middle of the forehead, higher and straighter than those horns which are known to us. From the top of this, branches, like palms, stretch out a considerable distance. The shape of the female and of the male is the same. The appearance and the size of the horns is the same. Section 27. There are also animals which are called elks. The shape of these, and the varied color of their skins, is much like roes, but in size they surpass them a little, and are destitute of horns, and have legs without joints and ligatures. Nor do they lie down for the purpose of rest, nor if they have been thrown down by any accident. Can they raise or lift themselves up? Trees serve as beds to them, they lean themselves against them, and thus reclining only slightly, they take their rest. When the huntsmen have discovered from the footsteps of these animals whither they are accustomed to betake themselves, they either undermine all the trees at the roots, or cut into them so far that the upper part of the trees may appear to be left standing. When they have leant upon them, according to their habit, they knock down by their weight the unsupported trees, and fall down themselves along with them. 28. There is a third kind consisting of those animals which are called uri. These are a little below the elephant in size, and of the appearance, color, and shape of a bull. Their strength and speed are extraordinary. They spare neither man nor wild beast which they have espied. These the Germans take with much pains in pits, and kill them. The young men harden themselves with this exercise, and practice themselves in this kind of hunting. And those who have slain the greatest number of them, having produced the horns in public to serve as evidence, receive great praise. But not even when taken very young can they be rendered familiar to men and tamed. The size, shape, and appearance of their horns differ much from the horns of our oxen. These they anxiously seek after, and bind at the tips with silver, and use as cups at their most sumptuous entertainments. Section 29. Caesar, after he discovered through the Euboean scouts that the Suevi had retired into their woods, apprehending a scarcity of corn, because, as we have observed above, all the Germans pay very little attention to agriculture, resolved not to proceed any farther, but that he might not altogether relieve the barbarians from the fear of his return, and that he might delay their succors, having led back his army, he breaks down to the length of 200 feet the farther end of the bridge, which joined the banks of the Euboea, and at the extremity of the bridge raises towers of 4 stories, and stations a guard of 12 cohorts for the purpose of defending the bridge, and strengthens the place with considerable fortifications. Over that fort and guard he appointed C. Volcatius Tullus, a young man, he himself. When the corn began to ripen, having set forth for the war with 40 ambiorics through the forest Arduena, which is the largest of all Gaul and reaches from the banks of the Rhine and the frontiers of the Treviri to those of the Nervi, and extends over more than 500 miles, he sends forward Elminutius Basileus with all the cavalry, to try if he might gain any advantage by rapid marches and the advantage of time. He warns him to forbid fires being made in the camp. Lest any indication of his approach be given at a distance, he tells him that he will follow immediately. Section 30. Basileus does as he was commanded, having performed his march rapidly, and even surpassed the expectations of all. He surprises in the fields many not expecting him. Through their information, he advances towards Ambiorix himself, to the place in which he was said to be with a few horse. Fortune accomplishes much, not only in other matters, but also in the art of war. For as it happened by a remarkable chance, that he fell upon Ambiorix himself unguarded and unprepared, and that his arrival was seen by the people before the report or information of his arrival was carried thither. So it was an incident of extraordinary fortune that, although every implement of war which he was accustomed to have about him was seized, and his chariots and horses surprised, yet he himself escaped death. But it was effected owing to this circumstance, that his house being surrounded by a wood, as are generally the dwellings of the Gauls, who, for the purpose of avoiding heat, mostly seek the neighborhood of woods and rivers, his attendants and friends in a narrow spot sustained for a short time the attack of our horse. While they were fighting, one of his followers mounted him on a horse. The woods sheltered him as he fled. Thus fortune tended much both towards his encountering and his escaping danger. Section 31. Whether Ambiorix did not collect his forces from cool deliberation, because he considered he ought not to engage in a battle, or whether he was debarred by time and prevented by the sudden arrival of our horse, when he supposed the rest of the army was closely following, is doubtful, but certainly dispatching messengers through the country, he ordered everyone to provide for himself, and a part of them fled into the forest Arduena, a part into the extensive morasses. Those who were nearest the ocean concealed themselves in the islands which the tides usually form. Many, departing from their territories, committed themselves and all their possessions to perfect strangers. Catuvolcus, king of one half of the Eburones, who had entered into the design together with Ambiorix, since being now worn out by age, he was unable to endure the fatigue either of war or flight, having cursed Ambiorix with every imprecation. As the person who had been the contriver of that measure destroyed himself with the juice of the yew tree, of which there is a great abundance in Gaul and Germany. Section 32. The Sigi and Condrusi, of the nation and number of the Germans, and who are between the Eburones and the Treviri, sent ambassadors to Caesar to entreat that he would not regard them in the number of his enemies, nor consider that the cause of all the Germans on this side, the Rhine, was one and the same, that they had formed no plans of war, and had sent no auxiliaries to Ambiorix. Caesar, having ascertained this fact by an examination of his prisoners, commanded that if any of the Eburones in their flight had repaired to them, they should be sent back to him. He assures them that if they did that, he will not injure their territories. Then, having divided his forces into 3 parts, he sent the baggage of all the legions to Aduatuca. That is the name of a fort. This is nearly in the middle of the Eburones, where Titurius and Aurunculeius had been quartered for the purpose of wintering. This place he selected as well on other accounts, as because the fortifications of the previous year remained, in order that he might relieve the labor of the soldiers. He left the 14th Legion as a guard for the baggage, one of those 3 which he had lately raised in Italy and brought over. Over that legion and camp he places Cutilius Cicero and gives him 200 horse. Section 33. Having divided the army, he orders T. Labienus to proceed with 3 legions towards the ocean into those parts which border on the Menopii. He sends C. Trebonius with a like number of legions to lay waste that district which lies contiguous to the Aduatuci. He himself determines to go with the remaining 3 to the river Sambra, which flows into the Meuse, and to the most remote parts of Arduena, whither he heard that Ambiorix had gone with a few horse. When departing, he promises that he will return before the end of the 7th day, on which day he was aware corn was due to that legion, which was being left in garrison. He directs Labienus and Trebonius to return by the same day, if they can do so agreeably to the interests of the Republic, so that their measures having been mutually imparted, and the plans of the enemy having been discovered, they might be able to commence a different line of operations. Section 34. There was, as we have above observed, no regular army, nor a town, nor a garrison which could defend itself by arms, but the people were scattered in all directions, where either a hidden valley, or a woody spot, or a difficult morass furnished any hope of protection or security to anyone. There he had fixed himself. These places were known to those that dwelt in the neighborhood. And the matter demanded great attention, not so much in protecting the main body of the army, for no peril could occur to them altogether from those alarmed and scattered troops, as in preserving individual soldiers, which in some measure tended to the safety of the army. For both the desire of booty was leading many too far, and the woods with their unknown and hidden routes would not allow them to go in large bodies. If he desired the business to be completed and the race of those infamous people to be cut off, more bodies of men must be sent in several directions, and the soldiers must be detached on all sides. If he were disposed to keep the companies at their standards, as the established discipline and practice of the Roman army required, the situation itself was a safeguard to the barbarians. Nor was there wanting to individuals the daring to lay secret ambuscades and beset scattered soldiers. But amidst difficulties of this nature, as far as precautions could be taken by vigilance, such precautions were taken, so that some opportunities of injuring the enemy were neglected, though the minds of all were burning to take revenge, rather than that injury should be effected with any loss to our soldiers. Caesar dispatches messengers to the neighboring states. By the hope of booty he invites all to him, for the purpose of plundering the Eburones, in order that the life of the Gauls might be hazarded in the woods rather than the legionary soldiers. At the same time, in order that a large force being drawn around them, the race and name of that state may be annihilated for such a crime. A large number from all quarters speedily assembles. Section 35. These things were going on in all parts of the territories of the Eburones, and the 7th day was drawing near, by which day Caesar had purposed to return to the baggage and the legion. Here it might be learned how much fortune achieves in war, and how great casualties she produces. The enemy having been scattered and alarmed, as we related above, there was no force which might produce even a slight occasion of fear. The report extends beyond the Rhine to the Germans that the Eburones are being pillaged, and that all were without distinction invited to the plunder. The Sagambri, who are nearest to the Rhine, by whom we have mentioned above. The Tenchtheri and Eusipetes were received after their retreat, collect 2,000 horse. They crossed the Rhine in ships and barks 30 miles below that place where the bridge was entire and the garrison left by Caesar. They arrive at the frontiers of the Eburones, surprise many who were scattered in flight, and get possession of a large amount of cattle, of which barbarians are extremely covetous. Allured by booty, they advance farther. Neither morass nor forest obstructs these men, born amidst war and depredations. They inquire of their prisoners in what part Caesar is. They find that he has advanced farther, and learn that all the army has removed. Thereon one of the prisoners says, "Why do you pursue such wretched and trifling spoil, you to whom it is granted to become even now most richly endowed by fortune? In 3 hours you can reach Aduatuca. There, the Roman army has deposited all its fortunes. There is so little of a garrison that not even the wall can be manned, nor dare anyone go beyond the fortifications, a hope having been presented them. The Germans leave in concealment the plunder they had acquired. They themselves hasten to Aduatuca, employing as their guide the same man by whose information they had become informed of these things." Section 36. Cicero, who during all the foregoing days had kept his soldiers in camp with the greatest exactness, and agreeably to the injunctions of Caesar, had not permitted even any of the camp followers to go beyond the fortification. Distrusting on the 7th day that Caesar would keep his promise as to the number of days, because he heard that he had proceeded farther, and no report as to his return was brought to him, and being urged at the same time by the expressions of those who called his tolerance almost a siege. If, forsooth, it was not permitted them to go out of the camp, since he might expect no disaster whereby he could be injured. Within 3 miles of the camp while 9 legions and all the cavalry were under arms, and the enemy scattered and almost annihilated, sent 5 cohorts into the neighboring cornlands, between which and the camp only one hill intervened. For the purpose of foraging, many soldiers of the legions had been left invalided in the camp, of whom those who had recovered in the space of time, being about 300, are set together under one standard. A large number of soldiers' attendants besides, with a great number of beasts of burden, which had remained in the camp, permission being granted, follow them. Section 37, at this very time the German horse by chance come up, and immediately, with the same speed with which they had advanced, attempt to force the camp at the Decuman gate, nor were they seen, in consequence of woods lying in the way on that side, before they were just reaching the camp, so much so that the settlers who had their booths under the rampart had not an opportunity of retreating within the camp. Our men, not anticipating it, are perplexed by the sudden affair, and the cohort on the outpost scarcely sustains the first attack. The enemy spread themselves on the other sides to ascertain if they could find any access. Our men with difficulty defend the gate. The very position of itself and the fortification secures the other access. There is a panic in the entire camp, and one inquires of another the cause of the confusion, nor do they readily determine whither the standard should be borne, nor into what quarter each should betake himself. One avows that the camp is already taken. Another maintains that the enemy, having destroyed the army and commander-in-chief, are come thither as conquerors. Most form strange superstitious fancies from the spot, and place before their eyes the catastrophe of Cotta and Titurius, who had fallen in the same fort. All being greatly disconcerted by this alarm, the belief of the barbarians is strengthened that there is no garrison within, as they had heard from their prisoner. They endeavor to force an entrance and encourage one another not to cast from their hands so valuable a prize. 38. Sixtius Baculus, who had led a principal century under Caesar, of whom we have made mention in previous engagements, had been left an invalid in the garrison, and had now been 5 days without food. He, distrusting his own safety and that of all, goes forth from his tent unarmed. He sees that the enemy are close at hand, and that the matter is in the utmost danger. He snatches arms from those nearest, and stations himself at the gate. The centurions of that cohort which was on guard follow him. For a short time they sustain the fight together. Sextius faints after receiving many wounds. He is with difficulty saved, drawn away by the hands of the soldiers. This space having intervened, the others resume courage, so far as to venture to take their place on the fortifications and present the aspect of defenders. Section 39. The foraging having in the meantime been completed, our soldiers distinctly hear the shout. The horse hasten on before and discover in what danger the affair is. But here there is no fortification to receive them in their alarm. Those last enlisted and unskilled in military discipline turn their faces to the military tribune and the centurions. They wait to find what orders may be given by them. No one is so courageous as not to be disconcerted by the suddenness of the affair. The barbarians, espying our standard in the distance, desist from the attack. At first they supposed that the legions, which they had learned from their prisoners had removed farther off, had returned. Afterwards, despising their small number, they make an attack on them at all sides. XL. The camp followers run forward to the nearest rising ground. Being speedily driven from this, they throw themselves among the standards and companies. They thus so much the more alarm the soldiers already affrighted. Some propose that, forming a wedge, they suddenly break through, since the camp was so near, and if any part should be surrounded and slain, they fully trust that at least the rest may be saved. Others, that they take their stand on an eminence. And all undergo the same destiny. The veteran soldiers, whom we stated to have set out together with the others under a standard, do not approve of this. Therefore, encouraging each other, under the conduct of Caius Trebonius, a Roman knight, who had been appointed over them, they break through the midst of the enemy, and arrive in the camp safe to a man. The camp attendants and the horse following close upon them with the same impetuosity, are saved by the courage of the soldiers, but those who had taken their stand upon the eminence having even now acquired no experience of military matters. Neither could persevere in that resolution which they approved of, namely, to defend themselves from their higher position, nor imitate that vigor and speed which they had observed to have availed others, but attempting to reach the camp, had descended into an unfavorable situation. The centurions, some of whom had been promoted for their valor from the lower ranks of other legions to higher ranks in this legion, in order that they might not forfeit their glory for military exploits previously acquired, fell together fighting most valiantly. The enemy having been dislodged by their valor, a part of the soldiers arrived, safe in camp contrary to their expectations. A part perished, surrounded by the barbarians. The Germans, despairing of taking the camp by storm because they saw that our men had taken up their position on the fortifications, retreated beyond the Rhine with that plunder which they had deposited in the woods. And so great was the alarm, even after the departure of the enemy, that when Sivolazinus, who had been sent with the cavalry, arrived that night, he could not gain credence that Caesar was close at hand with his army safe. Fear had so preoccupied the minds of all, that, their reason being almost estranged, they said that all the other forces having been cut off, the cavalry alone had arrived there by flight, and asserted that, if the army were safe, the Germans would not have attacked the camp, which fear the arrival of Caesar removed. Section 42. He, on his return, being well aware of the casualties of war, complained of one thing only, namely, that the cohorts had been sent away from the outposts and garrison duty, and pointed out that room ought not to have been left for even the most trivial casualty, that fortune had exercised great influence in the sudden arrival of their enemy, much greater in that she had turned the barbarians away from the very rampart and gates of the camp. Of all which events it seemed the most surprising that the Germans, who had crossed the Rhine with this object, that they might plunder the territories of Ambiorix, being led to the camp of the Romans, rendered Ambiorix a most acceptable service. Section 43. Caesar, having again marched to harass the enemy, after collecting a large number of auxiliaries from the neighboring states, dispatches them in all directions. All the villages and all the buildings which each beheld were on fire. Spoil was being driven off from all parts. The corn not only was being consumed by so great numbers of cattle and men, but also had fallen to the earth, owing to the time of the year and the storms. So that, if any had concealed themselves for the present, still it appeared likely that they must perish through want of all things when the army should be drawn off. And frequently it came to that point, as so large a body of cavalry had been sent abroad in all directions, that the prisoners declared Ambiorix had just then been seen by them in flight, and had not even passed out of sight, so that the hope of overtaking him being raised, and unbounded exertions having been resorted to, those who thought they should acquire the highest favor with Caesar, nearly overcame nature by their ardor, and continually a little only seemed wanting to complete success. But he rescued himself by means of lurking places in forests, and concealed by the night, made for other districts and quarters, with no greater guard than that of 4 horsemen, to whom alone he ventured to confide his life. Section 44. Having devastated the country in such a manner, Caesar leads back his army with the loss of 2 cohorts to Duracorum of the Remi, and having summoned a council of Gaul to assemble at that place, he resolved to hold an investigation respecting the conspiracy of the Senones and Carnutes, and having pronounced a most severe sentence upon Acco, who had been the contriver of that plot, he punished him after the custom of our ancestors. Some, fearing a trial, fled. When he had forbidden these fire and water, he stationed in winter quarters 2 legions at the frontiers of the Treviri, 2 among the Lingones, the remaining 6 at Agendicum, in the territories of the Senones. And, having provided corn for the army, he set out for Italy, as he had determined, to hold the assizes.